Chapter 1, Arthur I. 1 Arthur 1 289 AC. The battlements of Dragonstone are grotesque, disgusting things, carved into the faces of the dragons that my great-grandmother's family loved so much. Personally, I find the statues closer to demons, not that I can't see the appeal in their living kin. Still, it was here that even in my youth I found it easiest to speak to my father. As always, his eyes were cool and blue, and filled with an honesty that put to lie his intimidating size. "Father." I approached him from behind, making my intention to actually hold a conversation clear, as he had taught me. "Arthur." His reply was curt, but let me know I was welcome here. "You are going to fight the Ironborn." It wasn't a question, but my father could take the implied meaning. "You cannot come with me, you are still too young, though I know that you chafe for more, much as I did at your age." I had no idea if he had actually chafed for more at 9 years old, but he had little time to talk. As always, he was only here to gather the fleet anyhow. I was lucky enough that he had even come to talk. "I know. You still won't accept the cannons." "No, you were right that the wisdom has value, but from what the men say they are still too dangerous and imperfect. We will rely on steel at this venture. When you are Lord of Dragonstone you may use them if you wish. Until then I have a duty to those under me to not put them at risk." I nodded at that. It had been what I expected. Alchemists were distrusted, and my use of wisdom fray to introduce them had brought with him the Order's reputation. At least the man was properly pliable, and not a moron besides. If only we could get the damnable forges to work properly. "Have you seen Shireen yet?" "She is still too young to miss you, but..." It was a sore subject with father, the lack of time he could spend with us all due to his role as master of ships, and secondary hand of the king for that matter. Still, it would do him good to see my baby sister. "No," my father paused for a moment, breathing deeply of the salty blast before sighing, softer eyes than he was known for turning towards me. I hadn't thought to, the cost of duty on my mind. "Oh, don't give me that look, I will see your sister before I leave, and your mother besides, much as she dislikes me." "Mother doesn't dislike you," I hurriedly said, though I knew it was closer to the truth than I would like. "She just wishes you could be home more." "And leave the capital to Robert's foolishness?" "Unlikely. No, you don't have to lie to me. Your mother and I have never truly loved each other. The best things to come about marriage are you and your sister. We do our duty." I moved up to hug him. I was sure that I was perhaps the only person in the 7 kingdoms other than King Robert and perhaps Renly who could get away with doing so, and even then only when he was in the right mood, but I took the opportunity when I got it. Perhaps, along with my sister, I was the only one amongst of those who got to feel my father's strong arms around my back. "I know it is your duty, father, just think of us when you can." My father, implacable as he always seemed to be, froze for a second at that, before relaxing. "I always do, Arthur, I always do." My father brushed his hand through my hair, another rare sign of affection. He must be worried about the war. I concluded internally. It made sense, the Ironborn were devils at sea, and fearless to boot. "Come, you can lead me to your sister's cradle, can't you?" "Yes," I said, keeping the worry from my own voice. "I can do that." I led my father down off of the battlements and into the courtyard through the gatehouse tower. The castle for its part was full of movement, even so early in the morning. Men moving wagons of supplies to and fro, taskmaster barking orders as the whole place thumped with excitement for the war to come, though the undercurrent of dread was ever present as always within the former Targaryen bastion. We were greeted in the courtyard by Sir Seaworth, who was directing some of the men in moving supplies. "My lord," he greeted as he saw my father approach. "Arthur." "Hello, Sir Davos," I replied cheerfully while my father made a sound of acknowledgement. "Is the stalking going well?" "Well as can be expected, I suspect." Davos I knew had always found me a bit creepy, the odd maturity I always showed was likely as off-putting for him as it was appealing to my mother. Still, I had met him in person more than I had my father, and he had gradually grown accustomed to me enough that he treated me with more respect than a boy my age was due. We will likely still have to restock in Dorne or the Westerlands. My father ground his teeth at that, a habit that I would dearly like him to break. If for his dental health more than anything else. And be overcharged for it as well, no doubt. My lord. Davos nodded, turning back to me. Are you off to see your sister then? Yes. I nodded, putting a smile back on my face. Father is coming too. That'll be good for you, my lord, Davos said, his eyes brightening. A man fights better when he has more to fight for. Father looked a bit caught off guard by that, but nodded sharply towards the smuggler. Yes. My smile got a bit bigger at that, and soon I was leading my father through the corridors of the keep proper to my sister's chamber. When we reached the door, however, we did run into one last obstacle. Husband, Arthur, here to see your sister, are you? Stannis Baratheon, my mother, was a visage of stern coldness to most people, including my father, and my sister, though she favoured me to some extent, the son she wished for. Still, even towards me, her tongue was often a whip. It was odd seeing the two of my parents together, both tall and dour, and utterly without love for the other, only a measured sort of respect. Selyse. My father said, his eyes matching her own. I am here to see our daughter. It would be the first time. Mother said, bitterness creeping into her voice. You were absent for her birth after all. I have my duties, wife. And duties to your wife as well. Lest you forget. My father's eyes narrowed. Duties that I will see to later, for now, I will see my daughter. Very well then. My mother stepped aside. If you wish to do your duty, then I shall be waiting in the chamber of the painted table. My father watched her go from the corner of his eye, a quiet servant I hadn't even noticed hurrying after her. After a moment, he turned to me, some small amount of warmth returning to his gaze. Should you ever find yourself caught between two duties, son, ensure that the greater is seen to first. He waited for my response, and I nodded sharply, even if I did not agree entirely. Good, now let's see your sister. Shireen had a mid-sized chamber on the north side of the drum that had a small window at its top and was otherwise lit by a small brazier. My own crib had once occupied the same room. My father moved quickly to her side and looked down at her as if restraining himself. I had no such pride and scooped her up, tickling down her swaddled belly and gently rocking her. Hey there, Shireen, I've brought father to see you. I said quietly, and I could swear a trace of a smile appeared on my father's face as she giggled. Here, you hold her, I said, pushing her into his arms and internally laughing at the dumbstruck look on his face. He was not at all used to this, and to my knowledge had picked me up only once in his life. Faced with a baby that giggled and burbled in his arms, Stannis Baratheon simply froze up. I couldn't help it anymore, I broke out giggling a little, grabbing father's big hand and moving it to her belly. Just rub her a little bit, let her know you're there. For a moment he had stared harshly at me, but then he remembered precisely where he was and his face softened correspondingly. Nervously he took to copying my actions, and for a little while, I managed to see a genuine smile on my father's face, a rare thing throughout my life. He looked so much younger when he smiled, it reminded me that even now he was only 25, and yet he had what seemed like the whole world on his shoulders. I moved up and hugged him, and his shoulders sagged above me. Exhausted from his duty, I had little doubt. We stayed like that for a long while, the three of us Baratheons. Finally, he let out a long sigh, handing Shireen back down to me. See after your sister while I am gone. I must go see to your mother, he said, the grim mask that had slipped for but a moment slipping back over his brow. I knew not whether he meant to see after her for the afternoon, or for the duration of the campaign, but either way, I would do so. I was a Baratheon after all, and it was my duty. Chapter 2, Crescent I. 289 AC. And what then, is 5 multiplied by 10? Yes, Aries. 50. Very good. Aries, please sit back down. Maester Crescent sat on a bench looking over the repurposed dining area, now filled with the 40-some children over 5 that could be found in the port of Dragonstone. Below, Jacob, an acolyte from Old Town, taught from the book in his lap and occasionally etched chalk markings into a large table set behind him. It was an odd thing to see, children learning mathematics so young, but he supposed that was simply one of the changes that young Arthur seemed to be hell-bent on making. He smiled at the thought, indeed, the desks, the tablet, the books themselves. The young lordling of Dragonstone was nothing if not industrious, though he worried at times if the boy was perhaps moving too fast. Hearing footsteps, the old man turned towards the right, where the boy's father, his lord, approached. "Hello, Maester Crescent." The tall man greeted, so tall nowadays, Crescent had been taller than him when they first came to Dragonstone he was sure, spoke up in careful greeting. "Stannis." Crescent greeted, perhaps one of the few in the whole of the 7 kingdoms who could speak to the man without his title. "Keep your voice down, the children are learning below." The lord glanced over the balcony, raising an eyebrow before turning back to the old man. "Another of my son's designs? Is that why he wanted the spare maesters?" "Yes, though he only got acolytes in the end, the Citadel wasn't sure of the value of his press. I recall. He had me sign off on the deal in our correspondence." Stannis nodded, closing his eyes in thought for a moment. "Do you think he's a normal child?" the man finally said, his gaze turning again towards the classroom. "Not odd in the way that I was, but this, motivation. Ever since he learned to speak it's been a constant stream of projects like this. I thought the first few were childish fancies, an alchemist, a ship to call his own, a stable of horses to have bred. But it's simply gone and on. And now he wants me to use his cannons to fight Ironborn. I love him dearly, but it just seems wrong for a boy of 9 to be pursuing all of this." Crescent thought for a moment, rocking back and forth on his posterior at the idea. He had already found his own answer, of course, Providence. That and a surely inherited sense of duty that seemed to keep the child active at every waking moment. Still, as with all things Stannis, it had to be handled carefully. "I would say that he is abnormal to some extent, Your Grace. He is pursuing what he sees as the good of his lands far before the age a normal man would grasp such contexts." It was the honest truth, and Stannis would appreciate it, but before he could digest it, he needed to be given more. "But that is not an evil thing. Young Arthur does display understanding beyond his years, but it is perhaps because of your own example that he does so. Did you not take command of a siege at 14? You were not as young as he, true, but the difference is not so great." "I did not know what I was doing, a fool boy. I would hazard that my son has known his will since the day he was born, or shortly thereafter." Crescent held back a grimace. He had heard Stannis speak the same about his brother the king more than once. "Do not sell yourself short, Stannis." Crescent smiled at his son in all but name. "He is not Robert, for one thing, he cares for more than himself, and at another he neither drinks nor whores." "Yet," Stannis pointed out. "Yet," Crescent conceded but quickly followed up. "But can you seriously imagine him doing either? No, your son is abnormal certainly, but he is neither mad nor selfish, I think. And you will not find a person in this castle who testifies differently." Stannis matched his gaze a long time after that, before nodding sharply, the only concession of having persuaded the man that Crescent was likely to get. His lord turned back to the room below, where the arithmetic lesson was wrapping up with the onset of evening, his lips drawn in a tight line. "You are aware of all of his projects and their outcomes, yes?" Crescent thought over the question before nodding. "I am at least tangentially aware of them, though for his work with the Smiths and his chemistry you would need to speak to Wisdom Frey for more details." Good, tell me about them. What followed was a long and drawn-out conversation going over the lordling's myriad projects, from his night classes intended to improve literacy in the adults of Dragonstone to his current attempts to start his own newspaper using the presses, to his quiet hiring of accountants and merchants from Essos to both teach him, and help his mother when it came to administering taxes and tariffs across the wider island. Towards his more military projects, he knew little, though he had assisted the boy in finding sources what he called a military doctrine in the model of the Faith of the Seven. He also had a grasp on what the thundering ballistic the boy called cannons were supposed to do, that being hurl lead balls at high speeds towards the enemy, but not much of how they did it beyond using some sort of fire powder that he had made in great quantities and stored in barrels buried in a field far away from the castle. When he finished, Lord Stannis looked back down towards the now empty hall, his hand running carefully along the edge of his jaw. "I see," he said, after an uncomfortably long silence. "He has done more than even I thought, though I can see now why he asked me for certain permissions. Where does he get his money?" He asked his mother for it at first, but from his correspondence, it seems he has since made investments in bravos that have let him retain his staff. "The ship you gave him on his 8th day is also used for trade, I hear." "Ha!" Stannis let out a single, biting laugh. "My son has become a penny pincher in my absence. Well, there are worse things to be. Perhaps someday we will have a master of coin who isn't a whoremonger." The lord stood up, offering a hand to Cresson, who gladly took it. "I presume you have kept his more innovative designs in Dragonstone, barring the one he traded with the Citadel." "Yes, and I have been keeping track of Wisdom Frey's correspondence as well. While his grandfather has tried to pressure him for details on several occasions, he has not yet shown any sign of breaking loyalty. He seems to be your son's man through and through." "Good, see to it that he is rewarded, presuming that stays true." "Yes, sir, though your son seems intent on rewarding him anyhow." Stannis smiled at that, a small, thin smile, but one nonetheless. "As is his duty. Now, where can I find this weasel? I would at least see what my son has him working on ere I depart." The wizened maester nodded at that. "Your son has had his workshop moved up onto the Dragonmont behind the castle so that he can work in relative secrecy, well, aside from the thunder that the cannons make. Then I shall find him before he departs for the evening." Chapter 3, Davos I. 289 AC. The Onion Knight stared at the young Baratheon who had snatched him from his duties and forced him to give a detailed explanation of every individual function of the rigging on the cogs that made up the larger part of the royal fleet. "Is that all?" he said, trying to keep the sarcasm to a minimum. It was still Lord Stannis' son after all, and he had no desire to offend any Baratheon, even if the boy seemed less prone to his family's famous fury. "One moment please, I do have more questions," the boy said quickly, continuing to scribble notes around a surprisingly well-detailed diagram of the ship in question. "I just want to have a good idea of its function. You planning on being a shipwright as well as a lord? And about a dozen other things. I want to be a Renaissance man of sorts." Renaissance, the word sounded strange in his ears, but the boy just smiled at him like an old man. "An old word for rebirth or renewal. Westeros and even Essos have stagnated for far too long. I want to renew them. Or at least Dragonstone." "And how do you plan on doing that exactly?" Davos asked. Arthur simply raised his journal, turning to another page. "Partially with these." On the page were detailed sketches of 4 different varieties of ships. They were clearly representative of different sizes and roles, but universally their rigging was far more complex than even a war galley. "This one here is just a swan ship, isn't it?" he asked, gesturing to one of the vessels. "But missing the fore and aft castles. They won't be necessary anymore and they slow the ship down. If you look at the hatches on the sides, those will have cannons behind them. The tubes that explode." Davos chuckled, as the boy pouted at the question. "Only for now, the Bessemer converters work better every time." "Sure, and I'm sure the ships will too, only ships are expensive." He patted the lordling on the head, hoping Lord Stannis wouldn't mind. Find yourself a proper shipwright before you try building these. I won't say they've got no potential. That would be a lie since they seem to be like swan ships, but make sure you've got someone who knows what you're doing helping you, and not a crazed alchemist. The child at least, didn't seem to take offense instead of just staring at his drawings. Fine. I guess it was a long shot anyway. What was? I thought to ask you to help me convince father to try test building these. I've actually already arranged shipwrights, I just need materials from the mainland. Davos sighed, so that was what he wanted. He could have just asked for it. I don't see an issue with it, but you aren't gonna get money for all of them unproven. Tell you what, which of these is the smallest? The boy gestured to the bottom right one. A thin vessel with a shallow draft and 3 triangular sails hanging from a single mast. This is a cutter, well, or a sloop, I can't decide between the names. It's supposed to be small and extremely fast. And it can run right up against the wind. I'll see what I can do. Convincing Lord Stannis wouldn't be all that difficult in all likelihood. The utility of a fast-sailing vessel was self-explanatory, but he would want to see it himself before he approved it. Can you give me another copy of that drawing, and what you think each sail and design element will do? Sure, the boy said, a little oddly, but Davos took it to mean yes, and he watched with a little bit of wonder as the boy knocked out another quick drawing. If my father needs more explanation, let him know to ask me when you beat the Ironborn, I guess the child grimaced. I'd prefer to start as soon as possible though, honestly. As you say, it's trial and error, and I want to have reliable ships before I reach my majority. Oh? Planning on conquering the stepstones? The boy, no, Arthur, looked up at Davos with blue eyes that were just as sharp as his father's, and with a far brighter ambition. Maybe. When the boy left, Davos found himself standing for a good long while in the lengthening evening, only occasionally moving to help the men load supplies or otherwise give orders. The men didn't like the lack of horse on Dragonstone, but ultimately they would keep in line out of respect for Lord Stannis. And speaking of the Lord, Davos smiled as Lord Stannis approached, standing up and greeting him. My lord. Sir Davos. How goes the preparation? Well enough. We should have no issues getting to the Reach with what we have aboard now. Good, Stannis said, marching by towards the Fury, which sat further down the docks. Pardon me, Lord, are you not staying at the castle tonight? Are the men? No, my lord. Then I shan't be either. Davos wondered why the upper nobility even bothered marrying at all if they disliked each other so much. He certainly intended to stay at port with his own dear wife. Then again, perhaps it's just duty. Even after serving as his right hand for nearly a decade, Davos found his lord hard to read at times. He turned back towards the castle and felt the crunch of paper in his pocket. Ah, I forgot to ask him about the boats. Chapter 4, Arthur 2. 289 AC. My mother declined to watch the fleet depart with me from the battlements, citing a mild cold she had contracted in the morning. It wasn't a lie worth arguing about. It was nice seeing father at least. I had even made the effort to visit him on the Fury this morning, just to see him off. It was important that he feels appreciated. My father was not yet so old and bitter about his life as he might become, and I would try to relieve his burden as much as I could without joining his expedition myself. I was no social genius, but Stannis seemed the type to be greatly relieved knowing that someone he cared for did seriously appreciate his efforts. It was an appreciation my uncles were unhelpful in providing. So I would pick up the slack wherever I could. I had slipped up yesterday. I didn't want to make anyone aware of my intent to conquer the stepstones later on just yet, but my father would likely know soon enough, and that would probably lead to a conversation that I didn't really want to have just yet. I sighed as I walked down the stairs. Presently I had too little to show for my inventions, despite the rather lucrative trade in dragon glass jewelry that was keeping them running. Sure, I was probably making the highest quality steel outside of Qohor, but that didn't solve the issue with actually turning it into cannons. Handguns I had already done quite well with, of course. The scale of them made it far more manageable, and no firing mechanism was so complicated that it wasn't workable. Hell, I'd even made a working bolt action. If Gerald Frey could make a contact explosive that wasn't wildfire, I would be quite a bit ahead of the curve for small arms when news of gunpowder eventually leaked. For now, though, we mostly made misfiring cannons and breech-loading flintlocks. Then again, I should thank my lucky stars I could even get this far. Westerosi and SSC metalworking were far ahead of every other aspect of their society, social or technological, and it didn't take too long for an armorsmith to figure out how a gun worked. Cannons were the goal though, and the blasted things continued to elude me. Thinking on this line, I entered the workshop in a somewhat sour mood, waving over my ostensibly reformed alchemist. "Ah, Arthur, how are you this morning? Tired, grumpy, you?" Gerald Frey was a twig of a man, something one wouldn't expect of the most fertile family in Westeros. But, something he did share with much of his kin was a strong desire to leave the twins, and he had originally found an outlet for that desire in the Alchemist Guild. However, after Robert's rebellion, the guild had been left leaderless by a certain Lannister, and his noble blood saw him rise to the rank of wisdom in the absence of oversight. That was when his issues started, as I understood. Gerald Frey was not very good at politics, you see, and he had been on his way to being dead in a dark alley when my father had snatched him up and packaged him off to me as the most convenient available alchemist. Thankfully too, a more savvy politician would be far less trustworthy. Gerald had worked for me 3 years now, and with a genuine love for learning, we had gotten a long way up the tech tree, further than I had thought possible when we started. "I'm doing quite well actually. Lord Stannis visited last night." "Really? Well, it was going to happen eventually. What did he think of it?" "Ah, he didn't say much, just asked me around the place and I demonstrated what we're trying to build." "Oh, he did take one of the cannons and some shot and powder for it though, after I explained what it did." "He did?" I brightened up considerably with that news. Hopefully, he wouldn't get his men killed untrained, but at least it meant he approved of them in some capacity. "Yes," he said, "it might serve well as a signaling device that the whole fleet could hear." I had to chuckle slightly at that. It would serve that purpose at least. Well, let's hope it does what he wants it to. Which one was it? "The thick bore. It at least shouldn't blow apart on the first shot." "Good." I nodded towards the proper forge. "That one was decent looking, just a bit frail towards the front. Let's see if we can't get any even bore on the next cast, shall we? I'll have the smiths stoke up the fires at once." "Good. I want a working one for father when he gets back." Once I got the smiths and Gerald started, it was off to my own lessons. It wasn't as if I was much help in the workshop anyhow. No, instead my day was rather full of classes. I had writing lessons for 2 hours, then history and religion for around another 2. In the afternoon, when it was warmer and less damp, I had swordplay and archery, which I enjoyed well enough, though archery would be redundant when I actually went to battle. Normally we would have dinner afterward, after which I would take a quick bath, and then I would go speak to my accountants and partners. After that I would retreat to my quarters for the evening, or, on nights like tonight, go talk to Maester Cresson. Of all the people in Dragonstone while my father was away, the good old man was second only to my mother in terms of power, official and otherwise, and it was thus he who I relied on the most for the purposes of making sure my projects were working right. "So, how many people are attending the night classes now?" I sat across the table from the man, who smiled nicely as he pulled out his notes. "A few more men than last week, Arthur. These things take time, as I have told you," the man said, and I frowned a little. The lack of literacy was one thing, but a lack of desire for literacy was almost offensive. "Is there no way to further promote it? Are you going to start offering free drinks to pull the men away from the pubs?" "No. Father wouldn't approve." I sat down, sighing. Whoever said it was only the nobility of Westeros who was stupid was lying to themselves. How many does that make now then? 54, though some may well drop the classes, and more will likely join. The kind smile on his face softened the bad news to some extent. In many ways, Crescent reminded me of my own Santa Claus, albeit mostly by his appearance. Septa Dana is overjoyed with the number. She would be. It's a miracle anyone in Westeros can read at all given the lack of desire to do so, I grumbled, fishing out a pen from my jar and dipping it in the inkwell. I have enough coin left from the last shipment to spend some of it. Tell them every man who finishes the class able to read the 7-pointed star will be given a week's worth of whatever he is paid. I doubt anyone has ever paid men to learn their letters before. Every literate man is a better resource for the state, and as men become literate their families will follow. I signed the writ, handing it to him to post on the notice board next to the class advertisement. The fact that illiterate men couldn't read it amused me, but they could ask a friend or something. Is there anything else pressing? I asked calmly, and the maester paused for a moment, nodding. There is one thing. You had mentioned previously your desire to search the lower levels of the drum for the old Targaryen vaults. But I needed Father's permission since we'll be taking some walls down. Well, I brought it up with your father, and he agreed that you may do so as long as you keep an architect handy. I have his seal here. He handed me a letter with the Master of Ships insignia on it, and I grabbed it quickly, tearing it open and noting his signature. Excellent, may I have permission to skip history and religion classes with you until I find it? I asked, perhaps a tad too eagerly. Still, the possibility of Valyrian steel was too good to pass up as far as I was concerned. Every other day, he said, staring me down. And no more than 3 days a week. Deal, I said, shooting to my feet. I needed to go collect helpers, and a good architect besides. Don't trip over yourself in haste, Arthur. He called down the corridor behind me. I slowed my pace a tad and smiled at the old man's words. I strolled into Shireen's room past a startled maid and quickly planted a kiss goodnight onto her forehead. Searching for buried treasure could wait for the morning. Caution was a virtue after all. Chapter 5, Davos 2. 289 AC. It was 2 weeks at sea before the lookouts spotted the green hills of the Arbor, covered in their famous vineyards and olive groves. Even at this distance, it looked far more cheerful than the port at Dragonstone they had set out from. Despite this, however, the mood of Lord Stannis had only worsened. The proximity to the Reach was decidedly negative in the Lord's view, despite the fact that he would be acquiring reinforcements to the fleet there. Davos could guess why. Many of those ships that were joining the fleet today were the same ones that had seen Stannis, his wife, and their newborn son nearly starved to death some 9 years earlier, feasted even as the defenders starved. Indeed, he had earned his knighthood sneaking past them. Personally, he thought it justice in a way that Lord Pakester would now be answering to Lord Stannis' call. The tables were fully turned, but Lord Stannis always did have a hard time seeing the positive in things. Davos. His lord nodded as he stepped onto the deck, exiting his quarters at the aft of the Fury. The Baratheon moved beside him, taller than him by nearly a full head. He was just a boy the last time he saw the Red Wine fleet. Davos realized with a start, his lord had indeed been only 16 when he held Storm's End, and shorter than the Onion Knight by a foot. The nubs where the tips of his fingers once sat tingled. It seems that Lord Pakester wants to lay out the red carpet for us. Let's see what he wants. His lord gestured to a path that was being opened in the fleet ahead for the flagship to traverse. I can't imagine he does it of the kindness of his heart. No, Davos admitted. I imagine not. They were guided by their rowers past a few dozen cogs and a handful of galleys to the Redwine's own docks at Riamsport. The town's rulers had obviously decided to display their wealth as ostentatiously as at all possible. Great green and purple banners hung from the white-plastered buildings of the port, and streamers bearing the symbol of House Redwine flapped from 100 flagpoles strewn across the waterfront. He saw that his lord's frown deepened at the display, and he knew that whatever the Redwynes wanted they likely wouldn't get this day. Still, it appeared that they fully intended to try, as Lord Pakester himself had come down from the docks at the head of a procession. Even his Lord Baratheon wasn't willing to snub the man so greatly as to ignore him personally. No, with a quick glance he let Davos know that he was in charge of the ship, before marching off with his bodyguard to go meet his peer. While Davos considered getting away from politics largely a positive, he had to admit that the Fury took a great deal of effort to manage, even more so when its supplies needed refilling. "Right, you sorry layabouts. Let's get to work." It was several hours in a blur of haggling, telling off port officials who wanted to tax the Royal Goddamn fleet, and keeping unruly sailors in line before evening set in, and his lord's return with it. Davos didn't doubt that he had been offered to lodge with the Redwynes, but if the man wouldn't sleep in his own castle while on the campaign then he doubted their hospitality was worthwhile to the stag either. After a change of clothes, his lord came to stand with him on the Fury's deck, overlooking the still bustling port town. "I take it the men have not decided to quarter on the ship?" Davos turned to his lord, raising an eyebrow at the silly question. "If you're asking if they're all out whoring, the answer is yes." Lord Stannis let out a sharp breath through his nose and then shook his head. "Fools, the lot of them. Not all men hold duty as highly as you, my lord." "I am aware." They stood there a while, in a silence that was both amiable, and a tad awkward, as all things were with his lord. Still, eventually, the curiosity got the better of him. "So what did the Redwynes want anyway?" he asked, turning away from the raunchy port town to look at his lord. "Just another marriage proposal for Arthur. They have a daughter the same age that they introduced me to. She is not unpleasant. I hadn't realized that you were so inundated with requests for the boy's hand." "There are indeed many such requests, most unserious or ill-fitting. The Redwynes are neither." "So you accepted?" "No." Davos stared at his lord, and finally, the Baratheon relented and explained. "He is still too young. He will face his duty in time, but until then I will not sell his hand away." Davos nodded at that. Even if the boy was oddly mature, he was still very young for marriage. Not entirely unheard of, but extremely rare, especially for boys. "I take it that went over well." "Well enough once I explained my reasoning." "The fleet still sails?" "Of course it does, they aren't Freys." Davos snorted. "Even if they don't like you, they won't ignore the Crown's command over a denied marriage proposal to a child." Stannis nodded and turned back towards his quarters. Still, the Onion Knight had one last question to ask. "My lord, have you decided on an age that would be appropriate for him yet?" It was idle curiosity, more out of interest as to whether his lord was simply shielding his son from the world or if he truly intended to marry him off eventually. Lord Stannis paused for a moment, as if thinking it over, before finally answering. 12, I should think. That was when mine was arranged." As his lord disappeared below decks, Davos internally swore off ever seeking arranged marriages for his children. TCH, Lord's Games. Chapter 6, Gerald I. 289 AC. Gerald smiled as he prepared the cotton and beeswax mixture to stuff into his ears. This was always the best part of testing the new molds. Dozens of cannons would be fired off all day long into targets on the side of the mountain. So far not a one had managed it without a misfire, over the 5 previous test days, and the criteria that young Arthur had set was to stand up to a day of reasonably continuous fire reliably, so as to not fail in the midst of battle. He was a bit surprised to note that the young genius himself had come around and waved him over even as the first of the cannon thunder started further up the Dragon Mont. "Arthur! I'm surprised to see you up and about. Done knocking down the keep yet?" "I don't know where the dragons hid their goddamned loot, Gerald, but I would bet my wealth it isn't under the drum. Every wall that wasn't keeping the ceiling up, every empty space. Hell, we dug a few skeletons up, but not a single coin or scrap of any value." "I'm sorry to hear that," Gerald said honestly, he was looking forward to reforging Valyrian steel if he got the chance. There was just so much that could be done with it. Are you going to continue searching? The Targaryens left treasure everywhere they ever lived, and here, in their oldest homeland? I suspect one bigger than most. I just won't personally be overseeing the search anymore. There are more pressing matters. Such as cannons. The two turned up towards the volcano above, where the air quivered with the relentless cannon fire of the 30 or so molds being tested today. Do you think any of them will make it? I don't know, the boy said, glancing up to the slope. But there are more interesting developments at play, follow me. Gerald felt a flash of disappointment at not getting to observe the barrage but followed nonetheless. You know how Sig screwed up the powder he was making last week? The boy asked genially, leading him over to one of the various stone storage lockers around their testing range. I can remember, yes, if he were still an alchemist he would have had the boy whipped, but then, he was a chemist now. Did you find a use for it? Oh, did I ever? He watched as the child reached down, picking up what appeared to be a large hardened paper construction with a fuse at the back. I had never quite figured out how to do rockets before this, but now? Now we have flares. Flares? Sorry, they had mostly been theoretical before. Just watch this. The boy set the thing at the base of a steep ramp, before lighting the fuse and scrabbling back away. You may want to cover your ears. Sure enough, just as he clamped down hard on his head, the thing went tearing up into the sky, making a fizzling noise. After a moment, it burst into a dull red light with a loud crack. Its remnants seemed to hang in the air. Is that supposed to go towards the enemy? Even now he could imagine the damage strapping a bomb to the front might do. No, it's not as impressive in the daylight, but it's intended to hang in the air and give us light to fight by at night. I should be able to use these to make night attacks a possibility. They'll also probably scare the shite out of people the first time they see them. All of your inventions do that. The word always felt strange on his tongue, but he had gotten used to it after Arthur insisted. The boy was always creating words to describe his creations. Yeah, well, the important thing is that we need to figure out exactly how Sig screwed it up. If we can replicate it we can do both flares and rockets. Those are the ones you point towards the enemy. Like mortars but faster. Gerald always wondered why the boy didn't share the mortars with his father, always so focused on cannons instead. The things already made catapults irrelevant. Exactly. Arthur nodded, a wide smile crossing his face, and Gerald sighed. Guess I have to go track down Sig. Chapter 7, Stannis I. The Lord of Dragonstone glared down at the map, much as he had been doing for the last few hours, looking it over carefully for anywhere that a trap or ambush could be hiding. He was sat in his improvised war room aboard the Fury in preparation for the assault. The Ironborn had made a colossal tactical blunder, now trapped between Fair Isle and the mainland by their own plundering down the coast. Their longboats would be worth far less trapped against the coast where they could not maneuver. It all seemed too easy, and much too stupid for a people who lived and died at sea. Still, he could not miss his opportunity simply because of an ill feeling, and he had already sent the Redwyne fleet around the isle to cut off any avenue of retreat for the raiders. At dawn, the thunder of his son's cannon would signal the start of the attack, and the greatest fleets in Westeros would crush in on the Ironborn from both sides, reducing them to so much kindling in the waves. Presuming, of course, that this was not, in fact, a trap. My lord. Davis stepped into the chamber, his sword at his side and his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Yes, Davos. The sun is rising, and we've spotted Redwyne flags on the other side of the Iron Fleet. They aren't even attempting a breakout. No, my lord, some of them are still being put to water. It seems the Ironborn have only just finished their reeving. MHMIs on the coast today, Davos. They wouldn't be this stupid unless it was meant to distract us from something. Stannis reached down, grabbing his sword and throwing his cloak around his shoulders as he marched onto the deck. Yes, my lord, I'll have the other captains made aware. Good, once you've done that, start the attack. He wouldn't let himself be caught unawares by some trickery, but that didn't mean he would wait for an attempted breakout either. Now was the day and the hour for victory. At least, if he read the wines right. The thunder of the cannon signaled the men to set all the sails in the fleet to full, the Fury at the head of a great wedge of ships that stretched from the coast of the mainland to that of the Fair Isle, the royal fleet sailing proud in all its splendor, the great war galleys positioned at the fore with their ramming heads like an arrow at the heart of the Ironborn fleet, the wind at their backs and their sails full of the biting breeze. The red wines would be the anvil today, and perhaps poetically, Stannis was the hammer. The thought sent a frown to his face, but it soon departed in the face of battle fervor as the cannon at the prow fired once more. It missed its mark considerably, but still produced a great pillar of water that set the men cheering. Stannis for his part shouted a chant the Stormlanders of his navy knew well. "Ours is the Fury!" His cry was echoed by hundreds of others, and the cannon fired again, splintering the mast of an enemy longship. The white sails of the vessel falling into the deep even as the scorpions and catapults of the royal galleys opened fire with their own deadly payloads. There was a great tearing sound and a shock of inertia as the Fury split one of the longships in half with its great ram, the whole vessel shuddering as splinters bombarded the forecastle. Cries of fury broke the silence that followed, and the ship continued to fight. The fleet at large crushing the ill-prepared Ironborn and shoving the mass of them back into the waiting red wine fleet. Archers opened fire from both sides as the Ironborn struggled fruitlessly to injure the larger vessels. Oh, they boarded a few certainly, and when they could they certainly did their butcher's work, unmatched as they were in fighting aboard ships. Still, most of them drowned or died in the torrent of missiles that shattered their morale. It was only after the battle was over and the bloodlust calmed that Davos informed him that the ship which the Fury had rammed at the very start of the fighting had belonged to Aeron Greyjoy and that the man had been captured trying to climb his own vessel. When the final tally was called, and damages to the fleet recorded, Stannis couldn't help but wonder how the Iron Islands had ever expected a victory in the first place. Their fleet was laden with Westerland's bullion and unfit for fighting, though unfortunately much of it now rested at the bottom of the sea. As far as he could tell there had been no trap, no cunning, and he felt his estimation of the Iron Icelanders slip somewhat compared to their fearsome reputation. As he stared out at the wreckage-littered coast, he felt Davos move to his side. "The fleet is ready to move again, my lord." "Good, we sail for Lannisport." "Aye, my lord." As Davos turned to leave, Stannis stopped him for a moment, a hand on the smaller man's shoulder. "How did the cannon fare? It stopped firing, I know." "The men are saying it grew teeth and they couldn't fire it any more." "Grew teeth?" "Blew out the front of it more likely, but the men have taken a liking to it. Gave it a name and everything." "Oh?" Stannis asked, turning to the knight. "They're calling it Iron Eater. Chapter 8, Arthur 3. 289 AC. It was halfway through my archery lesson when news came of my father's victory in the Straits of Fair Isle, and needless to say, I was let out of lessons for the rest of the day. Instead, I took to reading over father's letter, again and again, to parse out details from what he had said. It seemed that the Ironborn had blundered ridiculously, caught with their pants down in the straits and smashed to pieces by my father and the Red Wine's fleets. He had sailed to Lannisport, where he had sent the letter, and picked up my uncle's army and some Lannisport forces besides, and now he was moving north to get the Stark's army before launching a proper invasion of the islands. That meant that there were probably only a few months left in the war before he got back. What's more, he explicitly mentioned my cannon, mentioning that it was useful. High praise as far as I was concerned. It only stung a little that they still weren't combat ready. I was almost ready to give up and go to iron or bronze, but I wanted a bigger advantage than the two would provide. I knew there had to be some way to make them from steel. Mother for her part smiled thinly at the news, or perhaps at my enthusiasm for it, and Shireen certainly giggled when I read it out to her, which prompted a play session where I carried her about and tickled her. A play session which was unfortunately interrupted, as one of the castle aides came running into the room. "Young lord," the skinny man, Agar, if I recalled properly, said breathlessly. They have found a vault. I rested Shireen on my knee, bobbing her gently. Where? I asked as my sister giggled at the change in tone. Beneath Aegon's garden. My mind raced at the implications, and moreover what might be within. Show me. After I put my sister back in her crib, I followed the man through the labyrinthine passages of the drum to the back courtyard which housed Aegon's garden, overlooked by dozens of stone gargoyles in the shapes of monstrosities, some mythical and some all too real. At its back right corner, a shaft had been unearthed, and my mouth watered as I saw it. The workers moved aside as I approached, and I saw the great red obsidian door, carved in the shape of a coiling dragon. No lever or doorknob was present. So, this is where they hid their treasures. I brushed my hand down the door, feeling the finely wrought stone before turning up to the workmen. Have any of you found a way to open it? I asked, though they shook their heads at that, and I turned back to the vault. Probably fire and blood, knowing the Targs. I groaned internally. My ancestors on that side truly did have an unhealthy fascination with making their magic require both burning and bleeding. I thought on the likely source, then pulled out a copper knife from my pocket. After a moment of utter, ludicrous idiocy though, I stopped. The sane part of my mind somehow clinging on to Maester Crescent's insistence on patience and saving me from my own impulsiveness. I put my knife away. Making wildfire in front of a crowd was bad practice. Not to mention utterly stupid to do in an uncontrolled environment. What the fuck am I thinking? I crawled out of the pit. For now, I would attribute the momentary lapse in impulse control to Targaryen blood, or perhaps Baratheon as well, come to think of it. Besides, it was magical shit, and as limited as both of our abilities were, Gerald still had more experience with that than me. My resolve set, I ordered the door covered with canvas. For now, I could access it at a later date, and there was no reason to risk a spy somehow getting in or something. Purpose in my step, I made for the dragon glass dungeon where the more secretive experiments were done. As I descended the black and more importantly fireproof pit where all the truly dangerous shit in the castle happened, I silently wished that magic wasn't such a load of horseshit. The dragon glass dungeon had, when the Targaryens ruled as a sovereign power, been their equivalent to the black cells, a place to keep their most odious enemies in pitched black obsidian darkness removed from all light. It was thus decorated sparsely and thankfully removed of most of the stupid dragon gargoyles that covered the rest of the castle. An excellent place to serve as my evil lair, as it were. Of course, in reality, my lair here was just a somewhat more magically inclined workshop than the ones on the surface. It was here that I had bid Gerald teach me how to make wildfire, a surprisingly simple process in reality, though a clearly magical one. Blood should not make copper dissolve into tar and turn it green, no matter what ridiculous words you said when you opened the cut, and yet it worked anyway, not that I bothered with it very often. Whatever magic was in wildfire didn't transfer to metal crafted with it as far as I could tell. That meant it was only really useful as a magical and highly unstable napalm. Still, I did have some stores, made by both myself and Gerald, as well as the 3 apprentices he had managed to recruit from the school I had set up. My attempts to use magic for other things were frustratingly inefficient as well, though it did create what might technically be considered an electric light source in the form of some stupid jars on the wall which crackled occasionally with lightning. They looked like novelty plasma lamps, and as far as I could tell they were useless as batteries. Even as a light source they were both dim and obviously magical. For the moment they were not suited for much besides accidentally electrocuting yourself. No, I had largely left this place to Gerald alone since about a year ago. I had decided that magic was mostly useless for what I wanted it to do, and moved on to more practical matters. The remnants of his experiments with percussion caps were the only recent experiments in the room, and I was here mostly to grab a small vial of wildfire and be on my way. I selected a clay tube from a particularly weak batch and went on my way. I needed to find Gerald and consult with him on what to do about the vault door. Soon enough I would have access to whatever it was the Targaryens had squirreled away here. Soon enough. Chapter 9, Davos 3. 289 AC. Davos frowned as he rode up beside his lord. Despite having learned to ride after he earned his knighthood, the saddle still felt wrong to him. He knew some men got seasick on the ocean, and he wondered if he might have the same trouble on horses. Still, he followed where his lord went, and most of the martial host was on foot owing to the difficulty of getting horses to the Iron Islands. There it is, Davos. Hammerhorn. Not a particularly impressive castle. Stannis grumbled, and yet one we have to take while my brother claims Pike. As always. Not touching that with a halberd. Davos thought. There were just some issues that you didn't talk to Lord Stannis about unless you were his family or Maester Cresson. Do you want the men to bring up the siege weapons? Yes. I think they should. These Iron Islanders have repeatedly proven morons. Perhaps they will surrender faster if they see what we bring against them. Yes, sir. Personally, Davos thought it might be better if they just started the bombardment entirely before demanding surrender. It had taken burning bales of hay being flung over the walls of Crowspike Keep and Pebbleton to get them to surrender, and he wanted this blasted campaign over with at least as much as his lord did. Still, he rode up to the gates as he had for all the other stupid barbarian castles on the Great Wick, and presented his lord's ultimatum. Gerald Goodbrother stood atop the gate, accompanied by his retinue. Greetings, Southerner. I take it you have come to demand the surrender of my keep. He stared up quizzically at the man. It was the first time one of the blasted reavers had met him at the gate before they started burning their castles down. Aye, that's true. The man nodded plainly, glancing at his men before turning back to Davos. Let's hear your terms then. Davos cleared his throat, back to the part he was equipped for then. Lord Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone, in the name of His Royal Highness, Robert Baratheon, King of 7 Kingdoms and his royal brother, hereby formally requests the surrender of House Goodbrother of Hammerhorn and their submission to the King's justice. If this surrender is met, Lord Stannis will be willing to intercede on behalf of House Goodbrother to the King, and will ensure that all your vassals are treated with respect befitting their status. The Reaver glared down with hard eyes, looking at Davos and then back towards the army setting up for siege behind him. I have some concerns over the terms of this deal. I would like to negotiate a more amicable surrender. Davos stopped for a second, thinking quickly. Do you have a negotiator who you would like to send? The man nodded and gestured to one of his men, who broke away from the wall. Yes, my son Gornon will meet you in a moment. I expect him returned intact on your lord's honor, whether the negotiations go well or not. Davos couldn't actually promise that, but he nodded nonetheless. Though he expected the boy would be fine, Lord Stannis was not the type to murder messengers. The gates parted slightly, and a young man walked out. His hair long and ruddy blonde and his features bitter like most Iron Islanders. Davos nodded at the nervous-looking boy, smiling. Come on, let's get this whole mess over with. The boy, his face flushing at his nervousness being caught out, sputtered, before standing straighter. It was funny how he tried to make his voice sound deeper than it was. Certainly, he said, raising his shoulders so as to appear bigger, though the effect was lost to a man on horseback. He led the good brother back to the siege camp, where he found Lord Stannis waiting at the gates, no longer mounted himself, but instead standing with the guard. Lord Goodbrother is willing to surrender, but would like to negotiate. Pa, he should have done that when he still had a fleet. Now he sends a boy to negotiate. His lord spat out the words like they were the brackish water of these isles. Fine, come with me. Robert said to give you fools a chance as it stands. He glanced down as the boy's facade crumbled. He was clearly unready for this, and Davos had to wonder why his father had even sent him to begin with. Probably because he didn't care if he died. Davos thought, though he tried not to show the way the idea disgusted him on his face. The disregard that some lords often showed for their own families had always been their worst aspect to him. At least his own was not the same. Chapter 10, Crescent 2. 289 AC. He was in the midst of writing a letter to congratulate Lord Stannis for his victory at Fair Isle when young Arthur knocked on his door, and he let the boy in after only a moment. It was too late in the day for the ravens to fly anyhow. "What is it?" he asked curiously, as the boy appeared to be quite out of breath, though the smile on his face belied the fact that he was likely here with good news. "Ah, good, you're still awake. Come quickly." The boy almost lifted him from his chair. "I found the vault, but I don't want to touch anything that might crumble." "The Targaryen vault?" Crescent asked, putting his own feet down. That certainly was news worth getting excited about. Crescent staggered to his feet with the help of the boy. "Where did you find it?" "Under Aegon's garden. It had a magic door, but we got the thing to open with a bit of wildfire." "A magic door?" He looked questioningly at the boy. He had thought him smarter than that. "You tell me what kind of lock you need fire to open and I'll stop calling it magic. Besides, magic is just physics that we don't understand yet." Crescent smiled at that, and gestured for the boy to lead on, which he did, eventually taking them to Aegon's garden, a large part of which had been dug up. Several large wooden pallets were stacked to the side, likely waiting for the loot below to be extracted. "We'll have to stand on one of those to be lowered down. It's quite a drop." The boy waved over the Frey alchemist, who seemed to be putting up some sort of pulley system on long stilts that stood over the pit. "Gerald, will we be ready to go soon?" "Aye, Arthur, we should be set." Crescent took the liberty to stare down into the pit. He could see the so-called magic door below, carved out of red dragon glass and clearly quite decorative. Its sides were quite smooth, and he could not deny that perhaps it might be more than ordinary, given the way that even now it stood directly upward despite the tug of the world. Below was a black pit that seemed to go quite a ways down, the sparse light from above making little visible in its depth. "It seems quite ancient from the look of what I saw earlier. Possibly quite a bit older than our more recent Targaryen emigres," the child said, staring down alongside him. "Of course, it would likely have been easier to find had they not burned the old seneschal's records." "That's certainly true," the old man admitted, before turning to the platform that was supposed to be carrying them, along with a couple of the young Baratheon's aides. "Are you certain of the stability of this lift?" "Oh yeah, normally we use it to move cannons up out of the foundry. It can lift an awful lot more than us." "Very well then." He stepped onto the platform, following Arthur's example and grabbing hold of a rope. "It will wobble a bit, I wager, but just because we ourselves aren't precisely balanced. This is far too much exertion for an old man." Crescent groaned, even as the thing began to descend. He was excited, of course, for the ancient knowledge that might be found here, but that didn't quite make up for the stomach-wrenching lurches of the pallet in his mind, at least not while he was riding it. To his side, the aides lit torches, and as they slowly descended, Crescent got a look at exactly what they were dealing with. Seven heavens! He let out involuntarily. The vault was an enormous and damp chamber, a construction that few could hope to achieve in a single room, even with the greatest of architects. Its walls were polished dragon glass of a dozen colors, crisscrossing in patterns that seemed to follow the lines of its fused construction. 4 colossal statues of collared dragons served as columns holding up the corners of the chamber, leering down at the descending lift, and the bottom glittered with what might well be gold. "This must predate the dance," Arthur said beside him. "I can't see any way they would be able to build those things without dragon fire." "It seems likely," Crescent said, nodding up at them. "But why was it built? This would be a major effort for the Targaryens even at the height of their power. Perhaps it was security, a reserve of wealth and knowledge to fall back on that was lost when they started murdering each other. I suppose it might also predate the conquest, but then I imagine that Aegon would have used it." As they reached towards the bottom, it became clear that the vault was indeed wealthy, and with more than just gold besides. "My word!" Crescent's eyes immediately went to the neatly stacked rows upon rows of spherical stones at the back of the chamber. "Those are dragon eggs, aren't they?" While the aides took a step back, almost as if in fear of the very idea, young Arthur merely glanced at them and turned away. Yes, they indeed are, but they are of little use to me at the moment, and probably fossilized besides. I'm sure some of them could be hatched in the right circumstances, but they are of little use to my father or I presently, at the very least. Instead, Cresson felt a bit of shock at the quick dismissal as the boy made his way to ancient bookshelf upon which numerous ancient books rested, bound in tanned dragonhide by the looks of them. Be careful with those books, lad, paper ages quickly in the wet. I'm aware, but I doubt these have been affected that way, at least if my suspicions are correct. Sig, bring me that light. Cresson moved to the boy's side as he brought the book up flat on an ancient table. In the light, its title was quite clear, written in a truly old Valyrian script. Customs of the Barbarians. He translated, and Arthur nodded along with him. If this isn't from Valyria itself, it probably closely follows the doom. The boy turned the cover back, sending a cascade of dust into the air which sent him coughing over the book. Cresson reached out an arm, but Arthur waved him off. I'm fine, I'll drink some water to clean my mouth out when we get back up. The maester nodded and looked to the page. A copy of an original work by Mirnice of Guise. He felt a chill run through his body. The book in his hands might well contain knowledge well over 1,000 years old. The founder of Mirian? Arthur questioned, having shaken off his coughing fit. That certainly is old. Yes, and who knows what else is on that shelf? Who knows what else is down here? You mean? Since we know the books aren't falling apart, we have one of my major objectives down, and then, aha! The boy climbed over a pile of gold dragons as if they were nothing, moving towards the dragon eggs. There, pressed against the feet of two of the great statues, he stopped. Oh, my! The boy said, apparently struck dumb by the sight before him. Even as Cresson stumbled over the pile of coins to follow, he found that he felt much the same. I think that this collection here may be more Valyrian steel than there is in Westeros. Cresson stared wide-eyed along with the boy at the enormous amount of the legendary material, not just swords, there were also daggers, axes, glaives, and pole arms, even a suit of scale armor if his eyes didn't deceive him, all glistening in the torchlight with that distinctive pattern in the metal unique only to the craftsmanship. The awestruck silence was broken at last by Sig of all people, who spoke from behind him on the coin pile. What in the hells? These ain't dragons. Chapter 11, Stannis 2. 289 AC. Lances splintered and shields shattered on the muddy ground of Lannisport. The horns sounded victory and defeat. It was all ephemeral for him. The shouting and laughing and the unreasonable consumption of alcohol. No, only the bitterness of thankless duty sat in the heart of Stannis Baratheon. When the winners had been announced, the prizes awarded, and the feasting once more commenced, Stannis did not smile, nor would he. For what was the tourney held in honor of? Why, Robert and Ned Stark's victory over the Ironborn. The two were away down the high table from him now, past all of the Lannisters. His brother laughing and drinking, and no doubt later whoring as he always did. It was remarkable that his wife did not object at court, but then again the Lannisters only ever did care for power, raw and military. And who was more exemplary of that ambition than the old lion next to him? Tywin Lannister was, he had to admit, a respectable man in some senses. There was something dutiful about the way the man worked for his dynasty, but at times his ambition strayed far beyond his station. Still, at the very least he did not try to make unnecessary conversation, and the two of them were able to eat in relative silence away from the more raucous end of the table. Ironically, for all that the tournament favored him, Ned Stark also seemed out of his element. Though that was unsurprising, the stern Northerners rarely if ever held their own tourneys from what he understood. A practical policy. He suspected that, much like himself, the Stark would dearly prefer to be in his own lands, as opposed to wasting time in the Westerlands. He had heard the man had children, and by all accounts actually cared for them, unlike Robert. Well, perhaps that was a tad unfair. Robert may have some love for his children, but much like whatever love he might have for Stannis or Renly, it always came second to his own desires. Stannis ground his teeth. Thinking well of Robert at all was irritating. Still, he continued to hold his tongue as Robert repeated for the fourth time how he had made Greyjoy kneel and beg to avoid execution. Something Stannis doubted. Kneel, probably, but the Greyjoys did not seem a begging lot. Not even the young one Theon, who was to be fostered by the Starks as a hostage. Even now the child glared sullenly at his brother the king, and Stannis wondered if his brother ever realized how many enemies his demeanor earned him. But then, he was not one to speak about such matters. Dutiful behavior had a tendency to offend the dishonest after all, and in his years Stannis suspected he had made many enemies due to his duties. Pity for them. He had no desire to offend anyone tonight, just to get through it. So he drank his watered-down wine, and soon enough the blasted feast was over and he was finally back on board the Fury. "I take it you didn't enjoy the tournament, my lord?" "I don't enjoy seeing my brother waste his money on frivolity, no," he answered, managing to avoid grinding his teeth. After more than 2 months at sea, the water was far more relaxing than the Lannister sod. Things made sense on the Fury. The men knew their duty, and how to avoid overstepping it. He glanced at the silhouette of the Iron Eater. The mostly broken cannon that now served more as a figurehead than it had as a weapon. Still, it had proven his son's point well enough. There was, indeed, the potential for a weapon smaller than a scorpion and more powerful than a trebuchet. Presuming that the boy's pet wisdom could fix the fragility of it at least. "Has any news come from Dragonstone?" "Not for some time. Though I have no idea where they would send it. We haven't stayed at one port for very long. I will send a letter describing our victory and the subjugation of the Great Wick. I'm sure Arthur will enjoy it at least. He does seem to be more militarily inclined than the prince, though the prince is still young. I doubt Joffrey will ever plan to conquer the Stepstones though." "No." Stannis felt a small smile creep onto his lips. His son's apparent desire to conquer the pirate-infested isles was perhaps the only time he would ever think of Arthur having a childish dream. Like his own wounded goshawk, the boy would learn better in time. Then again, perhaps that was why he wanted his cannons and his boats. Either way, it mattered little to Stannis. It would be beyond his duty, and Robert likely wouldn't thank him, but it would perhaps relieve some of the bleakness of Dragonstone to have it be king over the narrow sea. Just as long as Arthur didn't get himself killed doing it. Chapter 12, Arthur 4. 289 AC. The vault proved to be as much of a treasure trove as I expected, more so even, with the enormous cache of Valyrian steel weapons. Though it became increasingly clear that it predated the Targaryens entirely, being some sort of reserve vault for one of the Dragon Lord houses. The fact that this much wealth could be concentrated in what amounted to a colonial garrison fortress was terrifying in a way, demonstrating the ludicrous power Valyria possessed at its height before the Doom. That said, I had to impose strict rules at the moment. No one who entered the garden was allowed to leave the confines of the castle. Even Mother agreed. It was simply too much wealth in one place. Wars had been fought for less. No, we would not fall victim to lax security. We would sit tight and take inventory until my father got back, then decide what to do from there, as the treasure was, by rights, his. Until then the castle might as well be under siege. Even the ravens were kept under lock and key at my request. Any that came in would be taken care of here for the time being and not sent back to their masters. It might step on some toes, but we were not going to let a word escape these halls. It, unfortunately, put a stop to classes for a while, but that was the price of our security, and father was returning soon anyway. Still, it was thrilling in a way just counting everything out. Enough gold sat in the vault alone to fight a war, and that was in many ways the least of its treasures. 72 dragon eggs remained in viable condition. They were now being kept in the dragon glass tower with my other more secretive holdings. They were worth little to us except perhaps in trade, but perhaps someday I or my descendants would discover the method raising them once more. Until then they would sleep in the most secure place I could find. Then there were the books, which would likely help make that endeavor marginally less fruitless. Not a one was original, a marvel in its own right given how expensive copying books was without one of my presses, but then the Valyrians had slaves for that. Still, it was a remarkable cache. An ancient history long ago passed into myth was now made clear, albeit with a strong Valyrian bias. The real treasures were the dragon lore. The Valyrian methods for hatching, rearing, and keeping dragons, and more besides. There was even a book on their uses for architecture, twisting their fire into stone to create structures like Dragonstone itself. The Targaryens themselves clearly didn't know half of this shit, else Maegor's holdfast would probably look more like Barad-dûr. Then came the armory. A thing of utter beauty and no less absurdity. There were no less than 47 separate items crafted out of high-quality Valyrian steel, including 2 sets of armor, 4 shields, and a helmet. The 40 weapons were each a work of art in their own right, and while I would wait for my father's return to give them names, I had still held each one in my hand testing their weight, though most I couldn't properly swing. In addition to the Valyrian steel, there was a truly staggering amount of dragon bones stored in a side chamber. Skeletons of dragons great and small decorated the walls, and a good number of mighty wing bones had been forged into bows. It was almost a shame that they would soon be outdated by firearms. Finally, there was chest after chest of luxury goods, stored in great stacks of uniform wooden boxes against the bottoms of the walls in both the side chamber and the main. Mirrors of polished gold, jewelry of ludicrous finery, indeed even a necklace of Valyrian steel encrusted with an enormous emerald and rows of pearls, fit for some warrior princess of old to wear. Valyrian clothing fit for the dragon lords somehow preserved against the effects of time, apparel fit for the royalty of the most powerful empire in the history of the world. Amongst them were several silk skirts that I planned to quietly sell off as fast as possible. The Valyrian style left little to the imagination, and I wished to see neither my sister nor my mother don the near-transparent clothing. Even if it did sparkle like diamonds in the torchlight. Overall, I spent a good part of my next few days in that damp, cold vault, withdrawing treasure after gilded treasure from its depths. My mind racing through the possibilities it provided for both my family and myself. Truly, I thought, I had been blessed with the luck of the gods. It was only on the day before my father returned that I noticed the curse that I had taken on in exchange for that luck. It was then that the skin on the edge of my right shoulder blade began to turn a sickly grey and start to flake off, becoming hard and stiff like granite. Evidently, the gods loved their jokes. Chapter 13, Stannis 3. 289 AC. The Furies' return to Dragonstone was a thing of small fanfare. Most of the fleet had already split off back to King's Landing for repair and resupply. Or else to other ports along the coast from Tarth north to Cracklaw Point. Still, despite the lack of fanfare, or perhaps because of it, Stannis was glad to be back to his own holding. It would never be Storm's End, but his family was here, even if they had been strangely silent for some time. To his growing fear. His fears were relieved somewhat when he saw that Maester Cresson and his wife both had come down to the port to see him in, the small delegation cast into shadow by the enormity of the galley as it came into port. He was surprised to see Selyse, but he supposes it was her duty, and perhaps she wanted him to perform his own as she often did when he made it to Dragonstone. "Can you take care of the men, Davos?" The knight nodded and he returned the favour, stepping down the gangplank to go meet with the two. "My lord, it is good to see you returned in good health. We were rather thrilled to hear of your victory." Stannis felt his spirits drop as he heard the tightness in the old man's voice. He glanced sharply to his wife, but her face betrayed nothing of the problem either, save a look of worry that he had scarcely seen her wear. "What is wrong, Maester?" he asked, his almost glad countenance from a moment before turning on its head. "Ah, well, many things have happened recently, but here is not the place to discuss it. Let's return to the keep." Stannis blinked at the words but then nodded. If it was serious enough that Cresson feared spies, then he could certainly afford to speak in a more secure location. "Give me a moment to make Sir Davos aware," he said quickly, waving the man down and letting him know he was going to the keep. He noticed the whole town seemed to be on edge as they moved through it, and the castle had guards posted at a full watch. When the gate shut behind them with a heavy thud, he turned to his master with a questioning look, and the man simply gestured him on into the great hall. "Good enough," the old man said, sitting down and bidding he do the same. After a moment Selyse sat next to him, her eyes staring straight forward as if she was trying to contain herself. "First and foremost, your son found the Valyrian vault he was looking for and a truly spectacular hoard inside." Stannis raised an eyebrow at that. "Spectacular enough that you all have decided to shut the castle off as if it is under siege. There were no less than 40 Valyrian steel weapons in the vault." Stannis looked at the man for a moment, the words taking time to settle in. 40. You could have heard a pin drop in the hall despite its size. "Wait. Did you just say 40? For the first time in a very long time, Stannis Baratheon found himself caught flat-footed. House Baratheon had only ever had one such weapon, and that was lost with his father's ship, sunken deep in the Bay of Storms. That's more than the Targaryens ever had. The vault predates their coming here, by what I estimate to be around 130 years. It was built before the Doom, and the rest of its treasure is just as worthy as the weapons. All of it was somehow preserved against the cold and damp. Which brings us to the second problem." Before he could ask Cresson what he meant, his wife blurted out the answer, her face finally breaking into a mass of worry. "Arthur has contracted grayscale," she said matter-of-factly. "My son got grayscale pulling treasures for you out of that damned vault." Stannis wasn't quite sure how to respond to his life. Normally she was simple enough to deal with, but now, with tears welling in her eyes and the news of his sons, Arthur might die. That was unacceptable. Stannis stood to his feet. "Where is he?" "He's shut himself in his room at the moment. He let me in to see him once, to verify that it was truly grayscale, but otherwise, he has denied all contact but to have men pass water and food through the door. He says he doesn't want to infect others." Stannis could see the logic in that, the duty his son took on, but he just couldn't find it in himself to care. He turned to Selyse, who had dabbed up the tears of her outburst with a kerchief. "Take me there, I can't navigate this blasted castle." Maester Cresson made a valiant attempt to stand, trying to block them. "Now Stannis, I will tell you now, he has only contracted the scale, not the plague. He should be fine given adequate care, which he seems capable of giving himself well enough. I would not have left him alone had I thought he would not." Stannis cut him off, marching past the man with Selyse. Contagion or no, lethal or no, he would not fail his son the one time he actually seemed to need him. It was duty, and also more than that. His wife guided him down the paths of the castle swiftly to the shut door of his son's quarters. They may have disliked each other in many ways, but at this moment they acted as one. His support was evidently all she needed to override Cresson. He knocked 3 times, sharply, and perhaps a bit harder than he needed to. "I'm going to guess that that's Mother," he heard from the other side of the door. His son's voice sounding clear despite the sickness. "Close, but incorrect," Stannis spoke clearly, turning the knob which was surprisingly unlocked. "Father? Come in if you feel you must, but know that you risk your own health doing so." He pushed open the door. The quarters were large, though not so much as his own princely quarters, and his son sat at the table scribbling notes down without a shirt, his pale chest and back exposed along with the grey splotches that formed high on his right shoulder. His son quickly closed the notebook, turning to face him. Stannis felt the wind go out of him at the sight. "It's true then? That I managed to pick up grayscale in the ancient dragon vault?" "Yes. The disease loves the damp and cold, I should have known some might reside there." "Is that why you have the fire burning in summer?" he asked, noting the small bellows next to the blazing fireplace in the corner of the room, which flickered a pale orange. Partially that, and also because scalding water is supposed to slow down its spread. Amongst other things, the boy shut the book before him, instead gesturing to a shelf full to the side. I have become quite the expert on idiotic methods for combating grayscale over the last 2 days, and all that I can speak to in order to relieve you is that this does not seem to be a deadly case. The grey plague is reported to start at the extremities, and my fingers and toes work fine as of yet. But his mother started, but Arthur simply pointed towards his shoulder. This is going to spread somewhat, I cannot stop it, but I am currently doing everything reasonable to slow its spread. That does not include removing my own collarbone. I do intend to live through this, mother. Oh! Arthur, Stannis was rather taken aback when the woman flung herself at their son, only for the boy to push his chair into her and rebuff her attempt to embrace him. Mother, please, you cannot hug me. If you got infected, your own case might not be this mild. Stannis felt a chill as his son turned to him, a pleading look in his eyes. He already knew what the boy wanted. He wanted Stannis to do his duty, to look past his own feelings on the matter. It felt like a punch in the gut, but one for his own sake, like replacing a dislocated joint. We need to go, he said, finally, his hand clamping down around his wife's shoulder. If anything changes. If you think you are going to die, tell me, or Maester Cresson, he said simply. Taking his wife out of the room. He knew that his son would suffer, that he very well might still die. The whole thing felt like a blade being pressed against Stannis' heart. Nonetheless, he would endure it rather than risk himself pointlessly. For that was what duty meant. Even in pain, sorrow, or heartbreak, he would soldier on. He was a Baratheon, damn it. He had to. Chapter 14, Arthur v. 295 AC. It was a harrowing thing watching a quite possibly magical fungal infection grow on one's own shoulder over a period of months, trapped in a single room while you ate bread and stew and drank little other than boiled water. It was an unpleasant experience, and one I was not entirely sure that I would live through, particularly when the infection began to creep up the side of my neck. From my reading, I knew the face was particularly vulnerable to grayscale due to the orifices present. On the other hand, the rest of the castle's population seemed to be able to avoid it from my through-the-door conversations with Gerald. Maester Cresson had apparently taken to my recommendation of cooking all of the loot in bakers' ovens with gusto, which likely helped remove it from whatever sorry piece of junk I had been infected by. Well, presuming it was not magical. I had no idea if it was or not. Still, I had little to do in the long hours and trackless days locked in my quarters other than taking searing baths and rubbing alcohol on the afflicted area, which did, admittedly, slow its growth down. It just didn't seem to stop it. I spent most of my time doing something that I likely should have done far earlier, given the precarious nature of life in this world. I had Maester Cresson being me a fresh book, and then I began to write down all I could think of that would be valuable to my family. Ideas, concepts, insights. From astronomy to political science and from steam engines to recoilless rifles, I scoured my brain for everything useful that could be done, and when I finished that, I began to write what I knew of the future yet to come. Of the death of Robert, the nature of his children, why Littlefinger and Varys should be summarily executed if you ever got an excuse. What Daenerys would likely do with her dragons and the invasion of the White Walkers in the north both were clear enough as well. It was grim work on my part, more akin to writing a last will and testament than anything I truly desired to put to paper in such a form, monotonous too. By the 4th month, when I could finally confirm that the grayscale had stopped, it was a new year. The infection had been slowed to a crawl for some time, so I had taken to marking my flesh with ink at intervals so that I could make sure that it actually properly stopped. In a polished golden mirror, I stared at the damage, such as it was. The stony skin had crept over my right shoulder and down onto my chest, where it had ended, its growth just above my right nipple, though it had thankfully let my arm and shoulder joint alone as far as I could tell. It was more stiff of disuse than due to disease, I would wager. Unfortunately, my neck and face were not equally spared. While it might still be less important for a man than a girl like my sister, it still stung to know that I would likely forever bear the scar of rocky flesh reaching up to around the base of my jaw on the right, with jagged growths that appeared like mountains stretching up my cheek. I would likely never have been handsome in more than a rugged way anyhow, given my parents, but the gods seemed intent even to ruin that little chance in exchange for my prize of ancient wealth. I wonder if the Targaryens put that vault here as a security against the Roiner plague. Ironic then, that they probably carried it here themselves. When no marks had been passed for the past week, I asked Maester Cresson to come to confirm that the disease had indeed stopped. He pricked me with needles, drew a bit of clear blood from beneath the skin, and then confirmed it. "You appear to be healthy, if a somewhat scared young boy at the moment," he smiled, ruffling my hair. "Come, let's get you to see your father. He is on Dragonstone." I asked, surprised. He had not come to speak to me since I asked him and mother to stay away. "He has never left out of fear for you, I suspect." The small council raised a fuss, but he silenced them by giving King Robert a Valyrian sword. I nodded at that. It seemed like something father would do, though the fact that he had stayed out of fear for me was touching in a way that was hard to describe. What else has changed while I have been shut up in there? Well, as we walked through the great fused stone halls of Dragonstone, Maester Cresson informed me of what my father had done with all of the treasure. Most of it was expected, but some of it. "He's done what?" "You heard me correctly. He decided that half the gold be set aside for my son's expensive projects." I was quite surprised as well. "But then, his men have taken a liking to your cannon, I hear." I blinked at the enormous sum that likely represented even as I entered the room of the painted table where my parents were having dinner. Of course, what happened to the treasure fled my mind almost instantly as I saw the baby cradled in my mother's arms, far too small to be Shireen. What? Chapter 15, Thranduil I. 291 AC. Thranduil Blunt was considered a boring man by SSE standards. A well-connected one to be sure, but boring nonetheless. He had always strived to take that as a compliment. It was a desirable trait for his profession after all. One would not trust an exciting man to take care of their money, lest he lose it all in some gamble in a far-off land you had never heard of. Not that exciting men weren't useful, mind you. They most certainly were. Indeed, the discerning investor could make a great deal of money by identifying the very gambles he spoke of, for as long as the risks were mitigated properly, investment in one could yield truly enormous rewards to the boring men who backed them. Thranduil made it a habit of being one of those backers, and approximately a third of the time it worked out for him. That third made enough money to easily dwarf the other two, let him pay interests on the accounts, and the Iron Bank grew, as a result, dwarfing the other banks of Essos to a point where, if not for political defences, it could likely devour them all, and still not take in its own value in the process. Not that that would be desirable in the long term. The Iron Bank had its own political protections to concern itself with, protection that only existed in Braavos. Still, its interests did not stop at the edge of the Titan's feet. No, it had a presence in all of the free cities, and moreover was the primary external bank to operate in the Seven Kingdoms. A land full of exciting men held back from profit by the nature of the frankly primitive systems that governed them. Still, the occasional individual did break through, and one such man, or perhaps boy would be more accurate, was Arthur Baratheon. Now what on earth am I going to do with this? Thranduil wondered, staring down at the odd-looking ship sitting lightly in the dock before him. The letter describing it and its operation had called it a cutter, and it was apparently supposed to be a demonstration of the boy's new shipbuilding concerns. According to the men he had hired to test it, it was quick, light, and could tack well against the wind without rowers, but it was hardly anything he would have use for. Why, he hadn't even set foot on a boat outside of parties held on them, much less sailed. He had never set foot beyond the edge of Braavos. He was much too busy for that. Still, it was a gift and investment in future relations with the bank, and he could not deny the impressive scale of the gesture. "Perhaps the boy wants to invest as much in us as we invest in him," the banker chuckled, nodding slightly. It was always good for the bank to be properly appreciated. For all their talk of feudal contracts, it always seemed hard for the Westerosi to grasp any similar obligation to the Iron Bank, and relations tended to be sour at best as a result. "Well, I'm sure the Sea Lord will like it. One more boat for his pleasure fleet, I suppose." It was all much too exciting for him. Chapter 16, Ares I. 291 AC. It had sounded a cushy deal at first: sign up for the young lord's classes, learn to read and get paid to do it. Indeed, it was a cushy deal, too good in fact. Because once he learned to read, he couldn't go back to being a fisherman. Oh, he had no doubt some men could, some of his friends had even gone back better fishermen, but fishermen still. But he read the paper. He saw the Lord Arthur's new ships glide out into the sea like daggers propelled by the wind, their bright white sails bulging as they flew over the waves. He heard of the opportunity in the new company the young lord had made for men who could captain a boat, and he had taken to the job with relish. Now, he was captain of his own ship, well, the company's own, but he was still her captain. The Wave Dasher, she was named, and his pride and joy she was, to the point his wife had gotten jealous. The boat lived up to her name, the seventh of her kind. She had some small improvements over her kin, and he was sure she could beat any Tyroji cog from King's Landing to Volantis thrice over before the cog made one full trip. She may have lacked cargo space, but you simply couldn't beat that speed. No, he was quite sure that there wasn't a ship in the world outside the company that could even hope to match her in that regard. And now, far from his trials sailing about the bay at Dragonstone, he was finally being given permission to run her free on the coast. The company had given him the charter to run a circuit from King's Landing to White Harbour, and all the real ports in between. At each stop, the company had an office, and the men there would ensure he got high-quality goods at a reasonable price, and sell off what he carried from the last port. He and the crew even got a cut of the profit, and the profits ought to be excellent given what speed they could carry them with, especially when split over a crew of only 15. The captains of those galleons the young lord was working on at the new shipyard might have more things to sell when they hit the water, but whatever they made would be split over 30 or 40 men, perhaps more. He would take his odds with his smaller crew. It all seemed right clever to him, this whole company business. Everybody won. The sailors got a better cut since there wasn't a need to pay oarsmen. The captains got the best damn ships he'd ever seen, and the company took a bit of money out to build more ships. A tidy arrangement if ever he saw one, and his father was a merchant. Well, he wasn't a great merchant, else his son wouldn't have had to become a fisherman to take care of him in his old age, but still, a merchant nonetheless. He toyed with his hat where it met his braided silver hair. And to top it all off, he had gotten a bonus for just being a captain. They'd dressed him all up in a nice leather coat and boots like he was some sort of lord or a knight at least. He smiled as he saw the reefs coming in the distance, the water shallow near their top. To a normal ship, they would be terrifying, but he spied them in the distance and felt the wind caught in the sails as he turned the ship's wheel, the light vessel swerving to the side with grace and speed as he tacked around the obstruction, the breeze of the northern Blackwater captured even at an angle in the triangular sails. If every man had a boat like this, then every man be happy. Chapter 17, Arthur 6. 291 AC. I smiled as I made my way down to the docks, waving at the men I passed. Ever since I had been able to leave the castle, I had begun marching about the town as frequently as possible so as to ingratiate myself to the populace at large. Occasionally I even convinced my sworn sword and tutor, Jaehaerys Velaryon, a nice young knight from one of their numerous cadet houses, to ride out with me to some of the smaller fishing villages around Dragonstone where I had been trying to set up more classes. The people didn't really seem to know what to make of me for the most part, but I was confident that they would come around eventually. The lord you knew was better than the one you didn't. Still, most days it was just my growing little port here, full of dragon seeds and SSE and Crownlanders hired to build ships. Thus far at least people hadn't made too much of a fuss over the immigration, but that would probably only last as long as there were jobs and money for all of them. But then, that was what the company was for. By far the largest of the buildings in town, if one forgot the towering castle, built of stone and wood over a steel frame, the first steel-framed building in the world if I was thinking correctly, though it was no high-rise to really need the support, but it demonstrated that it could be done. The lobby was well designed, if still plainly furnished, and a great wooden carving of the corporate seal sat above the welcome desk. I nodded at the doorman, John, before moving upstairs to my office. It had the best view of the rapidly developing harbor, befitting my status. From it I could see the new buildings being erected, the piers being put out. It was all artificial, of course. Dragonstone's spectacular growth. The company was not so large just yet that it would need this many docks in the near future, nor was the economy of the entire island enough to need this much trade, at least not yet. But for all I cared, the invisible hand of the market could go toss itself over the Dragonmont caldera. I was intently and deliberately making sure that my own hand was both very present and very visible. I was essentially a broadcasting opportunity. Oh sure, to the men coming it was mostly just the Narrow Sea Company or even the individual recruiter that was hiring them, and that was deliberate. Once they set foot on my island though they learned damned quick that it was my island, and that I was the one buttering their bread, selling them houses at below market rates and offering to transport their families here free after a year of service. I was the one bringing them up to what might someday be considered middle class. And at the moment, I was losing money hand over fist doing it. I would see profits off the trade, certainly, but not net profits when one factored in all the things I was importing. The inland of Dragonstone was now for the first time being shaped into terrace farms and cultivated, but the food wasn't the biggest cost anyhow. Not to mention the large expense of keeping my overseas offices. They were paying for themselves already by cutting out middlemen, but they were still yet another thing to add to the negative side of the budget. This morning was the first meeting I was holding in my brand spanking new office, and appropriately enough, it was in order to solve my money problems. I tugged at my high collar as the Bravasi man walked in. I had taken to wearing one in order to conceal the grayscale. It didn't quite hide the scarring on my right cheek, but it did at least make it less obvious. My lord, he greeted, the picture of politeness, though I did not yet have the title. Mr. Andian. I'm not one yet, but thank you for the greeting. Ah, but a lord of ships regardless. I dare say you are trying to build your own arsenal here. I nodded slightly. Though for purposes of building trade rather than crushing loathsome slavers, at least for now. The man nodded, smiling at that. And worth quite a fortune too, as I hear it. I presume that this is why you call on the Iron Bank? My, Lord, Mr. Thandril, in particular, was interested. I believe you have dealt with him before. Yes, give my greetings to him if you please. While I still have funds to spend for a good while longer, I suspect they will run dry by the middle of next year. I actually expected to run out at about the first quarter, but he didn't need to know that. Hence, I need a loan to push through the rest of my expansion until my trading vessels begin to pay for themselves. Most would be content to settle for less, explosive, growth, were they in your position. How does the bank know you will repay your debt? My model is sound. It will only take me perhaps through next year to upkeep my current holdings through trade profits, and the company will only continue expanding from there. I was under the impression that your knife ships were not such great money makers. They make well above what their tonnage would suggest because of the model, but even still, it will be the galleons that really bring in the gold. I gestured to my window, open for now with glass yet to be installed. You can see their skeletons forming across the bay. They'll carry more goods than a cog and be near as fast as a cutter with the wind at their backs, though slower in tacking. I see, a match for swan ships of the Summer Isles then. Quite. I nodded. And with a bigger complement of men to safeguard against pirates, I can expand past Westeros and Bravos to do business through the Stepstones onto the southern coast of Essos. That does indeed raise your prospects. The man admitted, his hand rubbing gently the wispy black beard admitted his chin. The Sea Lord sent me here in friendship as well. I presume you would be willing to put some of your ships up as collateral. The designs as well if you consider them worthy enough. The man's eyes narrowed like a hawk at that, probably expecting me to be more hesitant in parting with the designs. I met his gaze evenly. I am simply that confident in my success. Whatever he saw in my eyes, he relented, pulling a long scroll out of his cloak. In that case, I believe the Iron Bank will be willing to make a generous exchange. Chapter 18, Jonner and I. The hand of the king rolled out of bed, groaning as his back popped with the strain. He was old, and he felt it more every day. He dressed himself in his fine suit and acted the part of the hand for a disinterested king. A thankless task, and one that left his own lands bereft of a proper lord. If Tywin Lannister's father hadn't made him a monster, then Jon was sure that this job would have done it anyway. King's Landing was like a bitter poison, it seeped into you even as you tried to maintain some semblance of order over it. And speaking of poison, he made his way down from his quarters in the Tower of the Hand into the small council chambers, where the real rulers of the realm gathered. Unusually, he was not the first one present, and he glanced at the two men who had apparently arrived before him only to stare each other down. No, the king's brother said, a tone of an imminent threat to his voice. You will keep your paws off of my son's businesses in the future or I will see you thrown from this tower. Your duty lies elsewhere, Lord Baelish, I suggest you see to it. I have no idea what you're talking about. The slightly younger man said, pleading his innocence. I only maintain the treasury. We both know that those men answered to you. The Baratheon looked up from Peter, noticing Jon, and nodding silently. Lord Arryn. It appears your choice for Master of Coin was a poor one. Now I hardly think that's fair. What evidence do you have against me? I will hear it. My son's men have been rejecting your bribes for months at this point. I have simply been inviting them out for dinner. That does not prove I would order an attack on them. Dinner and whoring both, no doubt. I am glad that they are men of real conscience, else they would have surely fallen prey to your foolishness. Your brother the king seems to view it as more than. Lord Stannis. Peter. Please cease this bickering. Jon finally shouted over the two. His eyes scanning between theirs. Lord Stannis, I must ask that you refrain from making such accusations in future without enough evidence to support them, and Peter, I have told you before that running brothels and street gangs is unbecoming of a master of coin. Peter had the decency to look abashed, while Stannis if anything glared harder. He looked about to say something when another voice spoke out at the table. Quite, though I do not believe it was Lord Baelish who gave those men orders to harangue your sons. What is the term his company uses? Employees. Jon turned to see the spider, looking much as he always did, far too smug to be up to anything good. Still, he did not doubt the truth in the man's words. Peter wasn't stupid enough by all accounts to pick a fight with the master of ships. Everyone was keenly aware of the glistening sword that hung at the Lord of Dragonstone's side, as well as the wealth he had supposedly found alongside it. His teeth grinding, Stannis turned to the Master of Whispers, before he seemed to think better of it and his anger lessened. He nodded sharply, though he still sent a parting glare against the Master of Coin. The small council lapsed into an uneasy silence as they waited for the arrival of their last regular members. Selmy arrived quickly, and unsurprisingly Pycelle took longer than was at all reasonable to come bumbling into the chamber. Tapping his finger on the desk, Jon glanced around, clearing his throat. The small council is now in session. There were nods around the table, and he felt some relief that the men could at least manage to shut up for a moment to think for the good of the realm. The first object on our table today is the recent fire in Flea Bottom. While the suspects have been arrested, it is unclear what their intentions for starting it in the first place were at the moment. The various lords at the table glanced around. Such discussion would normally belong to the Master of Laws, but none was present at the moment, so the position's tasks fell to the small council. "You fear CO conspirators?" Sir Barristan Selmy asked. In many ways the King's Guard commander was wasted as a bodyguard. Having long served the kings of Westeros, he had a good mind for law and justice. "Indeed. Do you have any insight, Varys?" The old eunuch glanced at the knight for a moment before nodding to Jon. "I have suspicions, but I cannot yet confirm anything. The cult of Arhiller has become more active in the city of late, and both of the suspects are members. My sources speak that they seek a great fire as a tribute to their red god, but whether that is their true goal here I do not know. Is a purge necessary then? Drive them out of the city back to wherever they came?" Peter asked plainly, but Jon had to shake his head. "Better we simply keep eyes on them, do not let them achieve their arson, but if we purge their cult they may well go underground, and in Flea Bottom that would make them very hard to properly root indeed." "A sensible plan." "I agree," the Lord of Ships said, his hand resting on his sword handle, perhaps unconsciously, as if daring anyone to challenge his ruling. None did. The measure passed quickly, and Jon was thankful for a moment before he remembered the next item on his list. "So, the organizing for Prince Joffrey's 10th name day tournament is going to be." Some days, Jon wondered if he had made the right choice becoming Robert's hand. Every time he concluded that yes, he had needed to do it, the realm needed order and, moreover, Robert needed him. Every time he asked, he found that he had to think longer to reach that answer. Chapter 19, Selyse I. 291 AC. "My lady." Selyse stared at the SSE woman, and moreover at the enormous boxes at the servants carried behind her. Her son was a dear, but he had a tendency to overdo things, much like his little port. "Let me see it." She stared at the dress, long, embroidered finery, far prettier than she deserved, despite what her son said. She had it on good authority from her eye in his company that the boy had hired the tailoress all the way from Volantis. All to make sure she looked her best when they went to King's Landing for Prince Joffrey's 10th name day. It seemed a bit overblown from her perspective, but then, it might well just be her son looking after her, making sure she did not embarrass his father before the court. Her husband, she corrected herself. He had given her 3 children, and even if the man himself was insufferable she could spare him at least that much respect. Respect she did not share for his brother the king. She sighed into her hand, before gesturing to the tailoress who came with it to help her put on the fine thing. "I might as well see how it looks on me." "Yes, my lady," the tailoress said, and Selyse moved to undress as the woman unpacked the rest of the material. Selyse was forced to correct her posture as the corset was snapped into place. Some Volantine invention, it felt like it was crushing her torso when she breathed, so she did so more lightly. After the corset, the first part of the dress proper was put on, a long silk thing. It hung down from her shoulders to her ankles in the bright yellow of her husband's house. But, much unlike the fashion of Westeros, there were yet far more pieces to come. A jacket of black with gold and onyx inlay was placed over the dress proper, and a smaller skirt of the same colors was placed over her hips, hanging slightly below her knees. Thin yellow sleeves were placed over her arms from her hands up, and buttoned into the corset beneath the other fabric. Then another set of far puffier sleeves was placed over those, this time bearing small rims of pearls around the edges. Finally, silvered slippers were placed upon her feet and black silk gloves over her hands. She was about to comment at how ridiculous it all must look when she felt the tailoress begin to braid her hair behind her, but the words dried up in her mouth as she saw her reflection in the mirror. It did little to hide the plainness of her face, true, and while it aided her body's contours somewhat, it was nowhere near enough to match her pretty cousins and their enormous bosoms. But none of that mattered, because what stared back at her in the mirror was not simply ugly, tall, bosomless Céline Florent. Keh, Baratheon. She corrected herself as she marveled at her own appearance, touching her face just to make sure it was still her under all that. "Is it to your liking, my lady?" the Volantine woman said to the side, a small grin on her face as she stood admiring her own work. Selyse would not begrudge her that. Selyse was sure there was not another dress in the Seven Kingdoms as fine as this one, the intricacy, the detail. Even if it made it hard to breathe, it was more than worth it. Even better that it wasn't one of those low-cut dresses that her pretty cousins loved so much. No, despite the ostentatious wealth on display, there was no harlotry here. Only dignity, firmness befitting a proper lady. And here she would never have even known to ask for it. No, she had always thought that the same blacks and greys of her husband suited her best, but it seemed that, like in so many things, her son had an understanding that was far greater than his age. In this, she looked neither the harlot nor the septa. It was a real dress fit for a real lady. It was almost a shame that she would have to wear it next to her dear husband. Stannis Baratheon didn't own an article with a color brighter than grey, save perhaps for the occasional brown. Then again, perhaps I will not have to. She turned to one of the other servants, a dragon seed like many of those who served in the castle. "Would you please bring my son here? I would like to speak with him for a bit." A moment's thought and she turned back to the tailoress, realizing she must have been unnecessarily rude. "I very much like this dress," she said curtly. "No reason to beat around the bush. And I think I may yet have more need of your services." "Indeed, my lady." The woman grinned as she spoke, her posture showing clear excitement. "I would be most happy to make you more. It is so rare that folk appreciate my tailoring, and the nobles in Volantis thought it too stuffy. Oh no, this one shall be more than enough for me. No, but it would be such a shame to stand beside my son and husband in their dour garb while I wear something so beautiful." She made sure to remember to smile even as she addressed the woman, something she normally saved only for her darling children. "My son's gift is much appreciated. I believe I should return the favor, and perhaps for my husband as well." The woman blinked for a moment, the idea clearly running through her head before she nodded frantically. "I could do that, my lady. I have done men's clothes before, albeit rarely." "Good." Selyse kept smiling. "Now what's your name, my dear? I think I should learn more of one so skilled." "Dinah, my lady. I was apprenticed to the Radiant Weaver's house in Volantis, though I only recently earned my mastery." "Indeed? Tell me, has my son already offered you a retainer?" "Indeed, 3 dragons a month, plus whatever material I require." "I will make it 5, and you shall be part of my personal staff," Selyse said with authority. Her son might be upset to have the tailoress stolen, but she was his mother, and this woman was worth more besides. "Once my son gets here for measurements, you will start work on his and his father's clothing immediately." "I already have my husband's measurements kept." Dinah nodded as if she had thought this might happen all along. "Is there anything else, my lady?" The Lady of Dragonstone started to shake her head before a final thought occurred. "Actually, there is one other thing." Chapter 20, Arthur 7. It had seemed at first that there was no way the first of my galleons, the appropriately named Great Stag for its tall and complicated rigging, would never be finished in time to carry us to my cousin's 10th name day. It was a massive ship, after all, intended to carry cargo across the narrow sea and beyond. Indeed, I planned to have a fleet of them circle the globe someday if I ever got the chance. Though perhaps by the time that was reasonable I would possess yet larger vessels. Who could say? Either way, the bulk of it had been unfinished a month before the coming tournament, and my shipwrights had not thought it possible for them to be ready in time. I had pushed the deadline anyhow, making sure they had firewood to work through the nights, and my men had come through. It was easily the largest ship in the harbour, not just from its visibly enormous masts, built from ancient northern oaks, but also for its tonnage and width, for while the length was comparable to a larger war galleys like my father's Fury, the Great Stag and its sister ships were half again as wide, and with a considerably deeper draft. Fortunately, Dragonstone's Bay had once been able to dock old Valyrian dragon ships, and even with my knowledge, I couldn't build a wooden ship the size of an aircraft carrier. Though the Valyrians had admittedly cheated and used magic to do so. It was a little bittersweet, the first time I had ever left the island other than sailing about on short trips to Driftmark or the like on my first few cutters. I waved to Shireen and little Edric, who were still too young to travel. Master Cressy would see after them while we were gone. Still, despite the melancholy of leaving home, my ship was a spectacular sight and made me wish for a brass band to see us on our way. Its great yellow sails were unfurled for the first time, the crowned black stag of House Baratheon repeated on each one, rampant and swollen with the wind that sent us soaring out of the port of Dragonstone like an eagle over the Dragon Mont. I turned to my mother and kept my surprise silent as I saw her dabbing a tear from her eye. No reason to embarrass her when mother's displays of emotion were so rare already. Instead, I just hugged her side, an embrace which she returned for just a moment before releasing me. "Ha!" she sighed, standing to her full, impressive height. "Enough of that." I backed up a bit and she smiled at me plainly. "I must admit, Arthur, when you first began hiring strange alchemists and the like, I worried you might be mad, some Targaryen sickness brought on by Dragonstone." She nodded back towards the rapidly retreating bleak island in the distance. "I cannot deny though, that all of this," she waved her hand up towards the great yellow sails, "golden in the dawn's light, is impressive. You have done both your father and I proud, and you are not even a man grown yet." "Thank you, mother, I'm glad you like it." I cheekily grinned, and she reached out, ruffling my hair, "Like fathers." "I do, so much. You've done great things for the house and for me as well, but I do want to warn you. King's Landing is not Dragonstone. I cannot protect you nearly as well there. Your father can do more with his position, but still, you will not be safe." I nodded sharply, I knew well what she was talking about. The whole city was a nest of vipers. Under no circumstances should you ever move alone, or even leave your quarters in the castle. I tightened my lips but nodded. And she smiled in turn. "Don't pout, dear, once you're a man the size of your father it will be different, but there are far too many ways to hurt a child, and reasons to hurt you in particular. Indeed, we stand on one right now. I would still like to visit my office at the port, mother, just to let the employees know I am appreciated. And to make sure they aren't on anybody else's payrolls," was left unsaid. "Aside from that, I won't leave your side if you do not wish it. Mine or your father's at least." "That should be fine then. If he will not make the visit with you, I will." The idea of my mother talking to merchant folk was strangely amusing, but it looked like she had more to say. "Just look, you know that I love you, Arthur, and your father does too, I think, in his own way." I smiled. "Yep, I know both of those things." She looked relieved then, before sighing. "It's just, you are nearing 12 now, and while the grayscale has put you below what a Lord Paramount might want for their daughter, you are likely going to be quite desirable to every other noble lady in the kingdom. Especially since your father decreed he would begin considering betrothal contracts at 12. If any of them make advances on you, or offer to perform favors, I would ask that you reject them." "Oh, it took a moment to run what she was getting at through my brain. It was simply so outside of my concerns. Essentially, don't sleep around with the young noble ladies. Christ, I'm 11, they don't start that young, do they?" My memory of the books wasn't as clear as it had once been, but I couldn't remember much like that happening, at least, I didn't think it did. "I certainly won't," I said, nodding seriously, and I meant it. The very idea of throwing my business into jeopardy for something so stupid. Then again, I was Robert's nephew. Perhaps my mother was just being pragmatic. "Good," she said. "Good. I think I will retreat below decks with Dinah, and finish selecting the jewelry we will all wear." I watched as my mother departed. She had taken a liking to the tailor far more than I ever thought possible for her, and I was glad for it. Mother didn't have enough friends as it was. Still, as she disappeared below decks, a very odd thought crossed my mind. that being the very idea of my father wearing anything other than rings for jewelry. Chapter 21, Baelish I. The Master of Coin did not come to his study in the Red Keep very much. Oh, he was there to fix his records, to make sure that they appeared spotless even to a thorough inspection, largely because they were completely full of lies. Transactions with merchants who didn't exist. Tax farmers with private contracts, the like. Fixing records only took so long, however, and his real business was conducted in dozens of smaller studies across the city, where he made sure that the crown took in huge amounts of money, and spent even more. Still, he had come to his office on this day largely to get out of the city proper. The stench had begun bothering him, and the balcony here was seaward facing. If he threw open the door, the wind would keep the smell down, replace it with the salty ocean breeze off the black water, which was infinitely preferable. He eventually moved out onto the balcony, enjoying the late evening sun as it faded into the horizon behind him, the Red Keep casting its great shadow out over the Blackwater Bay, keeping him, and all the seaward side of the building hidden in the darkness. At first, the sails were merely a curiosity far away on the open water, a flicker in the distance. He was bored, his considerable intellect tired after a long and extremely profitable day. He had some time ago collected a Myrish eye from an SSE sailor who couldn't pay his debts. An unfortunate fellow who now swam at the bottom of the bay. The brass mechanism was normally simply a decorative piece for his chambers here, but now, with his curiosity piqued, he used it to look upon those slowly growing sails in the far distance. What he saw in them was power, a dozen great sheets carrying by far the largest ship he had ever seen, its prow splitting the water like a great sword, and its whole form glowing with a ruddy orange in the light of the setting sun, like some fire-spewing demon. It was clear whose ship it was. Everyone had heard of the knife ships of the grey-scaled Baratheon child. They passed through King's Landing regularly with their bright white sails and absurd speed, but this must have been one of the larger ships, the vessels that the spies on Dragonstone spoke of being built in their rare correspondences. If anything, they had understated the scale. The sails on its mast towered over the sea like the battlements of a castle in and of itself. The merchant princeling of Dragonstone was sending a message here, and he likely knew it as well. His vessel would dwarf every ship in the harbour, and with the stags on the sails, it would be instantly recognizable. I bet the old lion will throw a fit when he arrives. Peter chuckled. The man would see it as a clear threat to his bastard of a grandson, not that Tywin was even aware of his children's incestuous habits, at least not as far as Peter could tell. Still, the young stag was not his problem. Even if he wanted him gone, there were too many eyes on the boy right now to act so carelessly, especially after most of the council suspected he had been behind the attempted racketeering at the boy's office in the city. He hadn't been, of course, those men worked for the Queen, but he could hardly say that without revealing that he knew she also was running about behind the scenes. Something he was sure only Varys was also aware of on the small council. The spider was the only man that truly scared him in the city, well, he and perhaps Lord Stannis, who was no good at intrigue, but simply wielded a great degree of wealth and power. And now Tywin Lannister would be coming here as well, another man with wealth and power, but if rumors held far better at intrigue than the Lord of Dragonstone. No, Peter would keep his head down until this whole tournament blew over. He didn't have enough power of his own just yet to step into the melee with the noble sorts. As always, he would be helpful, courteous, and meek, while his power grew ever greater behind the scenes. On that note, he thought, pulling his arms through a blue satin vest and tossing his silver cape over his shoulder. Perhaps the young stag will be interested in a tour. It would certainly be interesting to see the boy in a brothel. He'd see if he shared his uncle or his father's temperament. If nothing else, Peter was sure it would make clear whether the boy was truly the prodigy he was known to be, or merely a puppet for his father, or perhaps the Frey alchemist he was known to have hired as a boy. Yes. I think everyone in the city wants to know. Who is Arthur Baratheon really? For those who think I profit of these stories, I don't. Lastly, for the extra hard ones, please use your last 2 brain cells and check the synopsis properly. and of those of my other stories in my bio. P.S. I'm bored of shaming fun a first now boring tote stupid shit. You will either not get a response or just blocked/deleted. Chapter 22, Stannis 4. He had to admit. The ship was impressive. Arthur's letters had told him the measurements, but it was one thing to know a ship was 120 feet high and 160 long, but entirely another to be cast in the shadow of its golden sails as it pulled into port bearing your own house's sigil on each one. It certainly made an impression, as little time as he would normally give such things, and he could only imagine how much time the court would waste gossiping about it in the coming weeks. Still, he did wonder if anyone else noticed the long row of shutters along the middle deck or the way that the railing on the top deck was cut at regular intervals. No, his son might call this a trading vessel, but should he choose to do so, Arthur could fill this vessel full of the cannons he had been stacking for a year in those storehouses of his. The boy's forge never slept as far as he could tell, and there were likely enough of the things now to arm half of the royal fleet with them exclusively, but he would not pry into his son's stores so carelessly. As long as the royal fleet could do its duty properly, he could keep letting his son build strength for now. Indeed, the vessel wasn't the only display of strength on parade today. The gangplank was lowered and the disciplined spearman who marched down ahead of his son and wife was another odd but decidedly intimidating sight. His son had explained that they were to be sailing men-at-arms, trained for fighting at sea, but he had only formed the one company so far. Someday he hoped to attach them to every ship, calling them Marines. He had questioned what they had to do with the city, but Arthur had replied that it was unrelated and simply rooted in the same old Giscari word. Either way, they looked competent enough, big men all, and marching in step with each other down the gangplank. They held their spears over their shoulders oddly, but he supposed that was some quirk of their training. Still, the real surprise was not the disciplined men marching in order, but rather what came after them. Stannis had traveled more than most men did in their lives in his role as master of ships, but he could honestly say that he has never seen clothing quite like that which his son and wife wore before. He would be lying if he said it didn't catch him off guard. Nothing had warned him of something like this. They were extravagant, true, but not in the undignified way that Reachmen or Lannisters favored. There was a certain dignity and austerity in the way the cloth fit around them. While he would not choose to wear it for himself, he could not deny that it was honestly some of the first passable courtly clothing he had seen in his life that wasn't a plain robe. Of course, he would still be dragged kicking and screaming to the hell before they would manage to put it on him, as the gaze in his wife's eyes seemed to suggest was her plan. There was simply no way. Stannis groaned and tugged at the obnoxiously high collar as the tournament started in earnest. It had been 2 days since his family arrived, and with the party from Casterly Rock arriving last evening, the tournament had started in full today. There would be a full 6 days of feasting before Prince Joffrey's name day. The first 3 would have justs and the latter 3 melees. For now, he sat quietly in the stands for 3 he upper nobility as some Reacher knight unseated some young moron from Dorne. It all mattered fairly little as far as things went. Robert would laugh and cheer and guzzle down ale, and Prince Joffrey would grin with every brutal hit. Stannis had been to far too many tournaments with his brother and the Crown Prince. It seemed they could not go 20 days without at least a small one these days. At least Arthur is enjoying himself. The boy had shown a rather quick dislike for King's Landing, something which probably spoke well of his tastes. It had been amusing to no end that the boy had immediately taken to scribing down a sewer system for his new structures at Dragonstone as soon as they had gotten settled into their quarters. Though it had unfortunately left him with no easy excuse to escape his wife, and resulted in him wearing the same overly complex outfit as his son. Still, they had been receiving appreciative looks from courtiers ever since she had started making them wear the things, so he supposed it was probably just some sort of court fashion affair, which was his wife's duty to keep track of anyhow. He smiled gently as he saw Arthur grin and cheer at a knight helping another unseated man off of the ground. A stark contrast to the silence from the younger boy in the royal box. It is good that my son was not Joffrey, he decided at last. I would not support his cruelty, and that would drive him mad. Chapter 23, Arthur 8. 291 AC. As much as the city of King's Landing was unpleasant, overcrowded, smelly, and disgusting, it did have a few redeeming features. The Great September of Baelor and the Red Keep were both marvels of architecture, on par with the Hagia Sophia and any castle I could care to name, particularly with its skyscraper size. Magur's Holdfast easily dwarfed Dragonstone. Though oddly I missed the gargoyles, which was a bit odd to admit, I had never thought I liked the things that much. And then there was the tournament. Now, I had been to a great many justs in my day, at Renaissance fairs and restaurants mostly. But there was something more authentic about the crushing, violent clashes that were occurring now. Everything was less standardized, the armor varied, as did the skull of the men. It surprised me actually. I think most of the modern justs I had seen were actually at a higher level of skill than all but the best of the knights here. Perhaps it was simply that the sport was the actual employment of many of the modern men I saw. They had more time to practice and better gear. That said, there was at times a frightening lack of respect for the opponent's life, and not in the showy way it had occasionally been used before. Here men were unhooked and sometimes left to find their own ways back to their tents while nursing broken arms or legs. I made sure to cheer whenever the rule was broken and men did help the others back up. As much as my designs would likely kill chivalry forever, I could still appreciate its nobler practitioners while they lived. The melee was in many ways worse in that aspect. While the fights were certainly entertaining, particularly those involving Thuras of Myr with his moronic flaming sword, the injuries were much more brutal and often uncared for until the end of the match. However, while I would be lying if I said I didn't enjoy the blood sports to some degree, if just out of a fascination for seeing how medieval combat really worked outside of my own tutoring, what enjoyment I found there couldn't salvage King's Landing for me. The feasts afterward were simply put the most odious thing I've ever experienced, not least because of my family and my family. The first night of feasting was when I was introduced to the lot of them, though I had seen them the day before. My father said most of the words while I stood to the side and bowed. "Robert, here is my son, Arthur. I remember you, and stop that bowing lad, you're my nephew." I did as I was told, turning to face the king in the eye. He was a big man, though no taller than my father, he was broader by a great deal. "The last time I saw you, you were a bundle in your mother's arms. You've grown a bit since then, and taken to ships like your father, I've heard. Tell me, what's the name of that vessel you've sat in the harbour?" "The Great Stag, your grace," I replied, which got a rumbling belly laugh out of the man. "Your son has a better sense for names than you, Stannis, and a better head for money too, I hear." I could hear my father's teeth grind as the king laughed. I had thought he had broken the habit, but I supposed maybe he had just kept it to a minimum on Dragonstone. "All right, go on then, introduce yourself to the Queen and your cousins." I nodded, not quite sure what to make of Robert yet. I had no such qualms about the Queen. Cersei Lannister was a very pretty woman, fit to be a Sports Illustrated model or something of the like. Great proportions, big assets, a pretty face, the works, but she was also an incestuous harlot, and before I even got to say my name she was already spitting venom at me. "Greetings, your grace, I am. I know who you are, the Grey Baratheon. I take it you are enjoying the festivities." The grayscale remnants on my chin prickled and the woman glowered down at me with eyes like a snake's, as if daring me to refute the name. I had to take a step back at the sheer amount of open hostility right off the bat. I had expected her to at least pretend to be nice or charming at first. "His name is Arthur, your grace." My father was by my side in a moment, but if anything, his rebuttal only made the witch laugh. "Oh ho, my mistake," she said gleefully, and I could hear the ripples through the court. Still, I didn't need much from anyone here who would care about that sort of thing. "Ah, you must meet my darling little Joffrey though, he's the most handsome little boy in Westeros." She grabbed the boy, who was loitering around behind her, and pulled him up to us. I wonder if she thinks she's being subtle with that comparison. Still, I took the initiative to introduce myself. Hello Joffrey, I'm Arthur, your cousin. Joffrey was, at this point, still relatively cute, with a round face, but he already had that Lannister glare down pat. I know, Mother has told me about you, the little psycho said, his eyes immediately going to my scar. Is it true that grayscale turns you into a statue if you have it long enough? Are they coordinating, or is it just their natural inclination to pick on someone's weaknesses? I wondered as I shook my head. No, it just makes the skin hard and flaky, it isn't actual stone. If either of them thought physical appearance was really going to give them a victory over me, then they were wrong. I had more true power than either of them, at least at the moment, and I was not so vain as to explode over their insults. A shame, you would look good in the garden. I could swear the sound of teeth grinding beside me doubled in volume, but for my part, I simply chuckled. I have been told I would look good anywhere, I said, which caused a look of confusion and anger to pass over the boy's face, though his mother stepped in. A shame so many will lie to children, but I'm afraid my younger child is still too small for the feast. Please, you should introduce yourself to your other uncle, he looks to be getting impatient over there. I nodded, wanting to spend no more time with the ridiculous Lannisters, and instead ended up being dragged into an enormous hug by the recently appointed Master of Laws. Ha, young Arthur, I was your age the last time I saw you, lad, but your father has been bragging about you so much since then. I smiled at the man. Even if he would turn traitor, later on, he was not one yet. Uncle Renly, I presume. The very same. And here I thought Stannis had been simply boasting before you sailed that monster into the harbor. The great stag you call it? Tell me, do you plan to build more of them? I, uncle, for my trading company. Haha, and I have heard of that as well. I have no idea where you got ahead for money from. The seven, no, not one amongst thought the three of us do. I don't either, but I have it nonetheless, and it would be a waste to not put it to use. Indeed, indeed. Ah, your father is giving me a look, I shall leave you to him for the moment. We will have plenty of time to chat at the feast anyhow. I nodded. See you later then, Uncle Renly, while my father shuffled me over to the side. He crouched down beside me, glancing over towards the main feast, which was thankfully going perfectly well despite our absence. He looked like he had a great deal to say, but finally just stopped, looking me in the eye. Stay away from the Queen and the Prince if you can avoid them. They do not like you, and she sees you as a threat. If you must speak to them, just do your duty. I should have warned you beforehand, but now is good enough. I nodded sharply as if to say I had been planning on it anyway, which I had. Good. He put a hand on my shoulder. Your mother already told you the rest. If men like us just keep quiet and do our duty, then we'll be fine. Chapter 24, Cersei I. None of them could see it, no one except her. Oh, she had known that the Master of Ships was ambitious and petty. Ever since her husband had given him that useless rock to rule, she had known he would likely be their enemy one day. But everyone else, her oaf of a husband included, thought he was some stalwart knight instead. Even her Jaime didn't believe the Baratheon capable of deceit, much less the sort to have royal ambitions. Indeed, he put up a front about duty and such that even she couldn't quite deduce his plans. It had only hit her what his true goal was when the rumors began to trickle in from Dragonstone that the son of Stannis was a genius. No, the Baratheon was far too clever to try to seize the throne himself. Like her father Tywin, he planned to maneuver his children onto it. To kill her Joffrey, no doubt, and replace him with his own dynasty. It was clever, she would give him that. Making the boy appear more intelligent than he was, dressing his family up in finery, hiring Bravasi shipwrights in the boy's name to make him seem far more powerful than he was. But he had made a crucial error in not teaching his son the ways of the court. The boy she saw was no genius, but a weak child away from his father. That was why the man had needed to drag him away from the feast, to instruct him and no doubt scold him for not matching his facade after she had ripped him apart before the court. But it was too late. Now she knew the weakness in his plans, the twine that could be made to snap. Throughout the meal he was silent and quiet as a lamb, only answering when spoken to, and even then only shortly. His father must have scolded him harshly. When the feast proper devolved into more of a social gathering, nobles split off into their own little cliques, and she saw her opportunity to strike. Her father must have sensed her plans, as he pulled the Lord of Dragonstone away, pursuing the purchase of a Valyrian weapon. She half wondered if he actually meant it or not. True, it would be good for Jaime to have one, to fit his status, but she worried about how much more money it might give the Dragonstone Baratheons. Still, that left the boy's mother his only guardian, and she was socializing with a few other ladies on the other side of the hall. They had foolishly left the boy alone. Still, she could not approach him directly. That would be far too suspicious, and besides, the boy was being swarmed by marriage candidates anyway, now that his father wasn't there to shield him. Young ladies of the court no doubt hoping to secure a piece of the boy's money. Amateurs the lot of them, unused to the tools between their legs, but she could stick around the group and listen for something juicy anyhow. She only needed a bit of leverage and she was sure she could drag the boy's father down along with the boy. Arthur for his part seemed to be being overwhelmed by the attention, despite his efforts to fend it off. The little whores were far too interested in him, and she suspected the boy had been raised tight to his mother's breast so as not to ruin his parents' plans. She had seen her own Joffrey suffer the same sort of attention, and she always moved to keep them away from him, but it seemed no one was around to protect the smallest Baratheon present. The boy eventually made a break for it, claiming to be going to the privy, but really sneaking out onto one of the balconies down a side hallway. A perfect opportunity. She could push the little shit off and be done with it. It would be a tragedy, true, and she would mourn with the rest, but it would remove a threat to her golden prince, and that was what mattered. She crept along the edge of the great curtain towards the side of the balcony. The fabric fluttering in the wind off of the bay as the sunset on the other side of the tower, casting the entire balcony into the deep, inky darkness. There could be no better time for it, but she internally cursed and took a step back as she heard the boy talking to a woman on the balcony. She peeked from the shadows and eyed the two, her mind working quickly to come up with a different plan. Well, perhaps the boy would live today after all, but then, rumors could be as deadly as any knife. Yes. She smiled as she walked back towards the feast proper. Her mind already whirring with ideas. As long as they make a good story. A wicked light flashed in the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms' eyes. A good story indeed. Chapter 25, Brienne I. 291 AC. Brienne found that she did not like King's Landing. Oh, there was glory true, and the tourney called to her despite the bar on her entry. Indeed, it had been the main reason she had accepted Lord Renly's invitation. It was a kind gesture on the chivalrous lord's part, but she found chivalry sorely lacking in the city. The crime and iniquity along the waterfront she had known to expect, same as the smell that touched the city everywhere. Those were just like the stories, the seedy underbelly of a place where far too much coin flowed. What she had not expected was the same infectious villainy to have seeped into the court itself. The king was no bailor, but a drunkard, and if rumor held he also cavorted with harlots. She could certainly believe it given the way that the queen dressed. And the other ladies? Oh, they were the worst, constantly tittering behind her back like a swarm of vicious songbirds. She was sure she could lift and strangle one in each hand if only she got the opportunity. The only saving grace of the city as far as she was concerned was the great September, glorious and beautiful. The seven-sided dome stood above the filth of the city, and separate from the pettiness of the court. Each day after the tournament she took to praying in its tranquil halls, and while the Septas sometimes tries to warn her from her warrior's path, she knew it was of the kindness of their hearts and not the vicious desire to tear her down that was the norm at court. Still, she was in some capacity representing her father, and a guest of Lord Renly besides. She was staying in the Red Keep, and she was expected to attend all of the feastings, to show her presence, and that of her house. It was a thankless task, but a knight should be no stranger to that, and so she persevered through the dinner. Ignored the mocking stares and commentary regarding her riding clothes, for not even for Lord Renly would she wear a dress. He had been courteous to her, true, more than she could say of any other man, but no, she had been mocked in her childhood long for her lack of ladylike graces, and she would not pretend that she cared enough to don such clothing again. Now she was a warrior first, and a lady second if ever, and warriors did not wear dresses, women or no. She wished she could call herself a knight instead, but no lord would create a woman knight, and no septon would accept her oaths. Instead, she would likely always be but a warrior, and the court was no place for her. So she sat and she ate a little bit, and she tasted some small amount of the wine, less than a cup, so as to keep her senses and not embarrass Lord Renly any more than her presence alone surely did. She knew the alcohol might dull the embarrassment, but it was not her way to be so careless. When the feasting broke down into more of a social occasion, however, men and women breaking off into groups of their peers in a way that must have been prearranged for it to be so smooth, she found herself utterly alone. She had no peers here, no one who would treat a young woman who in their view played at being a warrior with anything but disdain. Save Lord Renly and perhaps Loras his squire, but they were off talking to great lords, and she did not wish to interrupt their conversation. No, she stayed, and she circled the hall, and she ignored the whispers that were sometimes directed towards her as best she could. Eventually, though, she simply couldn't take it any more. In a fit of cowardice, she left the hall behind, making instead for a balcony on the ocean-facing side of the Red Keep. It might be an embarrassment to Lord Renly that she did so, but she found she simply could not stand the harsh gazes and whispers of the court ladies for even a moment more. She found a wooden seat and sat down in the growing darkness, breathing heavily despite the lack of physical exertion. What she had done was tantamount to cowardice, fleeing the conflict presented to her. She gazed out over the Blackwater Bay, cast in a reddish light by the setting sun. She thought she could almost see her home in the distance from so high up, but that was foolish imagination. She was at court and had embarrassed herself greatly. Should she return and face the whispers once more? She simply didn't know. Ah, pardon me, I hadn't realized anyone else was out here. Brienne whirled around, turning back towards the keep. Only to breathe a sigh of relief as she realized it was only a child, not some new viper come to mock her looks or attire. Oh! The child pressed a hand to his chin, his eyes appearing calculating, though his face was difficult to make out in the shadow. You are Brienne of Tarth, are you not? Greetings, my lady. Brienne stared down at the boy a little dumbfounded. Was she so recognizable? I hope I am not disturbing you. I just found the feast to be getting somewhat insufferable. I will move to a different balcony if my presence offends you. Brienne squinted at the child, trying to discern his face, but in the darkness it was pointless. Then she noticed the silhouette. There was perhaps only one child in a costume so ridiculous and flamboyant at the feasting. Ah, my apologies, young Lord Baratheon, I did not recognize you. She dropped into a light bow immediately. It was slightly more than etiquette dictated of her, but he was a prominent lordling, and it would hurt her house greatly to offend him. Oh, that's nothing to apologize for, and you need not bow to me. It's dark, and I only made you out by the look of your figure and the lack of a dress. Besides, you were here first, I should be the one apologizing. She shook her head, a little surprised by the lack of scorn in the boy's voice. I could hardly ask that of you. You may go where you wish after all. The boy seemed to snort at that, but spoke no more of leaving. I take it you are here with my uncle's retinue. Yes. She wondered how he knew that, but then he was Lord Renly's nephew, so perhaps the Lord had mentioned her to him. Your uncle has been kind to me, far beyond what is necessary, and for that, I am quite thankful. Indeed? That doesn't surprise me, though I met him for the first time I can remember only a few hours ago. He seems inclined towards kindness, far more than many of my relatives here. Oh! She felt her head sag slightly, remembering the public insults from the Queen earlier in the evening. She felt sympathy for the boy. He could no more control the grayscale that scarred his chin than she could her unsightly figure or the freckles that covered her face. Bah! She looked up, turning towards the boy. These court affairs aren't my forte. I understand why they happen well enough, but insults don't come to my mind so easily as the vipers that nest here. Though their prattle matters little in the end. He turned his gaze towards her, and in the dark, she could swear there was a rare glimpse of sympathy in his eyes. But look at me whining. I suppose it is worse for you than for I. Most of them haven't decided just what to think of me just yet, and my galleon at harbor means I will always have some respect. I suppose they have already cast you out fully. Fools, the lot of them. My lord, Brienne said, a little shakingly. I don't quite know your meaning, though she did, somewhat, at least towards the end there. It was all odd sounding to her ears, his words moved too fast and jumping between too many places. I'm ranting, don't let it bother you. The young stag turned back towards the water, his eyes glaring down across the black water, perhaps towards his own home of Dragonstone. All of this politicking, it's ridiculous, if unfortunately necessary. With my own 2 hands and the hands of those who follow me I can turn the world on its head, mold it like clay until I have made something better, but in these parts that ugly behemoth of a twisted throne blocks their view of the greater picture. If I am ever king I will cast it into the sea, and probably this whole damnable keep alongside it. Brienne blinked at the words which might very well be construed at treason that poured from the young stag's mouth, but then, he wasn't precisely wrong either. Certainly, the court was not full of true knights, asides perhaps from the oath-bound king's guard. My lord. She weakly raised her hand, but it did nothing to deter the young Baratheon, who seemed to swell like a small thunderstorm with a lofty ambition that's sheer height was beyond her grasp. No, when I am through the waters will be awash with ships twice the size of the great stag plying their trade around this sorry globe we call a world. The slaves of Essos will have their cruel bonds broken by honest steel, and the world will stand a better, freer place. Men from here to Yeti and beyond will heed the call of their common humanity. The boy seemed to deflate as his words ended, turning towards Brienne with an apologetic look in his eyes. That's my dream at least. Sorry about the monologue, it's probably not anything that interests you and I just needed to let off steam. Words left Brienne as she stared down at the boy, such things were so far beyond her ken of the world. Such great changes seemed fit only for the 7, or perhaps the Dragon Kings of old, yet here they sprung from the lips of a boy 4 years her junior. I apologize. I've wasted too much of your time and spoken too much already. My parents will no doubt be fearing for my safety and I don't want to keep them. She brushed aside how the boy could possibly feel unsafe in the Red Keep of all places as he turned to leave, and before she knew it she had reached out, her hand clamping around his shoulder. Wait, she said, not even sure herself what she was doing. Please stay for just a moment longer. The next seconds were the longest in Brienne's life as she waited for his answer. It wasn't long at all, but it felt like eons. Okay, but can you let go of my shoulder, it kind of hurts. Oh, she pulled back, her cheeks flushing red as she realized how harshly she had been squeezing him. He wasn't even into puberty yet and she often forgot how fragile children could be. I'm sorry, my lord. Don't worry about it, I can't feel the top half of it anyway. Now, what did you need of me? It's just. I have heard your dream, would it be too much to? Would you please hear mine? The boy looked at her for a moment and then nodded, smiling. Certainly, my lady, it will surely be more feasible than my own at least. I doubt that, but it is only a small dream in comparison, she sighed, watching as he took one of the seats on the balcony. And she told him, the dream that she had only told her father and Lord Renly before. Of her desire to be a true knight, in oaths as well as in manners, to be a hero like Cerwyn of the Mirror Shield, or Sir Barristan who now stood upon the King's Guard, and at the last to be recognized for her achievements just as a man might be. It was a foolish dream, and it seemed so small compared to the world-sundering ideas of the boy before her, but it was the one she had always held, ever since she was a little girl and had first been driven by the mockery of her peers to pick up her sword. In many ways, the dream was who she was. When the fountain of her words dried up, and she looked to the boy, she was glad to find not the scorn or pity she expected, but merely a measuring look, as if he was trying to see whether she was lying to him. Finally, he seemed to find what he was looking for and nodded. "That's as good a dream as any, I think. Better to try to be a hero and fail than to accept your role as one of these vipers." Brienne smiled at the reasoning, watching even as the young Baratheon stood to leave. Apologizing once again, this time for having to return to his parents, lest they worry too greatly over him, and leaving her now alone in the stretching twilight. Perhaps there was just something about the Baratheons at large that made them more accepting of her, though it likely didn't extend to the bullying Prince Joffrey, at least if the way he had introduced himself to his cousin earlier in the evening was any indication. Brienne thought it might be good if the young boy who had spoken to her or even Lord Renly were to be king instead, but that was as much a fantasy as her own hopes for knighthood. They were too far down the succession, and even were Joffrey childless, the chances of them ever taking the throne were low. No, whatever sublime nobility and kindness were in the house of Baratheon would be kept in Storm's End and Dragonstone, it seemed, but then again, neither of those were so far from Tarth, and was not the young stag famed for his fast ships? She would see whether their dreams succeeded herself, and they would see hers. She was sure of it. Chapter 26, Varys. As always, the man who they called the Spider sat at the center of his web, listening for the singing of his little birds in the late of the night. And oh, what songs they sang today! Not only had the king bedded yet another lady of the Crownlands, a distinctly unsurprising thing that nonetheless was placed carefully in his files with the rest, but it seemed the enigmatic Baratheons of Dragonstone had finally shown a crack, albeit only to reveal the fire that sat beneath their opaque secrecy. So it is the young stag, and not his father, that drives the wheels. Varys inserted the note carefully into the hidden drawer. It appears I had misjudged things. It had always been his belief regarding young Arthur Baratheon that he was likely an intelligent boy, but probably a puppet or excuse for his father or some up-jumped maester to work his will on the narrow sea. Now, however, a different picture was painted. It seemed that the young man was preparing a fleet to invade Essos through his trading company, an admirable endeavour, were he to succeed, but something that Varys could not allow if he wished to sit young Aegon on the throne at the end of all of this. But how to counter the boy? The ship at port was formidable, he could not deny, and looked equipped to carry a great number of ballistæ, or perhaps those cannons that the boy's father was so proud of. He had had his little birds watch Lord Tywin's experiments at replicating the weapons, and largely dismissed them. Even the Iron Eater that now sat on the deck of the Fury had not lasted more than a few shots, and he doubted much significant advancement could be made in just a few years. Still, the ships themselves were another matter, they would outrun most pirates he could maneuver to disrupt them. Tyrosh perhaps. They would be the first to be besieged if he were to invade Essos. He thought it unlikely that the boy could take the city, but then it was always a possibility that he might do so through subterfuge or subversion. But if the Free City was to cut off the boy's attempts to trade through the stepstones, and he had no doubt that they could, if sufficiently motivated, then that would cripple his ability to grow so rapidly. That in mind, he penned a letter to his contacts with the Archon of Tyrosh. He needed to be careful, else the man would suspect foul play, but most likely it would have the intended effect. He wrote another such letter to Lys just in case the Tyrosh was feeling particularly mistrustful. That done, he quickly handed the envelopes off to one the birds, who dashed away to their duty. Now, what to do about the Queen? She had overheard the conversation as well, and in her infinite wisdom had set a pair of maids to spread rumours that the young stag had been struck dumb with love at the sight of Brienne Tarth. While he suspected this move on the part of the Queen to be a play to saddle the young boy with a wife who she thought ugly and unfeminine, he doubted that it would go that far without Stannis' permission. Still, to be safe he would ensure to quash the rumor and make the maids disappear. There was no need to give the Baratheons a stronger alliance simply because the queen was an immature brat. He often wondered whether Lord Tywin actually understood how much of a bungler his daughter was. He and the Littlefinger both had to clean up her messes so frequently. One would have thought the lion would keep a better eye on her. Then again, perhaps he has his hands full at Castor Rock. It could not be easy managing all of that wealth after all. It was why Varys ensured he only ever had precisely what he needed. It kept his light on his feet. I wonder if young Arthur will face the same issues. Chapter 27, Arthur 9. 291 AC. While my mother scolded me after my little escape for wandering off by myself unattended, there was little true harshness in her words. She knew why I had snuck off after all and was sympathetic given the sheer amount of propositions I had been rebutting. It was only when I was laying in bed trying to get to sleep that I realized the error I had made. Brienne was not a danger, at least if I read her 8, but it had been utterly stupid to ever admit my ambitions aloud, especially in the Red Keep where the walls often literally had ears. It had been a fit of passion, ironic to say. Brienne's presence had given me a way to voice my frustrations with the court, and then I had just kept going from there. Monologuing like Dr. fucking Doom as if there weren't spies every 10 feet. Stupid. Still, it hadn't been all bad. Brienne had been nice enough, certainly the most honest person I had met since coming here, though the poor girl seemed half terrified of me at the start. The bruising around the grayscale on my right shoulder showed that she had little to be afraid of, even if she did not know it. The girl was a regular titan, perhaps only an inch or two shorter than my father, though she didn't seem to quite realize it herself yet. Ultimately, I did manage to get to sleep. The tournament would continue another 5 days, and I needed my rest. Especially since I would surely be doing yet more politicking by week's end. The next few days went largely the same, albeit hopefully without such colossal blunders on my part. If any of the numerous spy masters of the keep were aware of my speech, then they didn't make it known to me or try to blackmail me with it. Somehow it got out that I spoke to Brienne, and I figure some maid must have seen us on the balcony, but aside from some unfortunate lurid whispers at the edge of conversations I half overheard, nothing really seemed to come of it. Robert's latest bedmates were apparently far more interesting for the gossip mongers, and dreadfully more scandalous from what I could tell, though sitting mostly at the high table I never did figure out who it was that my uncle had decided to start fervently betting. The social events after the feasting became no easier to navigate with time. Whatever rumors existed, there were still young women trying to surround me at every turn, many of whom made lecherous proposals entirely unfit for an 11-year-old's ears, and a few of which had even my 21st century mind blushing from ear to ear. Where on earth did they even train those girls to do that? Still, I persevered by virtue of playing innocent and denying requests. I managed to make it through the nights of what should absolutely constitute sexual harassment. The tournament came to a close, at Sir Loras' victory in the joists no less, which had my uncle crooning over his squire's newfound knighthood. I'm sure it looked innocent enough to the court, but to me, his praises came off as a bit creepy with context. Still, I clapped along with the rest of the crowd. Loras was undeniably chivalrous even if he was Renly's minion. Perhaps I was only on edge against such things due to the advances I had been fending off all week. Finally, however, came my cousin's blasted name day, and the presentation of gifts. I walked in alongside my parents, my hands locked around my gift to the bastard prince. My father led off for us. The Baratheons of Dragonstone present 3 gifts for your son, your grace. Robert nodded slightly, looking more bored than anything else. Present them then. I actually felt a bit bad for Joffrey given how little his father seemed to care for his name day. Though if the princeling noticed it, it did not show on his face as he watched us approach. Joffrey seemed to enjoy lording over us from his spot by the side of the throne. Let me see them. Dutifully, however, we complied, each revealing our gifts in short order. My father gave the prince an ornate helmet, carved in the shape of a roaring lion. It was purely decorative, but I was certainly a work of art at that. Joffrey seemed to like it well enough, though not enough to smile. My mother gave him a jacket of Dinah's make. It was a fanciful thing, Lannister red striped with Baratheon black with golden threads woven into the edges and frills. It had no doubt cost a pretty penny on materials alone. An appropriate gift for the prince, though he seemed uninterested, and finally he came to me. "What do you bring for your prince cousin?" he asked, glaring down at me, and I drew my gift out of the linen I had wrapped it in. "A copy of the Seven-Pointed Star," I said plainly, lifting it up so he and others could see. It was a heavy thing of thick pages and big block text. Its cover was ornate and beautifully woven to reflect the 7 aspects of the one god, and its paper was of the greatest quality. Straight off of the presses. I wasn't going to give Joffrey a handwritten book to use as toilet paper. My cousin must have been schooled for his acceptance, however, as for once he didn't throw a tantrum or cause a scene, merely accepting the gifts as they came, before moving on to Renly's and beyond. The Queen, however, never stopped glaring, her eyes following our family whenever she thought us not looking. If she thought that a glare would cow us, she was sorely mistaken. Chapter 28, Gerald 2. 291 AC. It's surprising how quickly things change. Gerald Frey glanced down at the cheering families crowding along the shore to greet the return of the Great Stag to Dragonstone. The enormous ship had been spotted 10 minutes ago, and it seemed the entire population of the port had been drawn into the celebration of its successful maiden voyage. It all struck the alchemist as fairly amusing from where he watched on the castle walls. When he had first arrived, the people of Dragonstone had held a distrust bordering on outright hatred for their ruling house. But only a few years later, and now they greeted the return of their lady and prince, and he was indeed a prince, at least on Dragonstone, as if they were conquering heroes, rather than a couple of nobles who had gone off to the prince's name-day party. Part of it was the success of the galleon. It was true, the Great Stag had successfully returned home after sailing across the open sea for the first time, but it was also more than that. There was an adoration there that he had not seen even for King Robert at his prime. There were many reasons, of course, for the change of heart by the people of the island. The young lord spent money like water, filling their coffers and hiring hundreds of them to work his shipyards, docks, offices, and the ever-growing gun mills. He gave both them and their children an education free of charge, and while that act itself might earn him some goodwill, his control over the materials of their education had been subtly turned to paint history in a way that favored House Baratheon. No outright lies, of course, just a very distinct perspective. And the newspaper made sure that everyone got access to that same perspective whether they were in education or not. That was why they had an adoring crowd when they got off the boat, just as large as the crowd when it had departed, and it followed them right up to the castle gates, cheering them all the way. Truly, the young lord was powerful in his own way, entirely separate from their mutual study of magic. He had an understanding of the rabble that Gerald had to admit he would have never thought of himself. Still, he could be proud of his own achievements, and as his lord dismounted just inside the gate he smiled, moving to greet him while his mother and her retinue went into the drum proper. "Gerald, how are you?" Ah, he always led off that way. It would be a lie to say that he didn't appreciate it, but perhaps that was part of the young lord's charm. "I am quite all right, my lord. How was your trip to King's Landing?" The boy's immediate shuddering was all the answer necessary. "It was not horrific, but I am not suited to the court. I did get the chance to meet my uncles though, which was interesting." "Ah, I understand. I tried to avoid the Red Keep as much as I could as well." Gerald nodded in understanding. Still, he smiled brightly as he continued. "But we have made a breakthrough while you were gone." "Yes." Arthur looked up at him, a questioning light in his gaze, and Gerald couldn't help but feel proud. "It's the contact powder, Lord Arthur. We've found one that's suitable for mass production." He knew the manic grin that crossed the young lord's face was matched on his own. So much of what they had built up over the past 2 years had been leading to this one invention. They had known it was possible, tip-top towards it a step at a time, experimented with cartridges with the small production runs that they had managed. They had even imbued magic into it, all to no avail. Until 2 days ago, when the first large batch of primer was completed. Ultimately it had proven simple. The dehydrated wildfire had always worked, but been too unpredictable and ludicrously dangerous to handle. It had simply come to him one night that it might be diluted, spread over a greater mass of a less volatile compound before the dehydration occurred. And now it was done. Since the success, he had converted a full third of the powder makers to its production. They had enough wildfire stored to make thousands of vats worth, and they could always make more of that. "Have you got a working prototype to test it with?" his lord asked, his grin running from ear to ear still. "Yes." "Then what are we waiting for?" The stag gestured to the Dragon Mont, where the craters of cannon fire had leveled a wide swath of the slope. "Let's get shooting." Chapter 29, Arthur X. It was the end of the year 291 AC when the money began to flow properly. Still, summer of course, as it likely would be for another 6.5 years, but then the cosmology of Westeros, and likely the entire planet, was very odd. At any rate, there were now 2 galleons at sea, the Great Stag, and the Dragonstone Keeper, and while they didn't make as many voyages as the cutters, each one was worth 10 or 15 times what one of their smaller brethren could provide. It didn't take all that long at all for me to start paying back my loan, as it turned out, and I was glad for that at least. Relations with Bravo were a necessity, especially as I began trading further afield, with the galleons going as far as the Westerlands and Skagos, though I wanted more marines trained up before I started making a play in the Stepstones. Interestingly, one of my sloops made a trip down from the northern route to Pentos. The Targaryens weren't in the city at the time, having been last spotted in Volantis, but the trio was informative nonetheless. The 3 sisters seemed to be hiring mercenaries for something, apparently rumors of another war breaking out in the disputed lands. I would keep an eye on all that for now. Any major disruption in the free cities would let me dodge reprisal in the Stepstones long enough to build up my defenses. Still, time continued rolling by, and eventually the 3rd galleon, the Righteous Guardian, was sent out to join its sisters on the waters of the Narrow Sea. Its destination was Bravus, with a cargo full of dragon glass. Amongst all this, the industry on Dragonstone expanded. New wharf opened as more people continued to pour in, and soon enough the town was a small city, just over 15,000 strong. It was nothing compared to the greater cities of the realm, but it warranted walls, or more accurately earth and brick ramparts, to protect my production base. They weren't yet finished by the time my father arrived from King's Landing to celebrate my 12th name day. Chapter 30, Stannis v. 292 AC. "When is the cake gonna come out, father?" "Not for a while yet, I fear." He smiled as he ruffled little Shireen's hair. He hadn't seen her and Edric since before the prince's name day, and they just kept getting bigger every time he saw them. Why, it hadn't even been long now since they had been born, he was sure. "You need to wait for the presentation of gifts first." The ceremony was far less grand than that of his cousin, though that was to be expected. Indeed, there was only a ceremony at all because he had decreed that he would begin considering marriage proposals when the boy reached 12. Dragonstone didn't have the space to house so many guests to begin with, and only the vassals had been called for the most part. Robert and the Queen had elected not to come due to other business, though Renly had arrived in the morning at least. He was glad that at least one of his brothers cared about the respect due to his son. "Your teeth are grinding, father," his eldest son noted beside him, snapping out of his thoughts. "And I would rather not have Joffrey and the Queen around anyhow. Young Arthur reads you like a book, Stannis, and a doer book at that. Cheer up and have some wine." He glanced at Renly, who looked honestly cheerful, and decided it was not, in fact, an insult, before turning to his son. "Don't speak ill of the royal house." If anything, the smile on Arthur's face seemed to grow for a second, before he nodded quickly, turning back to a conversation with Lord Duran Bar Emin, who about matched him in age. Stannis wondered if letting his son grow independent is what had given him such a disrespectful streak, but shook his head after a moment. That had been there too long and was likely in the blood. Still, it was better that he have a competent and slightly disrespectful son than one who was both disrespectful and a fool. The feast continued apace, while his son spoke to Lord Bar-Emin. HS spent his time with Lords Celtigar, Velaryon, and Sunglass. He would have had far more vassals to speak with had his brother given him the Storm lands, but at the very least none of those sworn to Dragonstone were half as rebellious as the Storm Lords. Though Sunglass' constant muttering regarding the will of the Seven was irritating at the face of it. Still, the topic of conversation was one he liked well enough, mostly them congratulating him on his son's success, and asking if he might be willing to share the shipbuilding techniques with his vassals. Velaryon also bemoaned that he lacked a daughter to offer for Arthur's hand, but that was an issue unfortunately shared by all of the vassals present. It would have been ideal to secure their loyalty in such a way. Eventually, it was decided that the presentation of gifts should begin, and it proved a far more tame affair than it had been for Joffrey. Velaryon presented a book on the genealogy of the Dragon Lords, which was to be expected from the old house. Celtigar made a big show of it and gave him a golden statuette of a stag with diamond eyes, which drew a great deal of applause but likely wasn't to his son's interest, and Sunglass gave an ornate prayer necklace of moonstone much like the ones the Lord himself wore. Bar-Emin's gift was a jeweled short sword, which was entirely unnecessary given the amount of Valyrian steel in the vaults, but his son thanked the other boy warmly nonetheless. A few others presented gifts, including his son's pet Frey, who handed him some sort of handheld cannon, but the rest were largely unimportant. The boy's mother and Stannis himself would give their own articles after the feast was over. Finally, the cake was presented. A new tradition which his elder son had started for Shireen's first birthday, it was a great frosted thing which bore a number of candles equivalent to the name day in question, in this case, 12, and was brought out before the guests. The festivities were wrapping up when he called his wife and son aside to his study, where he gestured to a sheet of papers on his desk. His son, ever quick on his feet, glanced at the stack and back to him with a look of resolve on his face. It is time to speak about your betrothal. Chapter 31, Arthur 11. 292 AC. I nodded at my father's words. I had honestly expected him to start mentioning the prospect of betrothal with me earlier in our correspondence, but I suppose he felt that holding off on it was keeping his word in a way. All right then, father, I'm up for it. Good, I want to give you input here within reasonable limits. You've proven yourself effective at administration already, and I've come back to Dragonstone to find it far better than I left it. However, do not think this means you will be allowed to marry below your station. He placed his hands on the stack of papers, even as I smiled at the praise. These are all of the offers of betrothal I have received for you over the past 2 weeks, so we can be reasonably certain that these houses would still be amenable to a marriage. However, your mother, Master Cressy and I have already gone over this stack, and placed our stamp on the ones which we find most acceptable. If you see another which you can make a compelling argument for, then I will hear it. I admit that I am somewhat unaware of the future plans for your trading company. Despite your correspondence, if any conflict or unseen benefit exists, you will bring it up with me immediately. I will do so, I said, taking the proffered stack. Is there anything else I should be aware of? Yes. I intend to know to whom you wish to be betrothed by the end of the week, or I shall make the decision by my own judgment. The longer I stay here on Dragonstone, the more time my duty as master of ships remains unattended. I nodded at that and was turned to depart when my mother made a noise in her throat that had me turning my attention towards her. Mother! The tall woman sighed, brushing a stray strand of hair from her face. Arthur, I want you to be aware, your father and I both agreed on this. Of those acceptable choices, do take the time to consider your happiness and hers. We have had a difficult marriage. There is no need for you to have the same simply because you desire the good of the house. Every betrothal we've placed a seal on will benefit the house, so please, think of yourself instead of only your company. I must have been staring open-mouthed for a full minute. That was quite possibly the nicest thing my mother had said to me in my life, despite her love for me. Even when I had finally recovered from grayscale, she had not said so much. I turned to my father, who nodded sharply and dismissed me with his hand, letting me know that it was indeed an agreement between them. I could not get the skip out of my step on my way to my own quarters, shutting the door tightly behind me and even laying the latch down, before spreading the possible betrothal down on the table, my eyes flashing over the letters one by one. At the end of it, I had to admit that my father was probably more generous than he ought to be. Some ladies from houses whose only notable trait was that their holdings were coastal had made it into the list, and they ranged as far as the Iron Islands. I had to snort at the fact that Asha Greyjoy of all people had somehow made the cut, with a betrothal offer apparently set up by her uncle Lord Harlaw. He described it in his letter as having a goal of mending relations, and my father had indeed stamped it, what with her being a Lord Paramount's daughter, but I suspected he did so only in the confidence that I would likely want nothing to do with the woman. Also notable was, of course, Dismira Redwine, Lord Pakester's daughter and only a couple of months older than me. Theoretically, she would be a great match, being half Tyrell, and I could find no real objection to it, so unlike Asha, the offer for her hand formed the base of a small stack I would personally describe as being in consideration. The issue there was binding myself to the poisonous and absolutely want you dead Tyrells, which I hesitated to do for obvious reasons, even if the arbor was absolutely powerhouse. Brienne of Tarth was also in consideration, for geographical and tactical purposes if nothing else. Personally, I wished that she herself had been allowed input on the letter, rather than her father, as I had little clue as to whether she desired the match. From what I heard, she had already driven one suitor away by kicking his ass, and while I didn't think poorly of her, I had little to no idea how she felt about me. Still, Tarth would be just as large again as the arbor for its proximity to the stepstones and its largely pristine and underused resources. It was just a bit smaller than Ireland had been on Earth if my measure was right, and yet from all I could tell it was more sparsely populated than even Dragonstone had been, at least in present times. She went on the consideration pile. By far the strangest and most thought-provoking of all of the proposals, however, was also the only one written in a woman's hand, though her father's seal was still on it, which made it even stranger still. What made it so strange was that I was damn sure that Arianne Martell was supposed to be secretly engaged to Viserys Targaryen, and thus there was no damn way that her father would let her send a proposal to me, much less seal it with his own blessing. My thoughts immediately turned to the idea that it was a trick, but frankly there was little they could stand to gain from using her to poison me or something. I wasn't an heir to throne, true, but it would give Robert a perfect excuse to smash the Dornish into pieces with the whole kingdom behind him. But what else could it be besides? By all accounts, I had thought Doran had intended her to sit the Iron Throne with Viserys, but I suppose I was likely a good prospect were that removed, and my father's lack of proximity to the sack of King's Landing and Elias' murder probably softened the blow somewhat. I had no idea if they knew of my plans for the Stepstones as of yet, but my trading company and ships would give Dorne mercantile resources that they surely wanted, and an in with the dynasty that dodged the thorny hatred they had for Robert and the Lannisters. Still, I just kept coming back to that sticking point. There seemed no way that Doran would drop his ambition of placing his daughter on the Iron Throne so easily. The man was like a less competent twin in that regard, which left me with one dangerous conclusion to make. Something has happened in Essos, I thought, pulling my hair back out of my face. She can't marry Viserys anymore. Most likely somebody had killed the dipshit early, but that was a big assumption to preface my future plans on. No, I couldn't rely on luck. I would have to ask my uncle to look into it in my next letter to him, and maybe have my traders make some discreet inquiries when I started sending them to the free cities. I glanced back down at the betrothal. Arianne wrote with a flowery, and I imagined very stylish hand, and she laced half a dozen innuendo throughout the letter, but the offer itself wasn't a terrible one: access to Dorne, considerable resources, though not its throne, since she would rule independently, and obviously I would benefit from the associated military alliance of joining with another paramount household. Well, technically the Baratheons of Dragonstone weren't a paramount household, but we would effectively be soon enough. Unlike the Greyjoy, she went on the viable stack, if only for the fact that her offer of resources was far greater than any of the other potential betrothals, and not tied to an iron noose. Conspicuously absent from the proposals, however, were two girls I had half expected to see. Marjorie Tyrell was only a few years younger than me, nothing by Westerosi standards, and still older than half the girls whose fathers had sent proposals. One was only 4, black, but there was an obvious reason there with our father's mutual enmity. The real question was why the Starks, and indeed it seemed the North at large, had little interest in my hand. As to that I wasn't sure, but while I could see Lord Eddard or Lady Catelyn protecting their young daughters much as my father had protected me, that failed to explain why the only news I ever got from the North at all was from House Manderley, who had no daughters, and only wanted to discuss trade missions and the like. Well, there was also that verbal offer by House Crowell that the Great Stag had brought back from Skagos, but while I was happy to trade with the blasted cannibals, I had no desire to marry one, and they hardly counted as Northmen besides, closer to wildlings. I just couldn't put my finger on a reason for the North to so uniformly reject the proposition of marrying their daughters to me, especially when the rest of the realm seemed fine with it. Still, it was a mystery for later days, and I turned back to the stack of 3 letters that were remotely acceptable, going over them in my head for some time before sighing. I'm not cut out for this matchmaking business. I finally decided, any of these would be workable, I thought at least, save perhaps for Brienne if she were entirely unwilling, and they all came with both risks and benefits. I just couldn't come to a decision over which one had the greatest benefits in relation to risks. Fortunately, I could take the ultimate fallback option that all children had. My parents had given me the decision sure, but ultimately it was my father's call as to whom I married. I would let him make it. Chapter 32, Stannis 6. 292 AC. The painted table was not something Stannis found himself visiting very often. It was inconvenient to get to at the top of the castle, and not particularly useful outside of warfare. In fact, he had only visited it twice before, when he first took Dragonstone and just before he left for the Greyjoy rebellion. Still, he thought that it put him in the right mindset for his current task, as he shuffled through the betrothals that his son had found fitting. The choices were sensible, for the most part at least, though he knew the boy had likely given the choice to him as much out of a lack of clear answer as of respect for his station. Still, it mattered little the reason as he stared down at the 3 with no obvious answer himself. Redwine, Martell, Tarth. All having clear positives, but a good amount of potential problems as well. Half of him wished that there was a clear frontrunner, but no such luck. The Redwine girl stood out to him as the least necessary. While it would give his son naval dominance over Westeros, that seemed to be on the way regardless, given their newfound ability to build galleons that matched even the swan ships of the Summer Isles. Not to mention she was half Tyrell, and her father had very nearly killed the boy as an infant, albeit indirectly. No, she would not have his son's hand. The Reach could fall into the ocean for all he cared, well, save perhaps for his wife's house. That left the Tarth and the Martell. Both heirs to their father, albeit in different ways, and thus likely a great aid to his son's ambitions. His son had warned him that the Tarth girl might not want to be married at all when he had asked him to choose of the 3, and that he would need to speak to her first. Her reputation was certainly fierce, and she had already driven off an unwanted suitor, but then his son had gotten along well with her at King's Landing by his account, so she wasn't precisely ill-suited for it at all. The Dornish, of course, were another set of worms, one with their own queen reputation. He had met a few of their ilk in his time and could not speak to its truth, but they were rumoured to be odd, fiery, and dangerously, in this case, promiscuous. Still, she was a Lord Paramount's heir and would give his son back a kingdom, albeit not the Stormlands which by all rights should be his inheritance. Stannis ran his hand down his face. The Tarth girl was plain and likely loyal if she did not resent his son for marrying her, but she had far less to offer compared to the Dornish. Tarth was not a kingdom, even if Dorne was the weakest and most isolated of the seven. He sighed, looking at his hands. This was a matter of great importance that might well echo down his line for generations to come. House Baratheon of Dragonstone might never be stronger than it was today. That thought and the fate of future generations left him with only one real option. The Dornish woman it is. He slumped, pushing the letter from Tarth away. He would need to write a confirmation for Lord Dorian in the morning. The whole thing felt like a brick tied to his shoulders. I knew it. He heard beside him, looking up to see his lady wife. Though he was unsure how long she had been there. You let Arthur push the decision off onto you, didn't you? What am I saying? Of course, you did. Do you have something to say, dear wife? He narrowed his eyes. While their relations had improved since Edric's birth, they were still not exactly warm with each other, though they presented a unified front in public as was their duty. Perhaps some insight. A small one if you'll hear it. Arthur should make the decision. He has given me the duty. But it is his duty at its base, and moreover we already decided to consider his happiness in the matter, yet he has only ever met one of these women. Stannis nodded at the reasoning but remained unconvinced. But it is my duty now, I should accept it. What is more important to you, that minor and recent duty or your son's happiness? We decided that he should avoid having a marriage like our own, did we not? Is your word to me not just as high a duty as that to your son? The Lord of Dragonstone recoiled slightly as if the words themselves had slapped him, which in a way they had. What do you suggest then? He loves showing off his boats, doesn't he? And that big monster flagship he's been building is almost finished. Have him take that thing out with a few of his cutters and visit the candidates. That way he can make a choice actually knowing the girls, not just fusing about. This is more important because Stannis was a little shocked as his normally quite stern wife pointed a finger in his face, before sending it down towards his son's chambers. And he both are inflexible and duty-obsessed, so once you make this betrothal they might as well be already married for all you'll seriously consider cancelling it. Stannis felt he must be gaping as much as his son had been earlier in the evening. Selyse was not one for such outbursts. But then, with their marriage the way it was, he could understand her hesitancy to have her son suffer the same fate. Finally, after a moment of shocked silence, Stannis met his wife's eyes. Fine. We'll do it that way. I will have someone summon him here and explain. His wife nodded sharply, what emotion she had shown now carefully reined in behind her normal, nearly impassive mask. That would be for the best. Chapter 33, Arthur 12. 292 AC. I had been surprised at my parents' decision to allow me to go out and visit my prospective betrothed. I had thought I was still a bit young to be let off the leash so significantly, as my mother would still be staying at Dragonstone, and my father would be at King's Landing. Oh, I would still have my Minders, of course. My father's men led by my sworn swordseer Jaehaerys would be keeping an eye on me, but they were well below my status and I could largely act with impunity as long as it did not directly endanger my life. Indeed, I was rather hopeful about the entire thing as the Sword of Dragonstone had its frame completed. I was classifying it a heavy galleon for now, though in my mind it was more of a large frigate, and it had taken a great deal of resources to produce. But with 2 gun decks it could host 25 guns to a side, and indeed I was intending to arm it fully on my vessel. I certainly had the cannons stored away to do it. Though they were of the now outdated muzzle-loading and smooth-bore design. I had neither the men or devices to stock her full of the Armstrong gun knockoffs that my foundries were now producing, albeit at a reduced rate. I also found myself importing a truly ludicrous amount of white chalk for pigment so I could paint the whole betrothal fleet up. I intended to steal a page from Roosevelt's book on that account, though my own fleet was far less impressive to my mind than those metal titans must have been. Still, it would be poetic and more importantly impressive to go out to meet potential wives in a fleet of purest white, so I swallowed the cost with little more than a grimace. What brought more than a grimace to my face was my granduncle's next correspondence from Bravos, however, which confirmed that I had not been so lucky as to have the beggar prince die. No, apparently he had been taken into the temple of R'hllor at Volantis and was to be wed to his sister, though no date was set yet. It was a big piece of gossip in the Free Cities and even the Bravasi had heard the rumors, though the Sea Lord apparently didn't plan to attend the marriage given it would likely include burning slaves. Honestly, I wasn't sure how it had escaped my ears, save perhaps that Dragonstone itself was so isolated, but if my father didn't know then Robert didn't either, which meant that Varys and probably Littlefinger too did not want them or us to know. It was worrying, to say the least. Needless to say, there was not a single thing about that situation that I approved of. The fact that I might end up having to protect the Seven Kingdoms from a R'hllorite crusade while I still stood so undergunned was not a pleasant concept, and it only made me wonder more what the Martell's game was in offering me Arianne's hand. Was it simply a hatred of Volantis, or something a bit more plotty? I would bet on the latter. Finally, however, the time came to leave. The Sword of Dragonstone sat prouder in the water than its sisters owing to its deeper draft and generally taller construction. She was heavier too, owing to a fair amount of steel reinforcement internally. A warship rather than a trading vessel. Her crew complement was 280 men, and another 100 marines besides, armed now with bolt-action rifles. She swayed only a little with the waves compared to other vessels, as if defying the water itself with her bulk. I was quite confident that no ship from Lonely Light to Oldhose could match her on the water, yet here I was taking her out on a cruise to pick up chicks. The thought made me chuckle. A half-dozen cutters painted just as white as she was would accompany us. They were scarcely more than gunboats in comparison. It had taken nearly 8 months to put them all together, and it would be the next year by the time I returned to Dragonstone. My father was not there to see me off, but I did have a brass band at least, though only with simple and valveless horns and bugles. They played triumphant sounds out over the ever-growing port and filled the air with their blaring fanfares. My mother and siblings met me at the docks. My mother was the first to speak, with a rare display of emotion as she pulled me into her embrace. "Take care, Arthur," she said, ruffling my hair with her hand. "You don't have to be rash about this." I smiled up at her as I met her gaze. "When have I ever been rash, Mother?" She seemed to wince at that, before smiling once again. "Oh, I don't know, digging into ancient vaults comes to mind. Regardless, we'll all miss you greatly. And you all too." I snatched my siblings' heads, dragging them into the now group hug. The two squeaked and giggled and practically melted my heart. "Love you, Artha. We'll miss you." I squeezed them both tightly before I let go, backing away from the family and nodding to my mother. "I will be back soon enough, and with news of my betrothal too. Farewell, Mother, Shireen, Edric." They waved me on my way, and there was confidence in my step as I marched to the top deck, where the captain I had hired for the Sword, Arain Waters, stood lean and tall. He had taken to the job with relish, likely because it allowed him to sail the finest ship on the sea. "Ready to leave your motherland behind, young Arthur?" he asked teasingly, and I nodded back. "Aye, but now we're off to see yours. To Driftmark. If I'm going to tour the Seven Kingdoms, let none say I neglect my father's vassals." "I'm a lord," he nodded sharply. "Raise the anchors, men. We're off to the blue once more. Let's be sure to show the Lord a proper maiden voyage, in more ways than one, no doubt." Chapter 34, Arain I. 292 AC. The trip began well enough, with a graceful departure from Dragonstone proper. The Sword, contrary to its name, was more like a bat-leaks, slow to start and stop, but it could get up to a speed just as fast as the other gallons when it got moving, and the crew was trained well enough, called up from some of the better cutter crews and trained on the other galleons. She was a bit less responsive than they were used to, but by the time they reached Driftmark they were shaping up. A ship like this, why it makes a man smile. It was funny, the Prince of Dragonstone had called him up years ago, and he had believed it a joke on Lord Stannis' part, but he had answered since the pay was good. He soon found out that Lord Stannis didn't joke, and while his son did the plan of building a merchant navy was deadly serious. He had known since the first cutter had hit the water that it was, and now he was sailing the flagship of the fleet. Well, only a small fleet as of yet, but the great skeletons that decorated Dragonstone's bay half-constructed were more than enough to convince him of its future scale. It would be the mightiest fleet in the world, and with the frightening cannons below his feet, it might already be. The future looked bright, to him at least, though it seemed that his brother had yet to adapt his port to the new scale of vessels. They had needed to go to dock with rowboats, though it had been good to see the old bastard, again. He suspected the lack of facilities might become a running theme as this little pleasure cruise continued. Little lord's maiden voyages off voyaging for maidens. He snorted into his wine. They had spent 7 days now ferrying the prince about, back and forth between the various vassals his father held on the bay. He was negotiating something with them, Ironborn was sure, but that was none of his business. Well, at least not yet. If the man built more shipyards it might still become his business. Though perhaps the boy was trying to sell his brother the new ships. The Valyrian fleet was no red wine navy, but it was still a good number of sailors. Now though they were heading south for Tarth, though they were making a wide loop to avoid Shipbreaker Bay for the most part. Arthur's boats handled open sea better than Cog's did, it was common knowledge. So here he sat, across from the boy that seemed to hold all the knowledge in the world, half afraid to ask him anything lest he offend the prince. Still, his curiosity eventually got the better of him. So, you say these cannons of yours can outrange catapults? The boy looked up from his salted pork and nodded, smiling. That was good. Oh yes, by quite a bit actually, and the new ones I'm working on at Dragonstone will beat that considerably. That seems like an awful lot of power for something so small. That's why they have a chance of exploding, albeit far less so with these new ones. Ironborn swallowed at that. The idea of having bombs go off from beneath his feet was not a happy one. The prince noticed the look on his face though. Oh, don't be that way, Ironborn, the men are trained well, and a misfire won't sink the whole ship unless it lights the powder stores. Think of it like transporting lamp oil. That is not exactly reassuring. Oh stuff it, you're on the safest ship on the planet at the moment, and far less likely to sink than you were on your damn cogs. He stared at the boy for a moment before sighing and nodding his head. That did make sense at least, he would just ignore the stupid things, at least until it came time to use them. Good, good, that's the face I want to see. The boy pressed his hand against his chin in thought. I should get you a parrot. A parrot, he had heard of the birds in the summer isles, brightly colored, and they could speak like men. Yeah, it's just sort of the look you have to you. My apologies. I don't mean to criticize your dress. Ironborn rolled his eyes. It was eccentric he knew, and harshly contrasted the uniforms of the men under him. But it was his, and he had even had it stipulated in his contract that he could keep wearing it. None took. Still, I do think you would look good with a parrot on your shoulder. The prince was indeed a strange boy. Chapter 35, Brienne 2. 292 AC. She saw the ships coming, long before they reached the town of Evenfall, down the cliffs away from the castle proper. They were sticking close to the cliff face, the island shielding them from the heavy winds that buffeted Shipbreaker Bay. There was a beauty in them, stark white ships with sails as pale as clouds, gliding through the sapphire water which was split as if by a sword in their wake. She could see why Arthur had chosen to use them for his voyage here, and likely further south as well. She could still remember precisely the conversation they had had in that dark balcony off of the Red Keep, how they had spoken of dreams. When her father had told her that he was sending a betrothal letter to the Baratheons, she hadn't known quite how to feel. Certainly, Arthur had been courteous to her, but that had been when he couldn't see her face. Would he still be so kind when he saw her face in the broad daylight? Would he be willing to let her pursue her dream even as his lady wife? She would be expected to bear children, she was sure, but would she then leave them behind to battle? The whole thing was terrifying. She hadn't been so scared since she was a little girl. Over the months between, though, she had begun to feel a growing resignation. He had sent word ahead that he would be sailing out with a new fleet to visit his prospective betrothed at his mother's request, finding amongst them which one he might be happiest with. Brienne knew in her heart that he would likely be the only man who might ever respect her that would be willing to marry her, but was that enough? And what of his own feelings, his own dreams? She had never heard a man speak with such fire and ambition as he had at the Red Keep. Would she be able to keep up? Would she even be able to satisfy him as a wife should? She had never learned such things in her pursuit of knighthood, and while the Book of the Maiden gave some guidance, she could hardly rely on that alone. Could she? These thoughts had only grown over the months until she had finally resolved herself to have peace with it. For that was what a true knight ought to do. Swallow one's own fear and pride, and resign herself to her duty to her house. She would present her best, most true face to Arthur, and if he chose her from amongst her suitors, then so be it. She was sure that it was the man who was supposed to have to do that, but then, she sought to be a knight and a woman, so why not think of Arthur as a boy and a lady? The thought cheered her up as she walked down towards the courtyard, where the young Baratheon walked in alongside some foppish-looking Valyrian, at least by his eyes. Arthur was a rather different sight in the bright sunlight of evenfall than he was on the balcony, though she had seen him in the light during the feasts. It had been from across the room. Now he stood before her, a year older, but far clearer. His hair was cropped and black, and it hung just low enough that it covered part of his forehead, though it was combed and parted at the side. His ears were not of the Florent size, but nearer to the Baratheons. He was tall for his age, but he lacked the bulk of Lord Renly or King Robert. His eyes shone with a bright and piercing blue, and were fairly large. His features now were still childish, but begging to show signs of puberty. She also saw now the grayscale, the scars of the disease that had clawed its way up onto the prince's face. 3 jagged wedges of it crawled up his right cheek from where it ran up his neck and jaw. One stopped just below the corner of his mouth, another perhaps an inch to the right from his nose, and the last and longest of them ran back up near his ear. They were unpleasant to look at, being mottled grey and disgusting, but she could hardly hold that against him. He might have been handsome, in a rugged sort of way, had he not been so scarred, but then she might have been pretty had she not broken her nose. Might-haves were not useful things. He wore a high collar, that covered much of his neck, and below that a blue jacket with red details. She saw on the shoulders where a breastplate might be hooked on, and she wondered if the entire thing might be worn beneath a suit of armor, though it was likely too decorative for that. His leggings were crisply edged and of the same color as his jacket, and he wore black leather seaman's boots on his feet. In greeting, she bowed, unable to curtsy in her armor. "Prince Arthur," her father said beside her, "I hope your trip has been pleasant." "Indeed it has been, Lord Selwyn. I must admit that Tarth seems quite a bit more pleasant than Dragonstone in regards to weather. With the beauty of the blue waves coming in, I could see why your island is called the Sapphire Isle." He then turned to her, offering a hand. "Lady Brienne, it's a pleasure to see you again." She started for a moment as she realized he was offering to kiss her hand, and she felt her heart beat harder in her chest. No, I'm being considered for betrothal." "Best face, Brienne, best face." She reached her hand out, grasping his own, and she was surprised to find that he was simply shaking it. She felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Before she could get out a word, the whole group was being shuffled inside by her father, who was talking about their accommodations and the small feast he would be holding for the prince tonight. Through all of it, Brienne kept seeing the boy look back at her, looking for something. What he saw, she was not sure. She found it hard to meet his eyes. Chapter 36, Arthur 13. 292 AC. The feast at Evenfall Hall was a fairly sedate affair. There was a good bit of meat and bread around, but Tarth was poor even in relation to Dragonstone, due mostly to its small population and lack of royal connections, not to mention it was a vassal rather than a holder of vassals. The conversation was pleasant, however. Lord Selwyn seemed greatly impressed by the ships, quizzing me on them relentlessly. I was glad that Arain was there to take some of the burdens, though he, unfortunately, would be sleeping aboard the ships with the men, and thus had to depart shortly after the meal finished. Eventually, the talk turned to our prospective betrothal, however, and Lord Selwyn suggested that we take a walk through the gardens to talk. I had been quite surprised through the night at how nervous Brienne seemed to be, far more nervous about the whole thing than I had thought she would be, and I worried that she might fear for her house should this fall through, or some other silliness. We walked the gardens in unproductive silence for a while before I spotted a stone-carved bench. "Would you like to sit for a while?" I asked plainly, and the tall woman nodded, sitting just to my side, but not touching me. Though she had thankfully taken her armor off to eat, replacing it with a blue cloth riding outfit. The silence lasted a while longer before I turned to her, the setting sun behind us, just as it had been at King's Landing. "All right, Brienne, is it all right if I just ask you?" "Ask me what?" "Do you want to marry me?" Even in the setting sun's red light, I could see the color drain from her face as I hit her with the sledgehammer of a question. It cracked and shattered whatever she had been holding back for a moment. Brienne the Bold, Lady Knight of Tarth, sat there stuttering like a puppy for a moment, before collapsing onto me in a half-hug half-lean. It was difficult holding up her weight even as she rested her head atop my own. "I don't know. Arthur. I don't know," she got out between halting breaths. "I haven't known since my father suggested it, I haven't known this whole time. What am I supposed to do? The seven-pointed star says nothing about this." She released me after a moment, and I could swear there were tears in her eyes. "I want to be a knight, Arthur, a real knight, not some pretend warrior, but then I can't be a wife. It's not fair, it's not." I saw her sniff her snot in, recovering some composure, and I reached out, placing a hand that seemed small on her shoulder. She was just a 16-year-old girl after all, and with more baggage than most. "You don't have to marry me if you don't want to, Brienne, that's why I'm taking this trip, to see if things will work." But the seven, my father." She managed to get out, and I looked her in the eyes, which were large and blue, just like my own. "The seven don't want you to marry if you're set on being a warrior, Brienne, and your father isn't going to make you marry me either, certainly not if I tell him no to our betrothal. If you want to be a warrior more than you want to be a lady, then I certainly won't force you to be the latter." Despite my attempts to calm her, the tears came out again, and I honestly wasn't sure what I was doing wrong. This is, she choked out as I tried reaching around to pat her back but found my reach to be too short at this distance. "This is why it's hard, you don't treat me badly, you're probably the only man who might ever marry me that won't, but, I can't. I just can't be a warrior and a lady." She let out a wet laugh as she wiped her tears from her eyes. "Not that I know the first thing about being a lady, to begin with." I nodded at that as she finally seemed to have calmed down properly, and offered her a hand to stand up. She took it firmly, almost pulling me back down onto the bench. "You all right now?" I asked, turning back towards her, and she nodded. "Yes, yes, I'm all right now. I just had to decide my path." "So a knight it is then?" "Yes," she said, her tone becoming firmer and more confident with each step, returning to the Brienne I thought I had remembered from the books. "Thank you for being, well, considerate. I wouldn't think of being anything else. Your feelings on this matter too, Brienne." "Still, thank you." She brushed her hair from her eyes. "That was embarrassing. Please don't tell my father." "What, that you broke down and rejected our betrothal the minute I got you alone in the garden?" "Wouldn't dream of it." I grinned at the girl. "No, woman. Then again, if you're so set on being a knight, or whatever it is you've decided to be, then perhaps I can offer you a job instead." The Maid of Tarth turned to me, before sighing into her hand. "I'll see what Lord Renly and my father say." Chapter 37, Doran I. 292 AC. The Prince of Dorne stared down at the letter informing him that Arthur Baratheon would be leaving Tarth in the following week and coming south to Dorne to meet with his daughter about their betrothal. It had been sent 2 days ago, and with how fast the merchant lordlings' ships were supposed to move, it seemed likely he would be at Sunspear tomorrow, or at most the day after. Then he would expect to see Arianne, and that was currently complicated, to say the least. Because of course, Doran had never agreed to betroth the girl to the Baratheon prince. Oh, he had let it go through, even after Oberyn's blasted daughter had had the nerve to steal his seal. He could easily have had the couriers stop it before it ever reached a raven. No, the match was actually not a terrible one, at least now that it seemed Viserys had fallen into the paws of Volantis and decided to marry his sister no less, an ill habit of the Targaryen dynasty. It did feel wrong at some level to let his daughter even suggest marrying herself away to a member of the family that had let the Lannisters kill poor Elia, but then Lord Stannis had been trapped in Storm's End at the time, starving with his men, and he doubted the man would have been nearly so lenient with the mountain or the monster. Not when he chopped his own second's hand off for smuggling. Indeed, with the recent rise to power of the Dragonstone House, and their antipathy with the Queen, or at least that was what his spies in King's Landing told him. The Dragonstone Baratheons were very private and hard to read, would hopefully mean that he could see revenge for his sister in another way. Ironically, the trouble was not with the Baratheon at all, but rather with his own daughter. Simply put, she had been growing constantly more and more rebellious as he failed to find a proper betrothal for her, and when he had explained the reason why her now cancelled betrothal to Viserys, she had simply gone ballistic, blaming him, perhaps rightly, for making a plan that had fallen through so easily and paraded her around in front of grey old men for the sake of it. Ever since it seemed she had been out to specifically defy him and enlisted his brother's bastards along for the endeavour. The older Sand Snakes seemed all too willing to defy him, in ways that even she was not. 2 of them were now being held at Water Gardens, and a third might soon be on the way if she was plotting what he thought she was. His daughter was less trouble if he were being honest. She wanted to rebel, yes, but was less willing to poison random courtiers to make her displeasure known. Instead, for instance, she had sent off to betroth the Baratheon boy, hoping that it would step on Doran's toes, no doubt. This meant that he had to act exactly as if his toes had been fiercely stepped on as soon as he decided the match would actually be beneficial. Teenage girls were nothing but trouble, and so, Arianne had been confined to her room since he first got news of the betrothal visit, and given strict instructions that when she met the boy she was to make a marriage between them seem as unappealing as possible, to force him to choose against the betrothal of his own accord, and without offending him. Of course, that meant she would probably try to seduce him, which, if a bit uncouth, would at least hopefully earn his daughter some goodwill with a 12-year-old boy, and besides, she had plenty of positive aspects beyond her body if she remembered to use them, which he hoped she did. She was a smart girl, after all, only a bit naive. Still, the issue would likely be convincing the Baratheon that he didn't plan to murder him in his sleep, especially once Arianne inevitably started working the boy's ears off about how Doran hated the idea of them marrying. While his reputation was not as foul as his brother's in that regard, he knew well how the Dornish were viewed elsewhere, and not entirely without good reason. Perhaps he could talk to the boy and explain the situation once Arianne had spoken her words, though how smart the Prince of Dragonstone truly might be was hotly debated amongst the court, and he suspected many of the courts of the kingdom. Clearly, the rumors weren't all true, for how could one man, much less a child, achieve so much so quickly? Still, he didn't doubt there was some credence to them, else the rumors would have been shattered at King's Landing. He simply hoped the boy was smart enough to listen to reason, and perhaps to try and calm Arianne if he got the opportunity. Hopefully, this match would work out well for his daughter and the young Baratheon both, and they'd get married, produce an heir, overthrow Robert and serve him the mountain's head on a plate in his old age. Oh, who was he kidding? Things never worked out that well, case in point Viserys' new betrothal. As always, his main worry was his daughter, but as long as she avoided anything obviously stupid, they ought to be all right. Chapter 38, Arianne I. 292 AC. Arianne looked out the windows in the morning, hoping to spot the great sails of the ships of Dragonstone on the horizon. They would come, the scarred prince's men, and spirit her away to his castle, just like in the stories. She knew that they were only stories of course, but the ships she had seen many times now, the galleons and cutters making their way to the Reach and the Westerlands stopped in Sunspear often enough, bringing with them goods from as far away as Skagos in the north and Bravos in the east. They smelled of the sea, of bold men, and of adventure. Their captains were sometimes hosted in the castle, where they spoke of great cliffs and storms and pirates and many other things. She has always loved boats, dreaming of Nymeria her ancestor and the 10,000 which the great queen commanded, and the boats of Dragonstone were beautiful too, like castles upon the sea. She had thought of stowing away aboard one, sneaking out and leaving her dull life in Sunspear behind, but then, that would mean giving up her title, her chance to rule Dorne, and that was unacceptable. So she had resolved herself to find another way. And then her father had told her of his plot, the plot to marry her to Viserys that had fallen through, to make her queen of the 7 kingdoms. She wasn't sure which was worse, that he had never trusted her with it in the first place, or that it had failed so spectacularly. It stung, either way, betrayal, and failure both. She had been paraded in front of old men like some doll, had been prompted to throw her own virginity away out of spite, simply for a plan that failed because a dragon would rather fuck his own sister than marry her? And her father was behind it as well? She had been treated like a bird in a cage to be toyed with as her father pleased, and when she thought of that cage she also thought too of the ships. Those great, beautiful ships, and their rugged captains, who spoke of their prince with a sort of reverence that she had certainly lost for her father. Oh, she knew he was supposedly scarred by grayscale, but what was a scar on a man's skin anyhow? She had seen grayscale before, and it did not frighten her. So she had conspired, had written a letter of betrothal to the boy, and her cousins had managed to steal her father's seal from beneath his nose, and they had gotten the letter sent without him ever knowing. Then he had caught them, and things had gotten worse. She had been locked up in her room, no longer allowed to walk the Shadow City, or even the castle proper unsupervised, and her cousins had gotten themselves locked in water gardens for their attempts to break her out. How she wished that they had succeeded, if only for a little while, to escape the doldrums of her room. But no, for now, that was only in her dreams. A maiden in a castle, though she was no maiden, she had thrown that away to spite her father, trapped there by her cruel father's hand, waiting for her gallant young prince to spirit her away. Albeit her prince was a bit too young, and not handsome by many accounts, but to escape her gilded cell that could all be acceptable. There was even some mystery to him. He was spoken of by his captains as a great genius, true, but he had only ever appeared in public once when he had sparred jibes with the queen and met with the Lady of Tarth on a darkened balcony. She wondered what words had passed between the two then? Was it a romance? Spite? The finding of a kindred soul? Perhaps she would ask him. She could imagine him now, dark, tormented and stormy, treated poorly by his aunt just as she was by her father. He would understand her struggle, and he would take her away from here in his arms. Then she would return with a fleet at her back just as Nymeria had come, and she would rule Dorne, not Quinton. Some small part of her mind reminded her that she was thinking of a 12-year-old, and the image in her head shrunk a bit. From a dark and brooding prince to a scarred and mistreated child, struggling with a mind beyond his years. Perhaps he yearned for love as she did? He had decided to sail out and meet his betrothed, after all, an unusual thing for a prince of Westeros. She would have expected to be called to Dragonstone instead. Maybe he was simply naive? That could be good in its own way. She might mold him to accept her rule more easily, and with his Baratheon blood, he would no doubt grow quite tall with time, perhaps someday his grayscale might be cured, or covered somehow, and he might be a handsome prince after all. As with everything, however, her father stood in the way, demanding that she make herself unappealing, and try to get the boy to reject her outright. He cared not for her love, only to use her for his own plots. Well, she would see to that. She would sneak to where Prince Arthur slept and take the boy in the night. She would become pregnant with his child, which would force the issue. He would be unable to refuse the betrothal then, and she would be free at last. She reclined on her bed, going over the plans she had formed in her head for the umpteenth time, touching her belly which she hoped might soon enough be full with a child. She turned towards the window and leaped to her feet. Her mind already giddy and racing with fantasy. There were white sails in the distance. Chapter 39, Arthur 14. The departure from Tarth was a fairly cheerful thing all told. Brienne had spoken to her father, and while he was displeased at being robbed of a likely heir, he appreciated that I had done so out of consideration for Brienne's feelings and not because I found her ugly or distasteful. I had brought gifts with me aboard the Sword, for all of my potential betrothed, and Lord Selwyn at least seemed to appreciate a small breeding stable of Reach purebreds. With all the unused pasture space of Tarth, he was in an excellent position to begin ranching. Eventually, however, I had to depart, leaving Brienne behind for now. She gave me a back-breaking hug at our parting, which I struggled to return. And then we were off again, back north through the Straits of Tarth and out onto the open waters so as to avoid Shipbreaker Bay. We sailed east a good few leagues from the coast of Tarth before coming south down the middle of the narrow sea. We first caught sight of the Stepstones after a day and a half at sea, stubby little island mountains in the distance, though some were nearly the size of Dragonstone, and some larger still. My future domain, though I would not be stopping there on this voyage. We spotted pirates a few times, or likely pirates at least, alongside a few traders, but none dared trouble my little armada on our way, even the pirates if the Stepstones were not so brash as to take on so many ships alongside a galleon it seemed. I did appreciate the warmth however. I had been wintered on Dragonstone, and even the summer there was cool and dank. The Stepstones were quite pleasant in comparison. Soon we were out onto the other side of them, and we clung near the southern parts of the archipelago as we made our way into Sun's Pair. The ancient Martell citadel, the sandship, was certainly an impressive sight to see, visible at a long distance and built atop a great hill on which its shadow city was visible. The thing looked to me more like Pride Rock than anything, a great jutting spear of sandstone that likely gave the city its name. I wonder if they execute people by kicking them off the edge. The Targaryens had certainly done similar things at times, shoving traitors into the Dragon Mont. It was something I didn't intend to replicate. The docks, surprisingly, were actually quite extensive, with a few that were likely built for warships back when Dorne maintained a fleet that was even capable of handling the bulk of the Sword, albeit only barely. Still, it was nice to be able to walk down a gangplank though. From the look of the man who was greeting me, I thought I could already tell who he was. Prince Arthur, welcome to Sun's Pair. I must say, you have certainly come with a beautiful show. Prince Oberyn. I nodded my head gently, wary of the viper but unwilling to let it show too much on my face. I could hardly arrive with less to meet with women who might well be my wives. Ha, many men bring far less to the table than they say they are going to. I am glad to see that you do not. I pointedly ignored the innuendo in his words, which seemed to disappoint him slightly. I keep to my duty. Much like your father then. Well, I will show you up to the castle so you can meet young Arianne. That is the purpose of this, maiden voyage. I cannot deny that he had me with that one, setting me a grumble. It seemed that everyone aboard my fleet had caught on to that joke, and since Oberyn spoke it as well it had likely already found its way into the hands of mummers and chroniclers. As if I needed that kind of publicity. Still, I followed Oberyn up to the castle proper, taking the offered horse. My riding was by no means that of a knight's, but it was passable enough as a mode of transportation when I couldn't get a boat. The city of Sunspear was certainly interesting, with a blend of Westerosi and what I might call Arabic styles. Large onion-domed roofs stood over sandstone buildings, with machicolated battlements that stood atop the winding walls that laced through the narrow streets. It was as if Disney's Aladdin did Rio de Janeiro. Fortunately for my trip through the city, however, there was one straight road to the castle, under the threefold gates where the zigzagging urban walls met up and matched with each other just long enough to connect three enormous gatehouses separated by open kill zones in the enclosed courtyards between them. If I were forced to take it, I would shatter the whole city with bombardment before I would try to press that route. Soon, we reached the foot of Sunspear proper, an enormous stone castle, like many of those in Westeros, and Prince Oberyn helped me dismount, for which I thanked him. He seemed polite enough when he wasn't filling the air with innuendo. Finally, he led me into a large chamber, a banner of Nymeria leading her 10,000 ships to Dorne hung high on the wall amidst other tapestries of bright colors, and a light incense hung in the air. "I will go find my brother and Princess Arianne, please wait here for a moment." The Dornishman winked and went on his way, so I sat there on what was probably a sofa and waited. It was a surprisingly long time before I was disturbed. Chapter 40, Doran 2. 292 AC. Just let me go already. Doran felt a headache coming on. He had needed to waylay his daughter and have her taken back to her room, as she had climbed out of the thrice-damped window trying to go meet Arthur ahead of time. Except of course that it wasn't ahead of time, and he had been coming to get her as she went. Now they were delayed by near an hour because of her antic, and now she was probably going to. "Ugh," he grumbled, trying to work his way around his daughter's twisted logic. "All right," he finally said. "Well, both go see him now." "Really?" There seemed to be an inordinate amount of joy in her eyes. "Yes, let's just hope that Prince Arthur is not overly insulted by the long wait." "I'm sure it'll be fine," his daughter said with confidence. "Once he lays eyes on me he'll." Doran mustered his best glare, albeit a largely fake one. "Oops. I mean that I'll make sure to drive him off." "Good," he said plainly, already feeling he needed a bottle of wine to deal with his daughter's antics, even if they were intentional. That kind of slip-up might get her killed one day. The two walked down towards the hall of tapestries where Oberyn had left the young man, though Arianne had to help him down the steps. His legs were going and he could feel it. They found the boy sitting on one of the sofas, apparently writing in a small journal of some sort, though as he heard them enter he quickly closed it and pushed it into a pouch at his side. "Prince Doran and Princess Arianne, I presume," he said, getting up from the cushion and bowing, though it was hardly necessary with his status. It still showed decorum. "Ah, Prince Arthur," he said quite calmly, while Arianne curtailed at an angle that was surely designed to let the boy see as much of her as possible. He didn't say anything, however. "My prince." Doran struggled to get a better look at the boy, who seemed cheerful enough, and unoffended by their lateness, which was good for their chances at least. Still, he felt compelled to apologize. "I'm quite sorry that you were left for some time, my daughter needed to prepare herself to meet you." Arianne made a noise beside him but he ignored it, instead of continuing to observe the boy. He had Baratheon features mostly, only a little bit of Florent in the shape. The grayscale was more prominent than he expected but obviously old with its dried-out color. The clothes he wore were fitting, though of no style he recognized, and well dyed. There was a scent of the sea to him, but that was to be expected. Overall there were no issues he would consider pressing in regards to the boy's appearance. "Oh, I assure you it was little trouble, waiting in such a beautiful chamber is far more pleasant than doing so in my quarters aboard the Sword of Baratheon at least." "Oh," Doran said sitting, as he gestured for the two children to do the same. "I take it with a name like that she is a proper warship." "Yes, though all the galleons can serve as such in a pinch. She is to be the flagship of the company fleet," the boy nodded. "I am quite proud of her." He said, gesturing to the servants that had followed them in. "They would bring a bowl of plums in a moment." An interesting vessel to take on a cruise. He saw his daughter fidgeting from the corner of his eye and almost felt like holding his own brow again. Arianne, you may ask your question. His daughter smiled at him, which was a nice sight for once, before turning to the young Baratheon. How has your trip been, my prince? The boy smiled at her, meeting her eyes. Quite pleasant so far, I've gotten to see so much more of Westeros. From my father's vassals on the Blackwater Bay to Tarth and through the stepstones on the way here, and now Son's Pair as well. He turned back to Doran. I must say that your city is very nice. Quite distinct from anywhere else I have been. Indeed, Son's Pair has the finest Roynish architecture left in the world. He started, but his daughter cut in before he could continue. Ah, you must let me take you down through the bazaars while you're here, my prince. We have goods from all across Essos and the Summer Isles. He turned a glare that should look harsh on his daughter, but she seemed to ignore it. The bright boy across from them on the other hand only smiled. Certainly, princess, I'm always looking for new opportunities. He turned to Doran. If that's acceptable to your father, that is. He had an urge to sigh as his daughter's face dropped. That is, acceptable, as long as you are accompanied, of course. Certainly. In the morning then. Arianne broke in almost immediately. That's when they have all the best things anyway. Tonight we should get to know each other better. Doran very nearly groaned even as the plums were brought in, but sated himself on merely biting into one instead. He dearly hoped that his daughter did not mess this up. Chapter 41, Arthur 15. 292 AC. I sighed, leaning back into my bed as Arianne disappeared the way she had come. That had been hard, both literally and figuratively, but I was playing an unfortunately high-stakes game, and I couldn't afford to be Jaime Lannister and think with my loins. My life, and possibly the whole of Westeros, was at stake, at least depending on what was going on with the fucking ice zombies. I dragged my hand down my face, trying to get back to sleep, and getting the image of Arianne Martell naked in the cool moonlight out of my head, which was easier said than done. Eventually, however, I managed to pull it off, replacing it gradually with thoughts of home and cannons and how Sig was probably going to blow his goddamn arm off one of these days. That man was unjustifiably lucky. Eventually, the depths of sleep claimed me, and I awoke to the warm Dornish sun peeking over the desert and straight into my bedroom, lighting the whole of the land with its hopeful young shadows at the start of the new day. I rose to meet it, knowing that the bazaars would likely open quite early, and I climbed into my clothes for the day quickly. A more uniform set than my usual Napoleon French garb. They were all white with my trademarked high collar and a short cape over one shoulder. They had black epaulets on the shoulders and I wore them with gloves. I loved it, and it looked completely out of place on Westeros. Dinah had truly proven a visionary when it came to designing new and utterly ridiculous costumes for me. I just hoped the bright color would help with the desert heat. I hadn't been to any such environment in my new life before after all. I opened the door to head downstairs just as one of the servants came to inform me that the lady was waiting for me at the entrance hall. We would eat at the bazaar. Well, best not keep a princess waiting. I met Arianne at the gate, thankfully fully clothed this time, and she smiled as I came down the steps, which was hopefully a good sign that she didn't have hard feelings for me turning her propositioning down. Instead, she almost immediately grabbed my hand, leading me out the gate. Come on, the food gets worse as it sits out. Ah, okay, I said, noting that a pair of guards were following behind us as she led me by the hand through the winding streets. It was a little shocking the whiplash she seemed to be going through, from inquisitive noble to seductress to teenage girl excited to leave her house and go to the mall. I honestly had no idea how to handle it. You can't ride a horse in the Shadow City, the streets are too tight for them. They need to be led. I'm Islandborn, so that's no great loss for me, I said, laughing as we made our way through the first ring of the city. The Shadow City was, as it looked, a mess of sandy brick buildings and small courtyards with a network of alleys just big enough to stretch your arms out in running through it. Fortunately, the people here seemed to know well enough to get out of the Lord's daughter's way, though I imagined that the burly hoplites behind us helped with that a great deal. Not that Arianne wasn't recognizable on her own, even for a Dornish woman she wore few clothes, and no prostitute would have so much golden jewelry. It seemed that the people in at least the upper part of the city could recognize her on sight as a result, most of them bowing or showing small signs of deference as we passed. It reminded me of walking around Dragonstone, except without the saluting. Of course, most of the people in this area seemed to be fairly wealthy. The buildings here were far larger than those of the lower districts, and often seemed to have attached stable or multiple buildings conjoined into small compounds. Eventually, we reached what I presumed was the upper-class bazaar. Colorful ribbons hung overhead, providing shade to the whole place. They were suspended by a large stone pillar in the center of a brick-paved square, and merchants sold all manner of goods from engraved wooden stalls, which themselves had fabric roofs of obviously fine quality. "These are the best," she said, going up to one of the stands which was surrounded by the smell of cooking meat and vegetables. I noted that its back actually led into what I presumed was a kitchen. "We call them kebabs, they don't have them up north, I understand." I smiled gently at her. "I've heard of them, I'll try one." She matched my grin even as the shopkeeper started deferring to her as a princess. I mostly zoned out of the greeting, just taking in the atmosphere of the place until she shoved a skewer into my hand. "The mummers should start soon." "Where are they performing?" "Over on the other side of the square." It struck me just how much Arianne seemed to enjoy all of this, away from the politicking. Perhaps this was what she thought all adventures were like? She couldn't possibly be that sheltered. Could she? This was the same world as Sansa Stark, wasn't it? I turned towards my skewer, biting what seemed to be a grilled onion off of it, and noted out of the corner of my eye that the guards were following us closely, constantly on watch. The girl who had literally crept into my bed and tried to seduce me last night, naive? It was an odd thought. Chapter 42, Arianne 3:292 AC. It was wonderful getting out of that cell called her room for the first time in months, even if she had gotten little sleep the night before. The realization that she had been acting like her father had cost her most of the night, and she awoke early in the morning desperate to make it up to him. Her father's warnings washed off of her like rain, and she found herself waiting by the gate out of Castle Sunspear even before the sun rose. Soon her prince came to greet her, clad in bright white clothing that set off his blue eyes. It had a strange look to it, but not a displeasing one. Though it was still far too conservative for her own tastes, it had its charm. The rest of the morning was a whirl. She was sure to show him all of the wonders of Sunspear, the great bazaar, the food, the mummers who performed their stories of Nymeria and of the dragon slayers who held back the Targaryen invasion, the bards who strummed their lutes and filled the air with sweet music. She hoped it was enough to make up for her actions, but she knew it was not. Not in truth. Her father could have given her all these things and more, and she would not feel better towards him. But then, she might forgive him if he just said he was sorry, that he wouldn't do it again. But she had already apologized to Arthur, and yet he didn't smile that much, just looked at her and looked around, and affirmed that he liked whatever she showed him. It was impossible to tell if he was simply being polite or not, and it was driving her mad with uncertainty. When the sun reached its zenith, they were browsing the wares of one of the merchants, who was selling fine silks made in Uti, which he had purchased in Volantis. For once, Arthur seemed quite interested in the story. "So what is the news from the free cities then?" "Oh, why there's plenty of it, my prince. What holds your interests?" "I had heard that the disputed lands were heating up again." "Oh, that's true. They're all still negotiating, of course, but it looks like Volantis will go to war with the Three Daughters soon. Their new triarch is a tiger, and a fierce one at that." Arianne mostly blotted out the conversation after that. Wars in Essos were constant and ever-shifting. If Arthur wanted to worry about them, that was his prerogative, but she was more interested in the silks themselves, fine green things embroidered with silver decorations along their edges, tangling and interweaving with each other. She chose two, and lifted them gently, turning to Arthur. "Which of these do you think would look better on me?" Her prince turned to her, and for the first time in an hour chuckled happily, before pointing to the one on the right, though he was careful to caution. "I doubt there are many outfits in the Seven Kingdoms that wouldn't look good on you." She felt her face flush with pride at that one, and even more so with embarrassment when Arthur drew out his own purse to buy it for her. "Oh, you can't," she moved to protest, but he simply paid the man anyway, who smiled and nodded his approval at the transaction as several gold dragons changed hands. "I just did, princess." It made the guilt on her shoulders feel tenfold heavier, even as he took the thing and draped it around her shoulders, before grasping her hand in his own. "Now, I believe that I had said I would take you sailing." She almost yelped as he pulled her towards the edge of the bazaar, a twinkle in his eye. "You've been showing me about all day, it's about time I got to show you something." They went to the castle son's pair to get horses, and soon they rode down to the docks where the maiden fleet lay at anchor. It was funny to learn that his island-born comment was not a joke, as his riding was amateur, and she herself could easily outpace him. Then again, he was still quite young. She started for a moment as he led her up onto the boat, struck by the realization that her prince was indeed only 12, 4 years younger than her, and she had tried to make him a father against his will. Still, her guilt was quickly buried as she felt the wood beneath her feet move as the sails of the cutter he had led her onto filled with the sea wind, and she found herself clinging to his shoulders for dear life. Is this a bad time to mention that I've never been on a boat before?" Her prince's laughter was loud and clear, his eyes shining blue like the sky, whatever one thought of his face. He kept laughing for a good while, and she might have been angry had the shifting of the decks not been so startling. "Don't worry. You'll get used to it," he said, managing to choke it out in between his laughs. "And besides, you want to be like Nymeria, right? You'll have to get on far more boats than this one before you die." She sputtered in the salty spray that blasted the deck as the cutter made a particularly sharp turn. "You're making fun of me." "You can't make fun of a princess." She pulled back from him in faux shock but grabbed right back on when the boat crashed over yet another wave. "Maybe," the boy snickered, grabbing a hold of her hand. "Come on, just try to steady yourself, anticipate what the boat's going to do before it does it." She nodded, and backed off of him, taking first one, and then another shaky step back. She watched the next wave coming, felt the wind, and still almost fell over, much to Arthur's amusement. "See, you were better that time, you'll be matching your ancestors in no time." For her part, Ariane decided to accept the praise at face value rather than engage the sarcasm. "I will be. You'll see it soon enough. I have her blood in me, and I know I can do it. I take it quite seriously, I'll have you know." The boy's eyes lit up once again, and she could swear they were laughing still even as he stopped to speak. "That's good, I would have to have the statue resculpted if you didn't." "The what?" Chapter 43, Arthur 16. 292 AC. Ariane liked the statue. It was 8 feet tall, a bit above life size, and was the work Irene Halnos, one of the best sculptors in Bravos who I had brought over the narrow sea in Comics Ion for it. Cut from a solid block of red dragon glass, it depicted Nymeria standing atop the banners of the Dornish houses she had conquered after marrying into the Martells. Though to me, it looked more like Britannia's traditional depictions, what with the Greek helmet. Ariane started fawning over it the moment she saw it, even as it was gently lowered from the sword down onto the docks, ready to be carted up to the castle son's pair. She's so beautiful," Ariane said, her hand tracing the line of the warrior queen's raised spear. "I wouldn't expect a Baratheon to come with such a gift. It is my opinion that all of my family have quite different personalities. Though you are correct that my uncles or father would not bring such a gift." Ariane gave me a flat look before going back to feeling up the carefully smoothed stone. "That's what I meant, Arthur. My siblings are quite nice, I'm sure you'll like them." Is that a confirmation of our betrothal I hear? Maybe I scratched at the fleshy side of my chin. Is still have to visit the arbor so as not to offend, but after today I think we could be happy together. It was honest truth, but it had Ariane blushing like a schoolgirl. Well, can't let she turned to say, stepping towards me, but a shout from the docks broke the moment. A shadow passed over me. I turned to find myself being charged by a bald man in flowing red robes, a burning dagger clutched in his hand, and his eyes mad with fury. Shit! I thought, stepping back, but he was quicker, kicking my feet out below me, and sending me crashing to the stone below. He raised his dagger, and that blazing fire was all I could see in the whole world, coming down towards me. Now you die, demon! Spittle flew from the man's lips, and I watched the scene in the slow motion that a sudden surge of adrenaline brings on. I would be lying if I said that I did not cower before that death. Then, with a loud crack, he was thrown back away from me. He dropped the dagger and clutched at his stomach instead, as if choking. I propped myself up on my elbows and spotted a plume of smoke from the deck of the sword above. Whoever that man is, I'm getting him a promotion. I turned towards the downed man, who still clutched at his stomach, but now glared at me with hatred in his eyes. You think you can defeat me with your thunderous sorcery, demon? I name thee demon. You will never defeat those who stand in our healer's light. As he spoke, I reached to my own side, fumbling for the tiny pistol I kept in my pocket. Raising it with a shaking hand, I took aim at his right eye, which still blazed with hate, even as a different color of red was soaking into his robes. I had no idea why the rulerite was calling me a demon, nor indeed why he had chosen to attack me. All I knew was that this man had tried to kill me, murder me on a dock before my own ship. I pulled back the hammer with my thumb. He had tried to take me from behind without warning or honor, and kill me in front of Ariane, far, so far away from my home. I pulled the trigger. It wasn't all that dramatic, honestly. The recoil kicked my hand back and his eyeball exploded, but the bullet didn't get through the other side of his skull, and he didn't immediately collapse or anything. Indeed, he even managed to choke out some ominous final words just to fuck with me. I go to Rolor. Seriously, fuck him. Fuck. I'd just killed a man. The exhaustion that ran through my body was almost palpable, even as Ariane ran over, holding my shoulder up with her hands. She had a look of confusion on her face as well, though it was hard for me to tell through the heady surge of gunsmoke and adrenaline. Arthur! Are you all right? What was that? I leaned back, letting the girl hold me as I sighed, trying to calm my breathing. This, I said, holding up the pistol, is a miniature cannon, like a crossbow but small and loud. I waved my hand up towards the deck. My man up there has a rifle, like this one but bigger. Thank the seven he used it. My eyes turned to the dead man lying a few feet away, his eyes now glazed over as his head sat in a slowly forming pool of blood. And him? I don't know him, he was just on me and then, well, I don't know. He shouted something about Rolor. I heard it, Ariane said, holding me to her bosom. He called you a demon, perhaps because of the scars, I don't know. The disciples of the Red God have been growing anxious as of late, but nothing like this. I'm just glad you're all right. Yeah, I said, wondering if that was really true or not. I had just killed a man, albeit in quite hot blood. I knew damn well I'd feel guilty for it later. Still, at least I was alive, and I saw several of the men hurrying down the gangplank on the other end of the ship to come to my aid. I would be safe again in but a moment. Yet. Chapter 44, Ariane 4. 292 AC. She had heard the shouting when the Red Priest ran out past the guards, who were lingering at a respectful distance to give the two of them space. She hadn't realized it was an assassination at first, she hadn't really been thinking. Then he had raised that burning dagger above her prince, shouted he was a demon and watched transfixed as he started to bring it down. unable to move or think as her body and mind just seemed to freeze up. Her paralysis had thankfully been broken by a deafening crack, and the rumble of thunder that followed. It threw the madman back as it hit his chest, and then her prince had pulled out some similar weapon and finished the job. She had never seen a man die before, but regardless, that was not her first concern. She ran over to Arthur even as the guards finally got there, catching up to and surrounding her as if to ward off other attacks. She could see Arthur's men moving as well, the ones with breastplates and the odd spears, which she realized must be the small cannons he was describing. She held him to her, though he assured her he was all right. She could tell better, hear the shaking in his voice. They were told to move fairly quickly, the boy's sworn shield coming down off of the great ship and ordering the two of them to move up to the castle. They moved under guard and surrounded by his men, who marched in quick order, so as to prevent bolts or arrows from being used by conspirators. Her prince, despite his attempts to placate her worries, was obviously shaken, his eyes glancing about warily even as he shoved what must have been another bolt into his odd weapon, which never left his hand. Not that she could blame him for being shaken, she was as well. It was one thing to know that there was poison about, for her father would keep her safe from that, but blades? Men running screaming at you in the city streets? She could not help but feel cold run up her spine at the thought. Still, they made it back to the castle quickly enough, passing through the well-guarded gates, where they were quickly shuffled inside where her uncle waited. Unusually, Oberyn had a fairly serious look on his face as he turned towards Arthur and the Marines. I heard there was an assassination attempt. Yes, a priest of our healer by his looks, he's dead now. Good. We'll double the guard, and my brother wants to see you. Doran is in the study. Your men can stay here for now. She saw her prince hesitate for a moment, before nodding, and she turned to her uncle with a questioning look. Doran has been meaning to speak to the prince since he arrived. This is as good a time as any. Her uncle smiled grimly as he looked down at her, putting a hand on her shoulder. Are you all right? I know you were not the target, but... I'm fine, she quickly cut him off. He was just showing me the... Oh yes, the statue, I'm sure you'll love it, uncle. Arian quickly cheered up at the memory, the beautiful depiction of her ancestor. Arthur brought a dragon glass statue of Nymeria as a gift for me. I'm sure it's very nice. Her uncle smiled, his viper's eyes shining with an odd light. Tell me more about it. Well, as she started talking about the statue and the bazaar, and the sailing, her uncle kept asking her more about them, and after a few minutes she realized that he had managed to take her mind off of the attempt to kill her prince, which was surely his intent, but she found it hard to be upset with him. Well, it was always hard to be upset with her uncle, but still, she was surprised how quickly her mood picked up as she talked about running about with Arthur, even if the ending was a bit sour. Thank you, uncle, she said, cutting off the next question, and Oberyn smiled, tapping his nose. Now you are fine. Chapter 45, Doran 3. 292 AC. The Prince of Dorne watched impassively as the eldest Prince of Dragonstone entered the study. The boy was clearly exhausted and smelled of something like sulfur. Probably part of his weapon. He had heard about the attempted assassination from his men as soon as they had sent word to the castle, well ahead of Arianne and Arthur with their bodyguards. Even now his men-at-arms were moving through the city to the three present temples of Arhillar. They would be shut down and held closed for the time being, while his men went through their correspondence. If this was more than a single mad priest he would know by this evening. Prince Doran, the young Baratheon said, stepping up in front of him. You asked to see me? Yes, take a seat, please. Doran gestured to one of the wooden chairs that decorated the study. I heard what happened, and I'd like to apologize on behalf of my guards. They should have been in place to prevent that man from ever getting that close. He watched the boy carefully, gauging his response. I accept your apology, Prince Doran. I admit that it was rather terrifying, but I would see nothing else come of it if I might. Only the perpetrator ended up dead as a result. Doran nodded slightly, looking the boy in the eye. Indeed, but it was still a failure on my part to ensure my city's safety. If you wish to have some of your own men stay with you after this, I will take it as no offense, though we have already found the perpetrator's home and identity. One Leandros, priest of Rhlur at the temple on the outer edge of the second ring of the Shadow City. And what an inconvenience that was! If it had only been a damp foreigner he could just ban any more from coming, but now he had to crack down on the cult properly. You can rest assured my men are already following leads on why he was trying to kill you. The boy nodded seriously at that, before speaking again. May I borrow your ravens? I will need to send letters to my uncle and father informing them of the situation. Doran felt the urge to grimace. The last thing he wanted was a load of scrutiny from the king and master of ships. Not to mention that the Rhlurites were tangled up in that mess with. Ah! He thought finally, yes, that would do as an excuse for it, even if his men found no direct instructions from the foreign parts of the cult. Of course, feel free to use them. I believe I may know the reason for this attempt already though. Oh, the boy asked, looking towards him from the window. Yes. I have heard rumors that Viserys Targaryen and his sister have been taken in by the cult of Rhlur. It is possible that the cult has aligned itself with the Targaryen claim. If the boy was surprised, it didn't show on his face, he simply nodded. I will inform my father and the king. As he turned to leave, Doran raised a hand. Ah, please wait a moment, there is something else I would like to discuss with you. The boy stopped, turning towards him with a suspicious gaze. What's that? Doran let out a deep sigh. I suppose Arianne has told you that I do not wish the two of you to be wed. The boy nodded, his gaze sharpening once more. Yes, she has. I am afraid that is incorrect, though it is what she believes, unfortunately. Tell me, did you find anything strange about your betrothal letter? I take it you did not want it sent then. I did actually, or it wouldn't have been, but you see it caused a bit of a situation here at Sun's Pair. Because in trying to send that letter out without my permission, 3 of my nieces significantly overstepped their boundaries. I needed to be able to punish them for it, so I have since pretended as if I disapproved. He watched as Prince Arthur ran a hand down his face. That seems inordinately complicated. Yes, well, the group of them and Arianne do wield a large, perhaps too large, amount of clout between them all, and in their attempt to evade their punishment they further overstepped their bounds. It is a messy and unfortunate situation. Doran smiled at the boy. But, it is also none of your concern in truth, I merely wish to make clear that I do believe that you are a fitting match for my daughter. If anything, last night and today have only proven that further. The young stag stopped for a moment, as if in thought, but then smiled pleasantly. I'm glad to hear that, he said happily. Do you have anything else you'd like to speak about? No, I believe that's all, he said, and the boy took it as his cue to leave. Doran smiled, reclining in his chair. The prince was indeed young and resilient, though that resilience was in its own way unfortunate. He doubted that he could prompt him to betray his uncle so easily, as expected of a child of the man who held Storm's End half-starved. Then again, Doran played with his hair. Robert won't live forever. If the rumors that circled from King's Landing were true, the young Prince Joffrey was a cruel little shit, with an antagonistic relation to his cousin. It might not happen during Doran's lifetime, but he doubted that the boy would last, especially with Aerys' example so fresh in the kingdom's mind. And then who better to rule than young Arthur, especially when married into a princely house? Yes, he could see it. Perhaps his daughter still might sit the Iron Throne after all. Chapter 46, Arthur 17. 292 AC. I watched the ravens as they departed Sun's Pair, heading north towards King's Landing and Dragonstone respectively. They carried letters informing my family of the attack, though they already knew about Viserys being brought into the cult, or at least my father did. Duran's willingness to share that information I would suspect had more to do with pulling my uncle's gaze away from Dorne, and frankly, I could accept that. No reason to weaken the power base of the young woman I suspected I might end up marrying. Hell, it might even be right that Viserys had ordered the cult against me, or more likely whoever his patron was. But something rubbed me the wrong way about the whole thing. The priest hadn't acted like a hired assassin, but more like a true believer. Sure, he could have been ordered to kill me, but it seemed to me like he truly believed I was a demon. I rubbed at the grayscale on my neck. It had not bothered me for some time, save for how others saw it, but it might well be enough to taint me in the eyes of the cult. I couldn't remember what they had thought of Shireen in the books, but then Melisandre was hardly a typical Arhlorite, being from Asai on the Shadow. I glanced down from the Ravens to the docks, where my ships were now on full alert for the foreseeable future. I had another 2 days in Sun's Pair before we left, and they would likely be remaining alert well after that. Private Robert, whose quick thinking and aim had bailed me out earlier, was to be elevated to knighthood at the earliest possible point, at least if I had my way. I smiled at the thought. Knights as a rank would likely long survive their actual role on the battlefield, just like in my old world's England, but for now, at least it would still have some meaning and proper benefit for the man. My thoughts turned to the Prince of the Keep himself as I moved away from the window. Doran was another bag of worms. Whether he actually wanted me betrothed to his daughter was anyone's guess at this point, and I could hardly trust his men to keep me safe after this afternoon. He himself seemed unlikely to want to kill me, however, especially with how much he might be trying to avoid crown attention. Still, if what he said was true, and he was only pretending to be against the betrothal, he really ought to come clean with Arianne. While she had plenty of her own issues, including, it seemed, a constant desire to bare her midriff and show off her other assets as much as allowed, she was still mature enough that she could probably at least understand the reasoning, though she might still be mad that she was lied to. Thinking on that, I decided that I should probably tell her about it myself, given how poorly she reacted to her father's prior misinformation. This is mind. I made my way down the halls to her chambers, to speak with her about her father, and his deceit regarding the betrothal. Best to nip that misunderstanding in the bud after all. Chapter 47, Arianne v. 292 AC. She had been in her room thinking over the day's events when her prince had come to see her and spoke of her father's apparent treachery, his lack of desire to stop their marriage. It had surprised her less than it might have 1 or 2 days earlier. She had thought he might be coming around on it, but Arthur claimed that he had told him it had been devised as a means of punishing her cousins from the beginning, a twisted stream of logic that she could make out the shape of easily. They had perhaps overstepped their bounds more so than she would publicly admit when they had stolen her father's seal. That was not something to be done lightly. Still, it stung that she had spent 8 months mostly shut in her room solely for the purposes of proving her father's point. If he didn't mean it, then he could have just told her. Arthur had done as much as soon as he found out. She was glad that her prince was not like her father, at least in that way, and it hurt her now to see him depart. 5 days after arriving, and he was leaving for the docks to go on to Hightower and the Arbor. She had thought of sneaking aboard his ship, of course, stowing away so that she might elope with him, but it would never work. He had cautioned her against it and asked that she wait for him to return instead. It was a sad thing, true, but a duty she was willing to bear. So now she watched as the sails left over the horizon. They sailed to the south around the Cape of Dorne, and then off along the coast, to see the last woman who might yet steal him from her. It was a thought hard to bear, and she hoped against hope that her efforts had won his heart truly. The Princess of Dorne sagged into the chair. There was nothing more she could do now. A thought struck her and she smiled. That wasn't entirely true after all. She would need to find a pen and some parchment, but there was nothing saying she could not write to him at least. As the last of the white ships faded into the distance, Arianne found her resolve. Yes, she would not let her prince forget about her. Now she tapped the tip of the quill to her lips what to write to him about. Perhaps Tyene might have some ideas. Chapter 48, Arthur 18. The coming of the new year occurred along the southern coast of Dorne, the night before we passed the mouth of the Brimstone River, which stank much like Dragonstone, living up to its name. It was a simple thing, the passing of time, but no less significant for that. I was on a time limit after all, both for the long night which would no doubt follow this long summer, and more pressingly, for my uncle's death and the subsequent war, though that admittedly might not occur. The passing of the year was a reminder of these possibly quite literal deadlines, and I was almost tempted to skip the arbor entirely, but decided against it. Offending the Redwynes wasn't a good idea after all, and I would be visiting Old Town either way. After that, the voyage continued apace, though I had the marines and gunners drilling on the decks every day now, instead of every other. I wished that I could have them practicing their aim as well, but unfortunately, nitrates were in limited supply, and already being harvested by rather disgusting means. I didn't have the mind for chemistry to affix it with ammonia despite my new life's training in alchemy and the insights that brought. Of course, I never knew any chemists that could create living constructs out of metal, though to be fair, it didn't seem alchemists could either. I hoped that might change once magic started pouring back into the world properly again. It reminded me of what I had heard of Mistborn, our magic on that line, with each metal having its own properties when exposed to blood and words of power, but I never read those books, and either way we couldn't make anything except copper, the lowest of the affected metals, actually react to our spells. Thus our magic was mostly limited to wildfire, and the contact explosives we could make out of it, which I suppose made up for a lack of golems. The following days passed by with comparatively little hassle. While the Dornish coast did occasionally get battered by storms, they tended to only come during the rainy months, which was not a season in the Westerosi conception, but tended to happen at least a month or more into the year every year, roughly corresponding to spring on Earth. For us at least it was smooth sailing, the maiden fleet passing by the rocky gulfs and bays of western Dorne with little hassle and clear blue skies in the early days of the new year. It wasn't long before we finally passed the mountains and instead turned south, our compasses guiding us on the open sea to the arbor. It was half a day's travel off the coast when we spotted the northernmost of the arbor's islands, Stone Crab Bay, where some of the Redwyne fleet was docked. We passed by to good cheer on both sides, and continued south to Starfish Harbour, where one of the Redwyne's 3 castles, Olive Grove, was located. They also controlled Castle Grapevine at Vinetown, and Castle Redhill, which lay in the centre of the island amidst its only range of hills, and was, as I heard it, mostly used for wine storage, being away from the coast where their power was based. As we approached the port, however, I noted that it was not only Redwyne flags that were present, and I pulled my hand down my face as I realized what Lord Pakster's game likely was. The port was full of ships and light, and along with the Redwyne fleet were Tyrells and Hightowers, Florents and Tarleys, half a dozen other lords of the Reach and even some from the Westerlands, including a boat bearing the flag of the Lannisport Lannisters. The whole port was full of lanterns strung up from ropes between the white plastered buildings, and the whole place seemed to radiate the aura of a festival. My hands gripped the railing tighter. He aims to pressure me into accepting his betrothal by throwing a great party at. If I hadn't already decided on Arianne, I would appreciate the gesture more, but now it clearly went against my will. Still, after a moment I calmed myself, forcing my breathing to slow. He was doing nothing wrong here technically, arguably even being polite. I shouldn't hold this against him or Dismara. If I were aiming for a political marriage, I might well do the same. I shouldn't treat this as one of my incestuous aunt's plots when there was little distinction between manipulation and a good faith gesture to demonstrate his house's wealth and friendliness. It was Westeros, sure, but assuming that everyone was a mastermind was just as likely to get you killed as assuming that everyone was a doe. At the very least I will meet my mother's relatives. I sighed as the sword moved towards one of the great docks of the harbour, designed for Lord Pakster's galleys, which had been conspicuously left open in a place of honour. No, I would not be mad about this. I would treat it with the respect and dignity it was due, and besides, I had even brought gifts of my own. I hoped Dismara liked her unicorns. Chapter 49, Dismera I. 293 AC. She watched from the Tower of Olives as the great white ships entered the harbour. Their sails were strung high above the water and their hulls looked like clouds bobbing on the ocean. She wondered if her father's ships could look like that with the proper paint and sails. She imagined they could, but they wouldn't look nearly as impressive. MMPH, it seems your potential betrothed wishes to make an impression. Throw his money around. Dismera turned to look at her grand-aunt, who had invited her cousin and her up for a tea party at the Olive Tower. He could have done with being a little more timely though. That might make this feasting less farcical. The feast is to celebrate Mace's birth. Dismera quickly got out. We just thought it would be polite to extend it out a bit. She shuddered as the old woman's eye turned towards her. Your brother is not a prince, Dismera. No feast would normally be held to celebrate his birth, and certainly no feast to last 10 days. No, half the lords of the Reach did not attend this feast because of the boy my nephew named after my idiot son. Her grand-aunt turned back to the waves. They came to get the measure of the young prince of Dragonstone. I know that's certainly why I'm here. Dismera pouted, about to argue with the old woman when Marjorie cut in. I came because I thought it would be very romantic. I'm rather jealous actually. Dismera looked at her questioningly even as Olenna sighed. What? It's not as if I'm likely to get a fairytale prince coming aboard a fleet of white ships to steal my hand away. Father is too fearful of Lord Stannis. Your father is less fearful of Lord Stannis than he ought to be, but he does dislike him, and for once his thick skull is actually working to his favour. The Queen of Thorns took another sip of her tea. The Lord of Dragonstone is powerful and wealthy, if far too careless with his heir. The fact that he could finance this excuse for a pleasure cruise for the boy is proof enough of that. Dismera stood up, glaring at her grand-aunt. I won't have you speaking like that around Prince Arthur. She wanted to scream at the woman but she knew that wouldn't help. Father wants this betrothal badly, and you should not ruin it with your tongue. I will speak as I wish, as I always do. If the boy responds poorly then so be it. My nephew knew my tongue's nature before he invited me. Besides, would you have the prince's future relatives lying to him? We are not Freys. Olenna relaxed into her chair as if she was simply unaware of Dismera's anger. The Arbor has more to offer him than Dorne, or at least the resources that it can offer him are more valuable. It is your role and your father's to charm him, not mine. And yet you seek to hamper that role. Dismera said angrily. I will hear no more of it. She exchanged a final glance with her cousin as she made her way to the door off of the balcony. Her grand-aunt was being entirely unreasonable. She would need to inform her father at once that they must keep Prince Arthur away from the Queen of Thorns if she were to properly woo him as she had been instructed. It would already be hard enough to stomach wooing him, as he was scarred by grayscale, but she thought she might go have a fit if her hard work to make herself appealing to the Baratheon prince was thrown out by the old woman's infamous tongue. With an annoyed grimace, she realized her hair had been slightly messed up in her tantrum, and she quickly drew a brush out of her bodice to put her hair back in order. If she was to do her duty to House Redwine, to bring him to their side, then everything ought to be perfect in her introduction to the boy. She would need to focus, be as keen and sharp as she was beautiful. She was sure she could do it, make the boy look at her as a desirable wife, more than that big man-woman from Tarth or some Dornish whore, but she wasn't sure she would be able to see him the same way. He was rich surely, but not so much more than her father, and with less territory, and the rumors spoke that he was not pretty to look at, and no knight besides. But then again, perhaps even a one-sided love could be turned to her advantage, make him buy her things, give her gifts, and it would please her father greatly as well. Pa, look at me thinking of such things before I have even charmed him, to begin with, she sighed, nodding to herself and continuing down the stairs. I should get the measure of him first. Chapter 50, Arthur 19. 293 AC. The greeting at the docks was about what I would expect, a couple of knights sworn to Lord Pakester offering to escort me to the castle. I had Jaehaerys come with me as my sworn sword in this case, as to be honest I was still quite shaken from the attempt on my life in Sun's Pair. I had even taken to carrying a larger pistol in my holster, a two-barreled break-open action thing. It was clunky but it would serve until we finally cracked how to make revolver mechanisms. I accepted their guidance and followed them through the city, as much a procession as an actual trip based on how many people seemed to have turned out to see me go by. I was quite glad that my collar would obscure the view of my scarring from the folks on the ground, but I was under no illusion that it would continue doing so once I got off of the horses, which I soon found myself doing as we arrived in the courtyard of the Redwynes. "Ah, Prince Arthur, it is good to finally meet you." A middle-aged blonde man who was beginning to show the first signs of balding greeted me cheerfully as I dismounted, moving up to where I stood. "Lord Pakester, I presume?" Indeed, come inside please, the feasting for this evening has already begun, and I simply must introduce you to everyone. We're celebrating the birth of my youngest son Mace right now, but I'm sure that everyone will be quite interested to meet you as well." I smiled at that. I was sure they did, and I would rather be introduced by a guide than meet each one individually. I followed the Lord as he led me into the keep, my Valyrian bodyguard on my heels as we entered into the party, which seemed to be more of a ball format than the one at King's Landing. Several musicians strummed lutes softly on the stage as the nobility of the Reach and Westerlands hobnobbed about politely in quiet conversations. They all saw me when Lord Pakester led me in, of course, but they had the decency to not all turn and face me at once like I was some sort of alien, which I supposed they must have trained to avoid doing. Instead, they waited for their turns. First were, of course, the Tyrells. Margaery and Olenna were present, neither of whom I had met before, and I gave my best effort to smile despite the warning bells the small old woman was setting off in my head by her presence alone. "May I introduce you to my aunt and lovely niece Olenna and Margaery?" "My ladies Tyrell," I said, slightly inclining my head. "How are you on this fair evening?" "Dreadful, I should think, Pakester, this cheese is terrible. Did you leave it out to spoil overnight?" I kept a straight face even as the Lord of the Arbor's eyes narrowed ever so lightly. Fortunately, Margaery cut in quickly. "I am doing quite well, my prince, and how are you? I should hope your trip was not overly stressful." I let out a mental sigh of relief as I turned to face the vastly more tolerable Tyrell. "Oh me, my no, why I was practically born on the water." "You certainly smell like it." I pointedly ignored Olenna's barbed tongue instead, opting to speak more to her granddaughter. "Was your own trip here pleasant? I have heard that the Reach is quite beautiful in summer." "Oh yes, we passed by Old Town and got to see Hightower and the Citadel. It was all very pleasant." I noted the way the girl's eyes lingered on my grayscale as she finished her sentence, though I could not read her face otherwise. "Well, I'm sure you'll have more time to talk to young Arthur later. Everyone is quite eager to meet him." It seemed that Lord Pakester, who had been speaking quietly to Olenna, had had enough of her sass, and opted to drag me away instead. What followed was a blur of introductions to all sorts of Reach nobility, mostly from the southern part of the kingdom, but also from up the coast. I even introduced myself to my granduncle, Lord Alistair Florent, who seemed quite taken with me due to my mother's correspondence with him. He asked me a great deal about my company and what plans I had with it in the future, though I mostly answered them with the continued expansion of trading operations and not much else. I had no intention of letting Reacher lords know of my plans for the Stepstones and beyond. Still, it was nice enough meeting him, and out of everyone there he seemed to be the only one considering my own goals and future at all beyond what I could do for him, though that was of course still present. Anyhow, after a good hour or so of being introduced to people from a dozen minor houses, I could barely remember, Lord Pakester finally took me to meet Dismara, my potential betrothed, in one of the side towers. We had to climb a stairway to reach the balcony, and he smiled as we reached the top. "I'm sure you'll like Dismara," he said plainly. "My little girl is bright and beautiful as a flower." With that said, he finally opened the door leading out onto the balcony, and I got my first look at my potential betrothed. Chapter 51, Dismara 2. 293 AC. She could not deny a light feeling of nervousness herself as her father shepherded the young prince of Dragonstone onto the balcony. Intellectually she knew what she was supposed to do, but still, she had never been betrothed before. The prince for his part looked jovial, though his scarring was quite obvious despite the high collar of his embroidered clothing. His outfit was all black and white and gold in harsh contrast, rather than the bright colors favored by the Reach. She wondered if that was a Stormlander preference or measly some quirk of the prince himself. "My prince," she said, bowing in greeting as her father introduced her, commenting on her beauty in a way that made her smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you at last." "Indeed, Lady Dismara, and you as well," he said, not at all breaking his jovial demeanor as he reached down and kissed her hand. "How does this evening find you?" "Oh, quite well," she put a smile on her face as she answered, guiding the prince to a chair on the vine-draped balcony. "The weather has been quite pleasant recently, and my new brother is the cutest little thing." A small lie in truth, her brother was still sort of small and shriveled, but he would be cuter in a few months she knew. "How about you? I hope your trip went well." "Oh yes, smooth sailing all the way down the coast, even coming through the stepstones." "Well," she smiled and met his gaze. "Your ships are rather imposing, I would not want to be the pirate to try his luck against them." "Nor I," he laughed, but it sounded false to her. Some tone in his voice that indicated he was no more bought into this situation than she was. As she spied her father descending the stairs, she sighed into her hands. If he was trying to play the game as well, this would end up being far too troublesome. But how to change the topic? "This cheese is excellent," he said as she thought, and she looked up to see him piling a plate of it up. "Honestly, I don't know what Lady Alina was thinking." "Are you enjoying the food?" she asked. That was something at least. The Arbor was famous for its wine, but its food was also some of the best in Westeros. "Very much so," he said, and it sounded much more honest this time. "Especially now that I actually have a chance to eat it. I couldn't while I was being introduced to everyone, but I was smelling it the whole time. We are quite proud of it here on the Arbor." She nodded, smiling. "You should have some of the wine as well, it's vintage Arbor red." "Ah, maybe just a tiny bit, but I would very much like to keep my wits about me tonight, my lady." She nodded but inwardly cursed. He would be far more pliable when drunk, she thought, and the sip he took wouldn't intoxicate a cat, much less a boy his size. "It's very good," he said in appreciation as he returned the goblet to the side of his place. "In fact, I would say the entire feast has been excellent. Much better than most of the feasts on Dragonstone." She smiled at that. It was something at least. "Do you have feasts often at Dragonstone?" "Not really, only on the holidays of the 7 or named days. None of us really have the temperament for feasting, and my father is always off in King's Landing anyhow." "Oh, that's a shame. Perhaps you would have more if the food was better." That elicited the first smile she could tell was genuine tonight. Success. Now if only she could direct the conversation away from food. Chapter 52, Arthur XX. 293 AC. The cheese really was very good actually, though I didn't really care for the wine, or much drink at all really. Not only was my body still developing, but this was Westeros, and anyone who thought dulling their senses was a good thing might as well slit their own throat as far as I was concerned. I sank into the chair across from Dismara. We were alone, save for Jaehaerys and a couple of red wine guards, but my date was clearly quite uncomfortable with the situation. If she thought she was disguising it, she was wrong. Her discomfort was written plain all over her body language. The question from my perspective was, what exactly was prompting that discomfort? Was it the fact that she was being betrothed so young? Was it my appearance? She certainly did seem to be glancing at my scars more than most people, or was there something else going on, something I hadn't seen yet? It was clear that she was dancing around asking me anything she wanted to ask me, so eventually, I got sick of talking about feasts and other shit. though her suggestion of hiring chefs from the Reach might be warranted. I finally broke our stalemate. "Lady Dismara," I said, gazing straight into her eyes. "Yes, my prince. What is it that you are avoiding asking?" She gaped for a moment, and her facade cracked. "Wow, I don't know what you're talking about. You've been dancing around it the entire evening, what is it that you would like to ask me? I presume it doesn't have to do with food." I saw the girl's shoulders tense up for a moment, but then she stiffened herself. I wanted to know if you like the arbor better than Sunspear or Tarth." As the words escaped her mouth I nodded lightly. I suppose that would press on her mind, but it was something I certainly had to be careful in answering. "I'm not sure it's really a fair comparison," I finally said after a moment's thought. "At Tarth I was greeted plainly but warmly, and nothing was assumed of me. At Sunspear I was treated kindly but they did not know quite what to make of me. Here I have been treated mostly as a curiosity and been paraded around in front of half the lords of the Reach. I won't deny that the food is best here, but of the three I think that Tarth was my favorite." Her face visibly tightened at that, but it gave me time to continue. "It is of little consequence though, because I will not be marrying Brienne." She expressed a desire to be a knight over being a lady. "I have heard of her, a silly thing for a woman to want, yes." I felt my eyebrows raise involuntarily before I forced my own face back into line. "I do not think so, but she has made her decision, judge it as you may." Dismara looked panicked on having disagreed with me. It made me wonder just how much pressure was on her shoulders. "Oh, I have made a fool of myself. I think I will retire for the evening." I didn't stop her as she left. In many ways I didn't want to get attached, not after giving my word to Ariane. So she walked quickly away back into the tower, and I finished my cheese. Selyse gave me a strange look once I finished and retired to my assigned quarters. "You know sworn swords don't take an oath of silence, right?" "I am aware, my lord, only it isn't my place." "Ah, I understand. Let the man keep his advice to himself if he wanted to. If he didn't want to talk, I wouldn't force it." Chapter 53, Selyse 293 AC. Sir Selyse Velaryon was, as far as he was concerned, a fairly boring man. He strives to do his duty, and now that his lord was actually willing to use him properly, he could do it far better. It was an odd thing serving under Prince Arthur Baratheon, though he had been doing it now ever since he had earned his knighthood. The boy was a genius, in ways that only Gerald Frey and Selyse himself seemed to understand. Always dashing back and forth across the castle or the workshops like a whirlwind to keep the whole place running. He had shown a type of will from the moment Selyse was sworn to him that he would expect out of someone 4 times his age, and even then few men had such drive. Of course, the young prince made it little secret that he wanted privacy, even from his sworn sword, and he only really wanted the knight there as a combat tutor. Not that this was hugely offensive to Selyse, though he did wish that he had more opportunity to demonstrate his abilities. The boy was in little danger on Dragonstone, as fortified as it was. Everyone there worked for the prince or his father anyhow. Eventually, he had fallen into a comfortable routine with the prince, giving both of them a great deal of freedom. Still, the attack in Dorne had snapped him out of that routine entirely, and he now found himself perpetually wary, a feeling that his charge seemed to share. He was getting into a habit of watching absolutely everything, from hand movements to even small animals and the like. He had always been observant and it came to him easily enough. Still, he had to admit, that for all of his talents, the prince could be foolish in some things. He sighed slightly into his helmet as he stood to watch outside the door to the prince's chamber. The red wine girl had not been properly handled. She would go back and inform her father of her offense to him no doubt, and talk of a betrothal, as well as an alliance with the Reach, would surely sour. But then, perhaps that was the prince's purpose. He certainly hadn't told Selyse anything, and the knight found himself baffled at many of the prince's actions before. That was why he hesitated to correct him. He put his hand on the pommel of his sword. But then, that's not my job, is it? Chapter 54, Arthur XXI 293 AC. I was woken in the morning by Selyse, who informed me that I was invited to breakfast with the Lady Dismera and her Tyrell relatives. As much as I wanted to roll over and go back to sleep at the news, I could hear the call of duty a mile away, and it would be far easier to simply get out of bed and deal with the issue than procrastinate on it. Best get dressed then. I clambered into my suit begrudgingly, cracking my back and applying a tiny amount of perfume. It was, unfortunately, necessary when one only had sparse opportunities to bathe. Do you know where I'm supposed to be meeting them, Selyse? Yes, my prince, I had one of the servants instruct me. I nodded, and the man led me on through the keep to another of the towers, a rectangular squat thing on the edge of the inner castle. It rose only slightly above the outer walls and was covered by a vine-draped pergola. I was the second person there, aside from guards, and was met at the table by Lady Marjorie. "Good morning, my lady," I said, nodding to the young woman, about my age, and I got a smile in return. "Good morning, Prince Arthur. It's good to meet you again. I'm afraid the food isn't ready yet, but I'm sure my grandmother and cousin Dismera will arrive soon." "Oh, that's little concern, I ate quite well last night." She nodded, a small smile on her face as we sat in relatively comfortable silence. It wasn't altogether that long before Dismera and the Queen of Thorns made their way up to the balcony. Dismera refused to meet my eyes, but the old lady frankly just looked disgruntled. "Good morning, Lady Alina, Lady Dismera," I said, nodding towards them as they approached. "And what's good about?" Alina started before Dismera tugged on her arm, shaking her head lightly. "Bah," the old woman said. "Look what you've done to my granddaughter, turned her overnight into a startled squirrel. Do you make a habit of breaking young women's hearts?" I stared at the old woman for just a moment, then a grin slowly spread across my chin. "With a face like mine? Ha, surely you jest, Lady Alina." I laughed, and I won't deny there was some bitterness to it. "Still, Lady Dismera, I did not intend to offend you last evening, if indeed I did." You didn't?" the girl said, a little nervously, and clearly embarrassed. I shouldn't have been so presumptuous." "Humph. Should have known a pitfall when you saw it, girl." The old woman looked behind her. "Still, I'm too hungry for this, bring out the food." We were served, and the food was actually quite good. I made sure to eat with a focus on decorum, more so than usual, so as not to give the witch any other ammunition to harass me. I made some small talk about the food, praising it just as I had last night, while Lady Alina bitched and made opaque references to things that were likely calculated to annoy me. Dismera seemed still just a bit too shy, but she did eventually start opening up, talking to her cousin mostly. She seemed to have a bit of a rapport with Marjorie while I was left ignoring and occasionally fighting off the thorns of Alina. It wasn't exactly a comfortable meal, but the food was good and the weather was excellent, so we continued apace for several hours until I heard a loud commotion starting to form in the courtyard below us. "What on earth is going on down there?" I asked, turning towards Dismera, who was the closest to the edge. "I don't know," she said, inclining her head towards the noise. "It seems like a lot of people are running back and forth." I got up, moving from my chair to the railing along with Dismera, though Alina just gripes at us being too excitable. "Hoi!" I shouted down at one of the soldiers at the level below. "What's going on down there?" The man turned his head to the sides before looking up at me. "Ah, Lady Dismera, and you must be Prince Arthur. We're putting some ships to sail." 2 Ironborn ships were spotted in the bay, and they seemed to be fighting each other. "Really?" I said plainly, glancing out towards the water, where sure enough I could just make out the rectangular sails of longboats in the distance. Stop for a moment," I commanded, and pulled off one of my gloves. "When you get down to the docks, hand this to the captain aboard the Sword of Baratheon and tell him I want him to assist you, and to take prisoners if he can. The man caught the glove and nodded, before continuing on, and I turned to the girls beside me. Well, that's a bit more excitement than I expected this morning. Would you all care to help me find a place to better look down at the bay? Chapter 55, Asha Greyjoy I. 293 AC. There was blood in the air. Smoke and blood, and the fire of her traitorous uncle's arrows. She had been with her father, at Pike when the news of his villainy came. The slaughter of another of her uncles, Roderick Harlaw, by the one-eyed demon's hand. She had been close to Roderick, he had been kind to her, and treated her better than most, even if he cared more for reading than rating. He must have been utterly unprepared for her mad uncle's attack. They had found his corpse pinned to his throne by a trident of cold iron. His eyes carved out and his lungs pulled from his body so that he couldn't be buried in the faith of the drowned god, nor the seven. Her uncle had been fleeing the island afterward, heading south. She had followed suit with the Black Wind. One of her father's ships, now hers, and a band of her deceased uncle's retainers. She cared not if it was a kinslaying to slaughter Euron, for had he not done the same? Her father and her other uncles had bowed out to avoid the taboo, but she had been far closer to Roderick than they, and the fire in her gut she had acquired at the sight of his corpse would not let her sleep unless she took vengeance for his death. No. She would pry Euron's blue eye and his black one from his rotting skull, and then feed his head to the crows he kept as pets. She had followed his trail down the coast of Westeros, looted fishing villages, burnt farms, and raped women littering his path. Many killed in strange and foreign manners she had never seen before. A shiver still ran down her spine at the memory of a tree strung like a festival with the guts of his victims, and all the babbling incoherence that had been growing on her uncle's tongue since the rebellion now took on a new light. The very air itself seemed to ooze with greasy stickiness in the wake of the mad Greyjoy. There was magic afoot, and not that of the drowned god. Still, his path was clear enough, and she could make better time since she wasn't raiding. She planned to cut him off at the arbor. She slipped past the surrounding islands under cover of night, anchoring by a rocky outcrop, and when her uncle's sails were spotted in the morning she felt vindication shoot through her veins. She stood at the prow of the Black Wind just beside the great kraken that rose at its tip and raised her axe into the air, her voice carrying over the deck to the crew. "All right, you damp bastards! My uncle has come just as we thought, come to die at our swords and axes, at our hands and daggers. Let's send him and his ship of mutes to meet the drowned god's judgment. Recompense for my uncle Roderick Harlaw. For Lord Roderick!" The men cheered, and the oars hit the water the moment the anchor was up, the great sail above her head unfurling to reveal the great kraken of House Greyjoy. Her uncle's ship had once had the same sigil, but now it glowed red in the dawning sun, with a bloody glow. She stood at the prow as they made for her uncle's ship, and rage filled her eyes as she saw his soggy form standing there to meet her. She could not tell what he was saying precisely, the din of the ocean and the wind was overpowering at such a distance, but the meaning still reached her. Then the arrows had flown from his ship, burning red at their tips with hot embers. She had seen nothing like it before, and they threatened to set the Black Wind alight. She could almost hear her uncle's mad cackling as panic overtook her and her crew. They quickly stamped out the small fires it had caused, but by then the next volley had come in. They had to furl the sail to avoid it being set ablaze, leaving them handicapped in the water with only their oars. She had suffered 8 volleys and lost 12 men when her uncle finally approached, like a slimy shark swimming towards its wounded prey, and she heard once more his mad voice over the din of the ocean. "Little Asha! Come to see your dear uncle off from the islands and on to parts unknown? I'm touched really." She realized that his eye patch was on the wrong side, a stark black eye now stared into her own, framed by his handsome if sallow face. "Or did you just come to warm my bed? A parting gift from Balan." The throwing axe was out of her hand before she even had time to think. "The only gift you'll get from me is your death, you kinslaying bastard." Her uncle only laughed, dragging one of his own men between himself and the axe. "Ha, My brothers are too cowardly to pursue me themselves, so they send their little daughter to do it. Well, they'll get theirs soon enough." Her uncle raised his arms to the sky as if praying. "But you, Asha? You cannot kill me, no more than you can kill the ocean or the sky." "No." There was a madness in his voice that she had oft heard before when he babbled to himself as he walked the halls of the castle, accompanied only by his mutes when the ash falls from the heavens like snow and the bronze gods crawl from their temples. "Then maybe I will die, but even in death I will find victory." "You'll find death today well enough," she screamed, readying another axe, and with a twist, she threw it towards him, but some new wind tipped both the boats and made it miss, only making the monster's smile wider. "Useless. Come, you'll serve better in my bed than you do on the sea anyhow, perhaps you'll give birth to little krakens after all. I'll hang your head from my prow." "Not today you won't." Her blood boiled as her uncle turned away from her, glancing towards the port. She felt her own eyes drawn after his gaze, widening as she saw the red wine fleet, as well as some enormous white vessel that stood far taller than the rest coming towards them. "Ah, the Storm Prince sends out his white castles to drive me back. And here I had hoped to end him before we fell under the gaze of the Red Titan." Her uncle stepped forward just in time to avoid another axe, and she felt fear creep into her shoulders. There was ill magic at play here. He could not have seen it coming. Her uncle turned to the axe handle, its head buried into the wood deck beside him, and then back to her. "A pity, I shan't be taking you as wife today then." "Oh well, another time perhaps." She watched, helpless as the wind filled his unfurled sails, as if by divine command. "But then, I won't return to Westeros until the Titan's eye is in the heavens. So you'll have to come looking for me. Goodbye, niece Asha." His boat tore away with a speed of full sails. She watched as he fled, his longship cutting the waves like a knife. It wasn't long, perhaps 2 minutes, before the great white ship with the enormous masts aligned beside her, ports on its sides opening to reveal metal tubes, clearly revealing its Baratheon nature. She leaned heavily on the railing even as the ship's captain, high above her, began ordering her and her crew to lay down their weapons and surrender. She complied, in something of a trance-like state, her uncle's seeming immunity to death paralyzing her with fear. As she did so, under the watchful gaze of many men armed with strange spears, she noted that the lighter and smaller white ships had failed to catch her uncle, the wind dropping from their sails even as they angled towards him. The bolts of their fire scorpions failing to reach his bloody vessel as it escaped into the distance, though she was brought as a prisoner below decks by the men before she could see it break the horizon. She knew he would go on to escape, and that he would return when the Titan's eye appeared in the heavens. And it sent her shivering, the threat of his return. She was still shaking when they took her ashore. The smell of blood and fire still hung in the air. Chapter 56, Arthur XXII 293 AC. We eventually made our way to the Olive Tower, which had a better view of the harbour, though Lady Alina stayed behind, saying she wasn't going to let me break her back by making her walk all over the castle. By the time we got there, the two longships had broken away from each other, and my forces were well out ahead of the Red Wine fleet, the morning breeze forcing them to tack a little bit, but nonetheless allowing them to advance faster than the rest of the cogs that made up the bulk of the vessels. The Sword, for its part, caught up to the ship which had remained in its position fairly easily, a Greyjoy ship now that I looked at it, or at least I thought that was a kraken at its prow. The other vessel, the one with the red sails, seemed to be running away as quickly as it could. While I couldn't tell quite how fast it was going, it was clear that its sails were full of wind and its oars were out and turning. It was much faster than the Red Wine fleet, which was still making their way out to the harbour, and even the Sword, handicapped as it was in speed by the shoreward breeze. "That one's getting away," Marjorie said unhelpfully beside me as I glared down at the ship's unnaturally full sails. I had a hunch about who exactly that was. Hopefully not, the cutters should catch it. I nodded toward the smaller vessels, more capable of moving along the face of the wind, which were even now tacking towards the vessel in a zigzagging pattern. Not fast enough to catch the thing perhaps, but enough to give chase. Then their sails sagged, all wind dying away to leave them gliding slowly to the side of their prey. "Oh, bullshit," I said, ignoring the startled look on Dismera's face to my side at the profanity. Marjorie took it more in stride. "His sails are still full." "How are his sails still full?" Then I realized what I had said. "Sorry for my outburst, my ladies. This is just frustrating. It had to be magic." That was the only reasonable explanation. That was probably Euron goddamned Greyjoy out there. Unable to pursue any further, the cannons on the lead cutter, the Prince Edric opened up, but the gunners were inexperienced, and at long range besides, plumes of water erupted around what was probably the Silence, but the ship itself seemed undamaged. At the 12 to 15 knots it seemed to be going, it was essentially out of range before the next shots went out, wide and arcing and similarly ineffective. I wanted to curse again, but took care not to, merely gripping the railing very tightly. I glanced at the other ship, which was quickly being boarded and overtaken by Marines. "Well, we will have answers at least," I said, though it must have been apropos of nothing to the girls. "Answers to what?" Marjorie asked with a nod from Dismera as well, looking slightly less scandalized than before. "Why, there were magical Greyjoys sailing about the Reach." "That was magic?" "Where?" the Redwine girl questioned. "Did you see the way the wind acted? That ship was being carried away while my own ships ended up stuck." I glanced down at the bay. "Even now it hasn't returned yet. It's like the weather itself wants that boat getting away. Couldn't that just be natural? With him at full sails less than a kilometer away? Not likely." I ran my hand through my hair. "We'll have to ask the other ship's captain exactly what happened, once the Sword can get back into the dock at least. Right now it's stuck out there until the wind returns." I glanced at the ship now gradually disappearing into the horizon, being carried away seemingly by the hand of God himself. There was a man I could not afford to let get away. Chapter 57, Dismera 3. 293 AC. She would deny it if asked, but she had enjoyed seeing the boats fight each other, even if only for a few moments. She had grown up on tales of her father's battles, especially the crushing of the Ironborn at Fair Isle, and this was perhaps the closest she would ever see to the combat he spoke of with such relish. It was almost a shame how anticlimactic it ended up being. Prince Arthur's ships scattered the Ironborn like so much chaff, with one of the vessels surrendering and the other fleeing, something which prompted the prince to use some very uncouth language. Not long afterward he brought them back to the garden tower and left towards the port with his handsome sworn swordseer Jaehaerys beside him. Despite her grandmother's cutting remarks about leaving ladies at breakfast, she would never let anyone know, but she thought the Valyrian knight looked far more princely than the scarred boy whose hand she was supposed to win, doubtful as that was after her foolishness the night before. All I had to do was wait for him to say what he thought of her before I opened my big stupid mouth. She chastised herself for what must have been the dozenth time. She had no real feelings about the Maid of Tarth, but it was horribly foolish of her to anticipate that the boy was mocking someone he actually respected. She reclined in her chair and placed her hand below her chin as she saw the prince and his knight ride off down to the coast where the fleet was coming back into port. They were going to meet the prisoners and see just what was going on, and her father had met them at the gate going downhill. "Pa, men, idiots the lot of them. Let the sailors deal with the scabby pirates. What's there that needs a lord and a prince's attention?" Olenna said beside her at the table, having finished her pudding. "They would all do better if they were less excited about swords. Or for the prince his cannons, I suppose." "Is that what those were, Lord Stannis' cannons?" Marjorie asked beside her, and their grandmother nodded. "I don't see what else it could be from what Pakester told me. Sounds like thunder, big plumes of smoke." "Those little boats were shooting cannons or I'll eat my foot," she grumbled, reclining back into her chair and sipping her thin arbor gold. "I imagine Mace will want to know that the master of ships can outfit his whole navy with them now. Maybe that will put some fear of the man into him." I don't think we need to fear Prince Arthur, grandmother, Marjorie said, and she felt compelled to nod along. He's been quite polite. I had feared that he would be like father, said Lord Stannis is. Politeness doesn't necessarily mean weakness, nor does it preclude foolishness. Lord Tywin Lannister is perfectly polite, but he would still seek to have us dead if he thought us a threat. Somehow I can't see that happening with him, Marjorie said, smiling, which prompted their grandmother to narrow her eyes. You'd best not take a liking to him, dear. I won't have that kind of mess in the family. Oh no, nothing of the sort, but he doesn't seem to dislike us at all. You may be. Dismira felt herself say before she could stop. Cursed, traitorous tongue. I fear I offended him harshly last night. Her grandmother's eyes softened, and she felt an old but gentle hand come down on her shoulder. Come now, girl, we've spoken of this. If you offended him, and he may be too pig-headed to notice, then it is no great fault on your part. You are still young, as is he, and not all betrothals are meant to be. She nodded, sighing a little as she thought of her father and her duty to the house, a duty she might have ruined and failed. I know, grandmother, it's just. I know. Chapter 58, Asha Greyjoy 2. Even while it was happening, she wasn't quite sure what was going on after she and her men surrendered. She could tell her men couldn't either. They had seen it too, the way Euron had avoided their missiles, as if by fate. No, some traitorous part of her psyche whispered by fate. It was a bitter idea, and one that made her want to rage with defiance. The idea that what her uncle said was true, that he was destined for greatness and protected by the gods. If that was true, then what was she? A pawn? No more than an ant? A salt wife, like he said? She would rather die. That thought brought a bit of strength back to her, waking her from her walking stupor. She had been brought aboard the enormous white ship and stripped of her weapons, but not locked in a cell, just guarded on deck by a pair of men in ornate Greenlander clothing and polished steel breastplates. They carried odd spears with holes at their top, but did not speak to her aside from ordering her around. The rest of her crew had been taken on board as well, but they put up no more resistance than she did. She only truly woke up even as they were brought into port, realizing that there was no ship such as this in the Red Wine fleet. She turned to one of the guards, trying to remember how Greenlanders talked. "Who is your lord, sire?" she asked, though the words seemed foreign to her, and came out awkwardly. She had only left the islands twice before, even her experience sailing had all been between them prior to this journey. The guard looked at her and chuckled. "We're no knights, Lady Greyjoy. Though I thank you for the compliment, our lord is Prince Arthur Baratheon, as you might see by the flag hanging up there above the raven's nest." She glanced up and noted that indeed, the royal crest was hanging from the top of one of the ship's enormous masts. "Arthur, which one is that?" "Oh, that was the one we sent that betrothal letter to, Lord Stannis' son." She had agreed to it at the reader's behest, mostly because he had said it would get her ships, but she had never really thought about the boy much at all past that. Still, he was supposed to be in Dragonstone from her memory. What's he doing here then? Have you not heard? He's having us sail all across the coast to visit his potential betrothed. He's here to visit with Dismira Redwine. What, like some sort of bride-picking pleasure cruise? The idea of it was ridiculous. Well, real ravers took salt wives, but that was about claiming them, not diddling about wasting food and men. I'm not quite sure I would call it that, Lady Greyjoy, but if you must describe it as such, it is close enough to the truth. She turned, seeing a group of men had walked onto the deck via a gangplank. That said, I'm sure Lord Pakester here is far more interested in why you are here than I, and likely even more so in why you were fighting another Ironborn ship in his bay. She looked to regard the boy, who was obviously the young prince. Black hair and blue eyes, like his whole family from what she had heard, but a high collar to hide grayscale along the side of his face. He wore a strange white outfit, with black embroidery and a golden stagnet upon his breast. He was not as tall as her, but obviously a fair bit younger as well, and large enough given his age. Beside him was the man she presumed to be Lord Pakester of the Arbor, who like the prince's father had fought in the battle that killed her brothers. Middle-aged, but surprisingly skinny, and dressed in red and purple finery. Euron is a kinslayer, he killed my uncle Lord Harlaw, I am merely pursuing justice against him. The young prince narrowed his eyes at that, while the Lord Proper nodded. Yes, I had thought it was something like that, from what the prince had said. That doesn't change the question though. Why were you doing it in my bay? My uncle has been leaving a trail of gruesome mangled corpses down the coast of Westeros. I knew he would try to raid the arbor and cut him off. And didn't let me know. The Lord glared at her balefully. We would have his head on a plate right now if you had alerted my fleet, girl. You have failed in your vengeance and let him get away besides. Not to mention breaking the king's peace in my waters. I doubt it. Did you not see how the wind left his sails? All our arrows missed. My uncle has bought his safety from us with bloody sacrifices. I doubt that very Lord Pakester went to continue, but the prince cut in quickly. The gods, you say? Not just the drowned god then. He did not seem to worship the drowned god anymore, no, he spoke with madness, but all missiles we threw against him missed as if fate itself was turning them back. The prince held a hand to his chin. Can you tell me anything else about him? He said that he was invincible right now and that he would return to Westeros when there were bronze titans and eyes and gods and the like. If you don't mind, I'll have you and your crew write down exactly what he said. He turned to his men. The Ironborn are free to go, presuming they stay on this ship and their own, and do not try to leave port. If they do, you have my permission to train your gunnery on them. 7 No, you need it after missing that kinslayer today. She could swear the boy seemed 2 feet taller when he was talking to his men. As for you, Lady Asha, I would ask you to stay here and not attempt to leave for now. You will be able to pursue your uncle soon enough, but I must speak to Lord Pakester first. She thought she heard the old lord grumble something like precocious brat, but the prince didn't seem to mind, so she paid it little thought. Instead she began to assess the value of pursuing her treacherous uncle. Was it even worth it, now he seemed such a monster? Was it worth the risk? She thought of her uncle the reader, how he had taught her and been pleasant to her throughout her early years. Yes. God champion or not, she would have Euron's head on a stake, and the gods too if they tried to get in her way. Well, she chuckled bitterly to herself, maybe not that last bit. Chapter 59, Arthur XXIII. Don't tell me you actually believe that nonsense about heathen gods, my prince. To be frank, Lord Pakester, I have no other explanation for what happened today. I sighed purposefully, intending to appear particularly belabored to the Lord of the Arbor. You know as well as I that the wind behaved unnaturally. That may be, but it does not prove Euron is connected in any way to gods, heathen or not. You're correct, but it does prove he is most likely using magic. I ran my hand down my face. We cannot let him run about the coast slaughtering more innocents to add to his spells. Lord Pakester stared at me for a moment before nodding. Yes, of course, you're right. I will send some of my captains in pursuit at once. Cogs will not catch an Ironborn warship on the open ocean, I said plainly. I fear I will have to cut my time getting to know your daughter short, though know that I do not mean any offense by it, only that my father is master of ships, and I cannot let this go when I have the power to stop it. You. The man started, but then looked at me, sighing. You are very much like your father, if more charming. I understand. The man wore a bittersweet smile, and honestly my heart went out to him. He had probably spent a fair bit on the party and everything just to entertain me, and here I was leaving on only the second day. Thank you, and for what it's worth I apologize, I said, bowing my head slightly. Now, we'd best get my gift for Dismara offloaded before we go, and I had hoped to have more time to introduce your stable hands to caring for them. Oh well, I suppose Hearn can stay here until the Great Stag arrives next month. Did you bring horses for her? We don't ride much here, but she will like that. She's terribly jealous of Marjorie sometimes. Well, I smiled, she won't be jealous much longer. Even as we approached the shimmering tide, I saw that my orders had got through and the first of the animals were already being led off of the boats. Unicorns were, ironically, the first seemingly magical creatures I had encountered in this life. They had a sort of air about them, making it clear that they were creatures with their own pride and a sort of odd sense of purity, albeit I imagined much dimmed compared to their pure-blooded ancestors. The wild ones had sharp teeth and more goat-like features, but these had been domesticated beasts, raised in the herds of skagos and crossbred with horses, and don't ask me how that worked between what I would presume were two entirely separate species. What they had lost in ferocity compared to their wild kin, however, they made up for with size. I had no idea how the Skagosi had done it, and no, neither did Hearn, their handler, who called the island home, but these crossbreed unicorns were easily the size of war horses and shared many features with the hardy Ibbenese stock they had been bred with. Short, thick fur covered their body, and powerful muscles bulged beneath it. Their color was a pale grey speckled with white, and the only visible remnants of their wild ancestors were sharpened and polished ivory horns that protruded from their foreheads and the cloven hooves that capped their powerful legs. Whatever Lord Pakester had been about to say, it settled in his throat as he gaped at the majestic beasts. Unicorns? You brought Dismara unicorns? I smiled as I turned towards him. Though these aren't the ones you'll find in the wild. One of my captains traded for these personally from the herds of House Crowl of Deep Down. All total I have brought her a third of all the unicorns in the world outside of the isle itself. The rest of them are being kept in my own stable on Dragonstone. I turned to look at the man. Strange that so few are willing to trade with the Skagosi. My captain said the only other ships they had ever seen were Ibbenese. I should figure the northern lords ought to talk to their vassals at least. The aging lord of the arbor looked like a 7-year-old who had just been given a puppy for Christmas. Way, this is a tad extravagant, my prince. I cannot repay this gift. Pa, it didn't cost me over much, only a few tons of alcohol and a boatload of food. I nodded towards Lord Pakester. They can breed with horses too, but my man Hearn over there will know more of that than I. He'll teach your stable hands how to care for them. They are fiery and proud, more so than all but the wildest horses. Lord Pakester nodded at that. I thank you, Prince Arthur, on my daughter's behalf. This is a gift fit for a king. I think the Crowls still believe themselves kings, honestly. I chuckled. Regardless of that though, you are most welcome, Lord Pakester. I trust you can see to their handlers' well-being until my next galleon arrives. I'll see to that. It's the least I can do after such a gift. Are you going to be underway now then? Yes, unfortunately. It took near 3 hours for the wind to return. I fear what that warlock might do with the head start it has given him. I sighed, this time quite honestly. I will say goodbye to Lady Dismara before I depart, however. My men are still stocking the ships anyway. She deserves to get a bit of closure at least. Chapter 60, Dismara 4. 293 AC. Lady Dismara, your father and Prince Arthur have returned to the keep. They are asking to see you down in the courtyard. In the courtyard? She asked, rising from her bed. She had retired to her chambers once breakfast was finished. I will be down in just a moment. The maid nodded and went back to her business as the young lady slipped into her shoes and collected herself. I wonder why we are meeting in the courtyard. She soon found out, however, as when she stepped out of the door she found herself face to face with a creature right out of the fairy tales. Dismara felt her breath leave her as she saw the proud creature, its single polished horn rising to well above her height. That was a living, breathing, unicorn. Dimly she saw that it was not the only one, a few others were being led into the stables, all tall and proud as this one. She gaped at the ridiculous sight. Beautiful, aren't they? I brought them all the way from Skagos for you. She nearly jumped out of her skin and quickly flushed as she turned away from the majestic creature to face Prince Arthur, who had approached her while she was entranced. From Skagos? Oh my! I'm terribly sorry my prince for not noticing you, it is just that they are so enchanting. Her cheeks burned from the breach in etiquette. What was it about the prince that made her always shove her foot in her mouth? Oh, it's no trouble really. He kindly smiled. They do have an air to them that charms the eye. I think it might even be magic, albeit of some lesser form than their wild counterparts. These studs were part of the herd of House Crowley of Deep Down. A fitting gift for a girl as lovely as you. If her checks had been pink before, they might as well have been tomatoes at the compliment. The prince was ugly, true, but still, this was like a fairy tale. The smile on the prince's face dimmed, however, as he spoke the truth of the matter. Unfortunately, it is going to have to be a parting gift. I had planned to stay a few more days to know you better, but alas, the Ironborn who escaped today, Euron Greyjoy, who apparently is now a kinslayer, and has come here by way of slaughtering down the coast of the Westerlands and the Reach. I must give chase before he escapes to Essos. Dismira felt her heart fall a bit. She had only gotten to speak to the prince thrice, and he was already planning to depart? It felt unfair, like she hadn't even had the chance to prove herself to him at all. It must have shown on her face because she felt his hand come down gently on her shoulder. This is not some fault of yours, Lady Dismira, indeed. Were it not for my duty because of my father's position, I might leave this to others, but that is alas not the position I find myself in. I understand, my prince, it's only my lack of ability to do my own duty that makes me pine. I know that feeling, really, I do, the prince said kindly, before removing his hand from her shoulder. But I need to go now, the wind has changed and we must make to pursue lest more innocents die to that monster's axes. He turned to leave, but a thought suddenly came upon Dismira, this is my last chance. Wait, she said, and he did so, turning around to look at her with a raised eyebrow. Will you accept my betrothal then? Immediately the prince's face became a mask of stone, his mouth forming into a thin line before finally, he shook his head, and she felt her stomach drop. I will not lie to you, Lady Dismira, I intend to marry Princess Arianne Martell. You are equally lovely and beautiful in truth, but I find myself closer to her in thought. I see. The defeat stung, she had failed to charm the prince. She sighed as she looked down at the floor. Go then, go to your duty, Prince Arthur, she paused for a moment before tacking on at the end. And thank you for the unicorns, and for being kind to me even when I've made such a fool of myself. I think I will retreat to my chambers now. She did not hear his response, as she was already turning back into the door as she spoke, and before she began thinking again she had thrown herself face first into her bed. She tried to find an excuse, to think of the prince as being unfair, or perhaps seduced by the carnal wiles of the infamous Dornish, but Arthur did not seem that type of man. He had been courteous and kind to her, and a bit distant. No, her failure here was her own fault, she had been a fool around him, and a bore besides. As the tears slipped from her eyes she could feel a sort of bitterness she had never experienced before, but she could still tell its name, she had been told of its ashy flavor many times in stories and tales. For it was on that day at the age of 12 that Dismira Redwine first tasted defeat. Chapter 61, Arthur XXIV 293 AC. When my fleet departed the bay at Starfish Harbour, we had lost 2 ships and gained 1 more. The Gale Crest was going to depart the same route tomorrow, after some maintenance work, and the Maiden Sea was carrying the books I had originally intended to deliver on my now cancelled visit to Old Town. Copies of all the Valyrian tomes I had decided were safe enough for the maesters to handle, along with a couple of books of notes from our now mostly functional mass education system on Dragonstone. I had sent ravens ahead explaining why I wouldn't be coming in person, alongside another message to my father explaining the situation. Even if I couldn't catch Euron, it was possible that my father might cut him off in the stepstones. Plus it was just sensible to make my father aware of my actions. I had sent another letter after the assassination attempt, but I hadn't heard back yet. The new addition to the fleet, the black wind frankly stuck out like a sore thumb, as it lived up to its name and looked like something out of a blasted Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Lady Greyjoy had seemed quite happy to get back onto its deck, as had most of her crew, though as I understood it a fairly severe argument broke out as to whether they should pursue Euron at all, given his apparent magical defences. Asha had come out on top, but I was keeping men on watch in case those idiots mutinied out of fear or some nonsense. Most of my time, however, was spent drilling the crew or observing their drills at least. We had been fairly sedated before this change in course, since this was intended to mostly be a show of prestige as far as the ships went, but now we were looking at real combat, albeit one where I expected we would significantly outnumber the enemy. Arrayne for his part, or Captain Arrayne rather, was more than happy to do his part with it, and if anything seemed to relish the prospect of entering into an actual battle. I was less confident. From what Lady Asha had said, Euron had mutilated hundreds of corpses, and I doubted a little wind was all he could call up with that kind of blood on his hands. I had some understanding of the proportionality of such matters from the tomes Gerald and I had gone through. The old Valyrians were quite happy to sacrifice slaves, especially when making their ridiculous steel, and if 14 slaves and a bit of dragon fire were worth a sword that could last a millennium, then I suspected that Euron's sacrifices had some darker purpose to them yet. That said, for all my worries the chase was easy to start with. A decent wind at our backs that let even the longship keep pace for a little while, though it quickly became apparent that the black wind was no Black Pearl as the Greyjoy quickly began to lag behind. It was a new experience for the Lady Greyjoy, I could tell, and one she didn't enjoy very much. I was sure I could smell salt from more than the sea, as we had to slow down to let her catch up for the 5th time. Honestly, I was half torn to just leaving her behind, but the War of the Five Kings might still happen later, and I'd rather have at least one person in the Iron Islands who I had some connection at all to. It would save me from just deciding to butcher the lot of them, though they certainly deserved it, barbaric monsters that they were, even in a world of barbaric monsters. They weren't at the top of my list of cultures to break over my knee if I ever got the chance, that honor going to the Giscari cities, or maybe Assai on the Shadow if the rumors proved true, but they were easily within the top 5. Fortunately for us, the easterly wind grew through the night, sending us onward by the light of our deck lamps. We passed into the bay at the mouth of the Brimstone just as the first cracks of sunlight peeked over the horizon, the scent of sulphur mixing into that of the ocean. In the blazing red light of the newborn day, a silhouette of a longship was faintly visible in the distance, and even as the cry went up from the crow's nest, I felt my heart tense. What surprise do you have in store for me, monster? Chapter 62, Asha Greyjoy 3. 293 AC. Asha had been greatly annoyed, to put it lightly, that she had been forced to join with the Greenlanders in pursuing her kinslaying bastard of an uncle. At first, it had been an annoyance at the fancy, silly fleet that the Baratheon boy had brought, the maiden fleet his sailors called it, and no maiden would survive an encounter with the Ironborn with her maidenhead intact. A boy of 12 who, as she had confirmed, was on his first real sea voyage, was going to try to match Euron Greyjoy? The idea was preposterous. Then they got into the wind and it became clear that not only was the maiden fleet managed by far more capable sailors than she would expect, it was also faster than her own black wind. It was even forced to tack in order to avoid leaving her behind. It was insulting, not to mention disturbing, that the Prince of Dragonstone commanded such ships. What would her father's navy have if not for speed to aid it? She suspected that, much like during the recent rebellion, they would have nothing to stand against the Greenlanders' more massive ships without their advantages. The thought made her grind her teeth. Her uncle likely knew of these ships, and it was clear now why he thought marrying to the Stag Prince was a good idea, but she doubted it would ever be that simple. Even now the boy looked at her with disdain, and at all times kept watchers on her ship. She could tell her men were restless, but she had sworn a blood oath with them to see Euron dead, and see him dead they would. The fleet sailed through the night, the white hulls and sails of the maiden fleet visible throughout the long night in the pale light of the gibbous moon which hung above their heads. The black night waves sloshing gently against their hulls as they drove through the clear ocean like great sea dragons. She was reminded faintly of the legends, of the serpent Naga, who the Grey King slew so long ago before setting his throne in her skull. She found her mind lingered on stories of myths and legends. If her uncle spoke the truth and could see into the future, did that not make him a legend himself? Could she slay a beast like her uncle? Could the prince? It was all in question in her mind, and kept her from even what small sleep she ought to claim. Instead she spent a fitful, restless night, her blankets soaked with sweat as she remembered the glare in her uncle's eye, the way he had spoken so madly, and her axe's failure to land. She shuddered at the memory, clutching herself tightly. She was glad that the blanket covered her movements, for she would not want to scare the men more than they already were. That current of fear beneath the surface only grew in the depths of darkness. She awoke from her restless failures to slumber to an odd burning smell. At first she thought it was a fire, but asking one of the older veterans she learned it was the smell of the Brimstone River. After donning her armor, a coat of plates that had been taken from some Greenlander knight during the rebellion, she walked onto the deck. The sun was just beginning to rise when a shout rose up from the Sword of Baratheon, the prince's enormous flagship, and she turned her eyes to their heading in response. The faint shape of a great longship in the far distance greeted her, and she could feel a wicked smile begin to form on her face. Here she would claim her uncle's head, and never suffer another sleepless night again. She raised her axe into the air and let out a guttural, bellowing cry, which was echoed by her men, even as the other ships in the fleet opened their own sails to full in pursuit, and she smiled at the sound of her oars crashing into the water. It was time to hunt herself a crow. The chase began in earnest with the sounding of the bells aboard the maiden fleet, and she could barely restrain her curses as the great white vessels pulled ahead of her, their sails better suited to tacking along with the southerly wind which now accompanied the fleet eastward. It was only a small consolation that her uncle suffered the same handicap. Indeed, she was forced to grit her teeth and stand there powerless as her rowers began to advance. She knew that the same was likely true of her uncle's own vessel. She was wrong. Rather than stick to the coastline, the silence began to turn, presenting a far wider silhouette in the dawning red sun. Its sails filled with the southerly wind. He's mad. To depart the coast went against everything she had been taught. So many reefs had been lost that way. For once one lost sight of the land you might never find your way back. All that awaited the unlucky on the open ocean was the drowned god's embrace. The white ships seemed undeterred, bolstered even, as they could now put their full sails to use, pulling further and further ahead of her, driving towards her uncle. She could see the hesitation on her men's faces, the fear of abandoning the coast in favor of the open sea and all its nightmares, as even the Ironborn feared to do. She had one chance to turn back. To hug the coast and live. It didn't even cross her mind until long afterward that she could even turn back. After a night of seeing her uncle's laughing face, her blood boiled and her mind was full of fire and death. "All right, you bastards, full sails!" she roared out over the din of the ocean. "No Greenlander sons of whores will outdo us today!" The men roared, their voices coarse and their hearts one, the black wind turning to its new intercept. For Harlaw, for the reader, for the Kraken. Her uncle had escaped once, by sorcery or magic, or luck. Let's see if it holds out for him again. Chapter 63, Arthur XXV 293 AC. Fire. The earth-shattering blast of cannon fire from the bow chasers beneath my feet signaled the beginning of our assault on the Silence, just as I finished stuffing the makeshift earplugs in. It had taken us more than 3 hours to make up for the distance between the Sword and the Kinslaying Greyjoy's ship, and the rest of the maiden fleet were still half a mile or so behind us, with the black wind even further back. The wind had held steady to the southeast, and we were now well out on the open ocean. It was a dangerous situation in some ways, but I was safer here than most. While I lacked a proper chronometer, I had a 5-minute hourglass and men on shifts turning it over as it emptied. Combining that with a compass, I had a rough idea where I was at all times, albeit not one as precise as I might like. The cannonballs, for their part, missed their shots, sending great pillars of water spewing ahead and to the side of the fleeing vessel, and I got a face full of smoke as the sword drove on straight through the fire of its barking guns. Once we were clear of the cloud, I raised my telescope, or myrishi, as they were called here, silly name, to my eye. They were expensive, but all my captains had them, and I certainly did as well. The silence looked markedly underwhelming at this distance. Its blood-painted hull would be frightening to someone in a smaller ship or a fishing village, but to be honest, it just looked speckled and disgusting to me, and if he had the magic to match his earlier feat, he didn't seem interested in using it. Fire! I quickly stowed the eye as the next shots went out, one finding purchase in the starboard stern of the ship, the damage clearly visible in the aft castle of the enormous longboat. As the smoke drifted over the crew, we all cheered, and I glanced to Captain Arain at my side. "Make sure that man gets a bonus." "Aye, my prince." The Velaryon bastard smiled. "'Twas a good shot. And the first one we've ever hit against a true enemy." "Aye." It was another 20-30 seconds before the call to fire rang out again, and a slightly higher shot ripped through the sail of the fleeing vessel. "And another good shot. That will slow them down." And indeed it did, much of their wind now escaping through the tier, clearly cutting much of the force behind their speed. I could see. Arain could see it too, his smile almost reaching his ears. "Right lads, prepare that broadside." "Stop!" I raised my hand. Something wasn't right here. "Slow us down, wait for the rest of the fleet to catch up. This is too easy." There had to be a catch. Euron was a monster, and I wasn't going to be caught off guard. Also, I doubted the Greyjoy bitch would let me hear the end of it if I didn't let her take boarding rights against her uncle. I turned again, glancing over the opposite deck with my telescope. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen movement on deck in hours. That had to be a trap. Their sails were surely still being adjusted, or they would have lost the wind. They must have gone below deck when we got in close. Let the Greyjoy board, her men will be better in the melee anyhow. We just need to be ready to support her. We began tacking ever so slightly, moving back and forth against the waves, and soon enough the cutters had caught up with us, with another 10 minutes or so before the black wind caught up to us, and I had Arain keep pace beside her. I didn't even need to call the woman out, as she seemed to get the memo easily enough on her own. "Too scared to face my uncle with your cannons, little prince?" she said, staring up at me, and I had to almost do a double take before shaking my head. "I'm afraid, my lady, all of our cannons are still fully functional, and little or not I have no fear of Euron." I could almost hear her snort even at a distance. "Then you are a fool, but why have you stopped?" "I thought that you might want to board him yourself, my lady. He has wronged you far more greatly than me." I could nor see the face of the woman, as her visor blocked my view at this range, but I dare say I could hear the surprise in her next words. "You Greenlanders are strange folk then, but I will accept this glory. It is time for my uncle to meet his end regardless." The venom in her words was unsurprising, so I only nodded gently. "Go then, my marines, and I will follow." I waited just a moment before continuing. "And don't be afraid to withdraw if you cannot win, I can always sink the ship if it comes to that." She waited for several breaths before delivering her curt reply. "Aye." From the sound of it, she was annoyed at having to make any such commitment. "I can do that." Chapter 64, Asha 4. 293 AC. She knew that something was wrong when her uncle was not there on the deck, laughing at her as he had been at the arbor. It set off an instinct in her head that she could tell was shared with her crew. Still, she grit her teeth, and ordered the boarding lines out. They flew with all the precision that the years of training every Ironborn had could provide, and she closed her visor as they pulled the black wind tight against the hull of the Silence. No words left her mouth, but a bestial warcry, more scream than battlecry, roared from her throat, and she dragged herself onto the deck of the other ship. Her sabatons landed with a thud, followed by the boots of her men, who roared similarly in anger. Like the ship's namesake, however, all that met them was silence and the creaking of wood. The deck of the great warship was empty, save for a thin sheen of sticky red blood. Her eyes immediately flew to the door to the hold below as one of her men reached down, dabbing his fingers in the substance. "It's fresh, only a few hours old." She grit her teeth. Did the madman kill his crew as well? The thought sent chills down her spine as she picked up a disgusting smell with her nose, not just blood, but sit and piss and rot. Her head swiveled involuntarily towards the aft castle, from where the smell emanated. Shaking steps carried her towards it, and eventually to the door, which she pushed open despite the squeezing protest of its blood-soaked iron hinges. She heard the Rolf vomit behind her, and she almost felt like joining him. The room was a grotesque parody of a throne room. More than 100 skulls lay stacked against an ornate chair, soaked red with the blood of the men who lay there. Out of each of their mouths were stretched human intestines, in grotesque parody of tendrils, running in and out of the headless gutted corpses which slumped against the walls of the chamber. In the center of the display sat her uncle's corpse seated in the throne like a monstrous king, his eyes both uncovered in death and his hair hanging in ragged patches. A rictus grin spread across his face. It was his own sword she recognized that had run him through, pinning him to the chair like a butterfly pinned to a wall. So, she thought, her blood boiling even as her stomach commanded she relieve herself in disgust at the horrific sight. "This is how you have chosen to spite me, uncle." She felt her eye twitch, and before she even knew what she was doing she had thrown one of her axes into the bastard's side. It impacted with a gory, fleshy sound, and she marched straight up to him, heedless of the deathly artwork which surrounded her, tearing her axe out of his flesh and setting to work on his body. Her axe landed on the dead man's flesh dozens of times, splitting his skull, driving through his bones, splitting him apart all over as his blood splattered over her armor. When her butcher's work was done, she picked the remains of her uncle's corpse from his macabre throne and lifted it onto her shoulder. "We're leaving." "Burn the ship, it's probably cursed anyhow." Her men nodded at that, and set to work about it even as she carried her uncle's broken body back onto the black wind. She would shove it before the coral throne, shattered as it now was, and show all those cowards what the worth of the bastards they had so feared truly was. As the silence was lit up, she glanced at the sword of Baratheon, which had pulled alongside her own ship. She saw the young Prince Arthur on deck, his eyes flicking to the corpse beside her before giving the faintest of nods. "You got him then?" "I," she said, holding up the head of her bloody trophy. "Though he was already dead when we arrived." "Really?" The prince's eyes narrowed. "Well, this does call for a celebration. Why don't you come and tell me exactly what happened over dinner?" For the first time since the arbor, the prince gave what sounded more like an order than a request, and she was almost about to laugh him off when she remembered all they had for meat on the Black Wind was dried sardines, and she had seen that ship loading arbor red at Starfish Harbor. What's helping the prince's ego for a bit of good eating? She nodded towards her men before throwing a hook up onto the great warship, repelling herself onto its deck, where the prince and his captain stood. The Velaryon bastards looked decidedly unimpressed with her, and she realized after a moment that her armor was covered in gore akin to a butcher's rags. The prince himself only rolled his eyes. "Wipe your feet on the mat." She could only stare dumbfounded after him as he stepped into the enormous and decoratively carved aft castle. Popping her helmet off, she turned to his captain. She was riding the high off of finally catching her uncle, albeit him already dead, and she was feeling gutsy enough to not worry too much about pissing in the prince's shoes. "Are you sure he's a Greenlander?" The man glanced at her for a moment, stroking his goatee. "Prince Arthur is, I think, a singular existence." She raised an eyebrow, before nodding slightly. "I'd best not keep the singular brat waiting then." The man frowned but did not move to stop her as she pushed open the door to the captain's, or in this case royal quarters, which was decked in considerable finery. The tablecloth was the yellow of the Baratheons, with a great stag across it, and white and black banners and ribbons covered the walls. A Greenlander servant, something rarely seen on the ocean, was laying out plates and food, and the young prince was already seated at his place, his elbows propped up on the table and his fingers intertwined in front of his face. "Please, sit down. We have a bit of time since we're waiting for the wind to change. I wouldn't get blood all over your chair, your princeliness," she said sarcastically, stretching her arms out in her plate. "Perhaps I should just stand." "No, I insist, doff your armor if you must, but I will only be opening the wine if we do this properly." That got her attention, and a wicked smile crossed her face. "Well, why didn't you say so? Drink's normally all you need to see a girl naked anyhow." She cackled internally, as she saw the faintest of blushes across the prince's face before he suppressed it with a scowl. "Not that I'm naked under this, of course, much as you might enjoy it." That said, she pulled off her gauntlets, dropping them to the floor with a clatter, which elicited a wince from the servant, but nothing from the prince, who was merely boring holes into her head with his gaze. "Oh ho, it'll take more than that to break your composure, EY. Please be more careful, Lady Greyjoy," he said, staring straight into her eyes with his blue gaze. "Perhaps you should help me take it off then, Greenlander armor is so complicated after all." She could swear she hadn't expected him to actually come to help her when she said it, but after a moment's thought he stood up from the table, and before she could speak again was already untying the leather bindings that held her pauldrons on. "It is more complex than the chain shirts your people wear, yes, but personally I find it fairly relaxing to disassemble." She said intelligently. "Damn, he's one-upped me." The escalation was a game all Ironborn knew, but now he had called her damn bluff, she had to roll with it, damn it. Then, because he was a precocious little shit, he blindsided her again. "How did you find your uncle's corpse?" She stepped back even as her pauldrons half hung from her shoulder, dodging the boy's hands. "You sneaky little shite, where did they teach you this stuff?" Her voice was half laughing and half frustrated that the game had gotten so far away from her. "Fuck off! Isn't that what you came here to tell me? Now stand still." He went back to it, pulling the pauldrons off of her shoulder as she tried to come up with a witty retort, but found her tongue dry. "Maybe after I've drunk some of that wine you have there, princeling." The boy stopped for only a moment before nodding as her other pauldrons came off in his hands. "All right, I suppose I can wait for that. Thank the drowned god." She sighed internally as she started working on her breast and back plates alongside him, pulling at the belts which held them together. "So, why do you cut your hair that way?" he asked after a moment, and she almost punched his stupid little nose in right then it occurred to her what a poor idea that would be. Instead she took to gritting her teeth and answering with the same line she gave everyone who asked why her hair was so damned short. "It fits better in a helmet." "Really? My uncle's minion Sir Loras wears his hair quite long, and he's known as quite the knight. At least from what Uncle Renly has told me." He let the statement hang for a moment before she bit out an answer, and once again found herself unable to reply properly. "You're a precocious brat. I've been told that." By the time he was done both verbally and literally undressing her and she was down to her tights and undershirt, she was more than happy to sit down at his stupid brat table and tell him about her stupid kinslaying uncle, but not before snatching the offered bottle of Arbor Red and letting the wonderful, sweet alcohol pour into her gut directly from the source, chugging it down like meat at her father's stupid feasts. She could feel the stuff sink into her as she sighed, relaxing into the chair. "Ready to talk now?" "Yes," she said finally, glaring across the table at the boy. She hadn't noticed it before, but he was a lot shorter than her. That's funny. The thought helped her fight off the urge to vomit at the fresh memory of her uncle's throne room. "My uncle, well, his body was sitting on a chair in the middle of a load of corpses, like some damn king of the dead." The boy grimaced slightly, but nodded, his eyes probing her face. "Were the bodies arranged specifically at all?" "Yeah," she said after a moment. "How'd you know?" "Educated guess." "What did it look like?" "All the skulls, lots of them, were piled up around his throne." She pressed the bottle to her mouth again, draining it, which prompted the prince to nod to the servant, who offered her another. And in the skulls' mouths were their guts, entrails, all hanging out like tentacles of some monster fucking disgusting. She nodded to wine as the servant uncorked it. This stuff is really good, by the way. I'll be sure to tell Lord Pakester that. Would you say the guts were like a kraken? Nay, there were more than 8, or even 12 like the kraken spawn that come up in the islands at night. There must have been 100 of the things, all draped about like your pretty banners. The boy nodded, like banners were there any. He stopped abruptly, opening and closing his right hand gently. Can you feel that? What? She asked, staring at the now empty wine bottle in her hands. When did I? The air pressure's dropping. The prince was past her shoulder and behind her before she even knew what was happening. He tore open the door shouting, "Arain, what's our weather looking like?" Was air pressure mean? Even in her hazy state, she could see the fear in the eyes of the boy who turned back to her, the sun dimming behind him. It means a storm's coming. Chapter 65, Arthur XXVI 293 AC. The air was still as the grave, broken only by the sound of the bells ringing in alarm to the rest of the fleet. Arain barked frantic orders, and I could see he had a death grip on the ship's wheel, turning us into the wind. We would need to keep moving for this. I was little help, in all honesty, too small to be truly useful with the men stowing the sails above my head in the towering rafters. I tied ropes to the masts, moving from man to man on the deck and tying off the ropes to their waists. It might well save their lives in the times to come. Asha was livid that she wouldn't be returning to the Black Wind, but the fleet needed to scatter a bit. We couldn't afford to be ramming into each other in the waves to come. The topsails had just been stowed when I spotted the thing in the distance. She was fair drunk though, and it took only a couple moments to convince her to go to bunk. Even at a glance, it looked unnatural, less a storm cloud and more a wall of white that ran from above the sea all the way up to the stars themselves, like the bulwark and firmament of heaven itself laid before my eyes in a grand panoply. Lightning crackled within its swirling core, and its sides stretched from horizon to horizon, moving towards us like an implacable giant, its footsteps written in the thunder that seemed closer with every moment. Prince Arthur! I felt a hand come down on my shoulder as I stared at the awesome and terrifying sight. Turning, I saw Selyse, who had silently helped me through the whole affair. "You should get below deck now, you won't be much help up here, and I cannot guarantee your safety." His purple eyes bore into mine, and I realized it wasn't a suggestion. I nodded grimly. "I know," I said, stepping towards the quarterdeck. "Best keep Lady Asha company, I suppose." I stepped into my familiar cabin, though it stood differently from its usual decor. Every tool, map, gizmo, and utensil was locked into place in their cabinets. The table was flipped over and bolted down, and the banners which weren't nailed to the walls were rolled into their places, and Lady Asha's armor had been hastily locked into a wall closet along with my own clothing, though it would probably get blood all over my whites. The windows were shuttered on both sides, and the only light which entered the room was coming in through a small slit on the door, and I would be closing even that as the storm hit. The battens were secured, and the chamber was watertight to the extent which it could be. The lack of hanging decor or mess left the entire chamber feeling unnatural empty, even with Lady Asha present, if now already snoring in my bed, which was built into the floor itself, and mercifully unlikely to move. The sword, thank God, and even the cutters to a lesser extent, had decent ballast on them, but I had no idea what if any her longboat had, and I gave it poor odds of making it through the storm intact. In a way, it was probably good that the Greyjoy was here. We should, for all intents and purposes, be as safe as we could be. Still, I shivered at the memory of the storm wall, and at the sound of the oncoming thunder, which even now would soon be on top of us. I'm not sure I can make any guarantees. I glanced at the sleeping woman across from where I had placed myself, bracing my shoulders against the walls in a cubby. In sleep, she looked far less aggravating, but the memory of her rudeness brought a bitter laugh to my mouth, exposing thoughts I would never share in public for the risk of offending her. "Lucky bitch, you're going to get to sleep through this." Then the thunder boomed overhead, and I could feel the ship shake as the rain began to come down. It started with a pitter-patter but grew torrential and brutal within moments. The first waves hit like the hammer of an angry god, Arain, or whoever held the helm, carrying us into the crash of water, which came through the slot, prompting me to seal it, pushing it closed with the extent of my reach and casting me into pitched black darkness, even as the vessel bucked and broke through the great wall of water, and then dove into the valley before the next one. I had largely abandoned my religion, when I was born into this new world, seemingly devoid of the God and Saviour I had once believed in. Even if I had remained faithful, what was a Christian to do in a world where Christ had not yet died? But, I would be lying if I claimed that the darkness did not find me grasping for a cross which I hadn't worn in this life, half-remembered words of Isaiah that came to me as if through the fog of the rain which even now threatened to drown me here with all I cared for. It was better than praying to the seven at least. They had little to promise of salvation, much less forgiveness, and none of them even dealt with the ocean. I knew, I had read their whole damned book. Yet despite the comfort of my prayer, the storm only grew fiercer, throwing the ship about like a rubber ducky in the hands of a particularly vicious toddler, sending us rocking to and fro without care or reason. When the continued memory of Isaiah failed me, I moved on to poems, half a dozen dealing with the sea and its cruelties, but none worth saying. The thundering darkness above wasn't worth discussing while you experienced it. I grappled with my mind until I finally landed on Invita's, simple, sweet, and at the very least defiant of this fresh hell which Euron had unleashed onto us in his death. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. The words were hard to bite out between the tossing of the waves, but like the prayer before them, or perhaps as half a prayer themselves, they calmed me. There was dignity wrapped into them, even should I fail and die here and all my efforts turn to ash. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeoning of chance, my head is bloodied, but unbowed. The ship shuddered as it crashed through another wave, like an old man driving himself on through a winter gale. As we sank into the crashing valley before the next, I continued my speech, emboldened by my own denial of the storm as much as by my survival. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of crack. The harsh bucking of the ship threw me into the wall behind me, head first, and I felt dizziness overtake me, though I thankfully felt no blood as I reached back to check, my stiffened shoulders starting to slump. Pain shooting through my mind as I struggled to stay awake under the stress of the moment. Oh good, use, concussed. Chapter 66, Arthur XXVII. 293. AC. There was darkness, a yawning black chasm which seemed intent to swallow me whole as I tumbled down into its inky depths forever. Time, space, nothing seemed to have meaning, as all I could precise was the eternal, limitless void. Am I dead? The question was an honest one. I had died before I thought, but whether it was like this I could not say. Perhaps I'll be reborn again somewhere else. The thought was comforting somehow, that even death might not stop me truly. Though given I had seemingly travelled worlds upon my death, who knew where I might end up? Still, I would have thought the afterlife to have more stuff in it. Looking about, there was absolutely nothing here, at least nothing I could see, except for myself, of course. I could see nothing, feel nothing beyond my own extremities, hear nothing, taste nothing. It was as if all of my senses were robbed from me in this place. As terrifying as that might seem, at the time I only found it intensely boring. I couldn't tell you quite how long I fell before I felt a cool, damp hand come to rest on my cheek, quite divorced from my perception of reality. I could have sworn I felt long hair brush against my side, despite nothing being there, and a woman's sweet voice spoke in my ear. "Awaken, child of my blood." And then the world wasn't a void anymore, and I had to blink the light out of my eyes as I was thrown from darkness into light. The first sense I regained was my smell, the ocean's salty breeze filling my nostrils like a comfortable blanket after the isolation of the void, but it was not alone, the thin smell of ozone also was carried with it, and as my eyes and body recovered from the shock of once more beginning to feel, I realized that while I was no longer in the void, I had not returned to the ship either. If anything I was now cast to the depths, the feeling of water covered my skin and mouth, but not oppressively, and I found I could turn my head without the pressure or drag which water conferred. I was sitting collapsed, on what seemed to be the floor of a great marble chamber. The walls were lined with statues. Thousands of them, beasts and men, and creatures that were both, or neither, some I recognized, giants, great sea dragons, even what might have been a child of the forest, clutching a great spear tipped with stone above his head in victory. The whole thing seemed like a museum, or perhaps a tomb, I couldn't quite be sure. At the center of the chamber, collapsed into the floor, was a great oxidized copper globe that seemed to depict the whole of the world. It must have long ago been suspended above the chamber, for its fall had split the stone beneath it, where crabs now scuttled forth through the ruined frame. I took a long moment staring at it. It depicted many continents and islands I had no name for or knowledge of, a land far to the west of West Eros, across a great ocean, the shape of Sothorios, and the other 4 continents which seemed to fill the southern hemisphere, the great conjoined shape of what I thought to be Oldhos and Essos which stretched halfway around the world. I felt an urge to laugh to myself as I realized that even with all of my journeys I had likely only moved about 10 degrees latitude, and I guessed the world was bigger than my old Earth, though not by so great a margin. I sighed, stepping, for I was able to step as if on land despite the water, away from the globe, and trying to commit its contents to memory. The maesters would kill for that knowledge, but here I was without a notebook. Starting to turn back, I very nearly jumped out of my skin when a splintering, cracking sound echoed out over the chamber, somehow unmuffled by the water. I turned toward it, and the sight before my eyes transfixed me. At the far end of the hall, a cloud of stone dust rose from one of the creatures I had thought to be a statue. It was a titanic humanoid, but clearly inhuman, covered in scales, its mouth hung wide, and long anglerfish-like teeth sat on its bottom jaw. Above a long and wispy beard and gills were clearly visible on its cheeks. Its hands and feet were webbed and clawed, and beneath its scales were visible more ribs than any human being should have. Golden jewelry hung at places all across its body, and all that remained of what had once been finery was a tattered and half-destroyed loincloth of some scaly fish skin. I had taken it for a statue, because its skin was coated in stone, making it appear not unlike the others here, but now one bulbous, and clearly living eye had blinked itself free of its stony cage with a crackle of electricity, and it was staring at me like a helpless minnow before a barracuda. At that moment I could understand the fear of dragons. Being caught in the gaze of a predator far greater than me. I shivered as the thing's jaws opened, 4 long and serpentine green tongues roving forth and probing the water in an unnatural display of dexterity, like a snake sniffing out prey as the stone fell off of them in crackling sheets, though it still seemed largely entombed, only its eye and mouth being free. Then it spoke, not through the water, but in my mind, and its voice felt like lightning crackling in my brain. It was not the common tongue, but I understood it nonetheless. I wasn't sure which was more frightening. Come, mortal. Come, child. Stand before me where I can see you better. It wasn't a request, and a shiver ran down my spine as my legs began to move without my consent in the matter. This is above my pay grade. I shuddered, but if the Lovecraftian horror before me had any response to that, it did not show on his face. Indeed, it seemed that the stone which had covered its skin was already beginning to return, creeping in at the edges of its eye. The monstrosity sat, stone already beginning to form over its mouth. You will have to do. I gripped my head again as the creature's words were burnt into my brain by living lightning. My eyes feeling as if they would bulge from my head at the presence of the thing in my mind. I felt a tingle run over my skin even as it was entombed once more, the stone creeping back over its features, the encrusted eye still staring at the place where I stood. Then the chamber itself began to fall away, bit by bit, piece by piece, first at the edges, and then towards me, throwing me once again into a black void of darkness. I was woken by a blast of noise, not thunder, but cannon, as I sat up from my bed in the captain's quarters aboard the Sword. The windows were unshuttered and the light of the morning sun drifted through them pleasantly, but as I clutched at my heart I found that my skin was still tingling, a feeling that ran all the way up to the edge of the grayscale scars on my right shoulder. The sight of them now bringing new and horrifying urgency to my mind. As I tried in vain to rub the feeling from my quivering body, I found that it wouldn't leave, and all I could do was stare in confusion at the retreating stone on my right shoulder, lightning crackling along its edge. What in the hells?